When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 151, All of You Stand Out. Emo looked at the person talking to him. That person was less than 40 and had a waxy face. He had a very bizarre styled long sword. The blade wasn't long, but it was shining black, which didn't match its owner's waxy yellow face. This person should be a lot stronger than Hu Qiu. Although he was not as strong as Wu Chang, he should be on the same level as Zhang Zhu. Emo didn't expect there to be such a master at the Yi family mansion. According to his experience, this person was a tertiary stage yellow-level martial artist. If Emo was still stage 2 Qi gathering, then he wouldn't even think before leaving. He wouldn't be able to leave unscathed even by himself, much less with Yiling on his back. But now, he was at the stage 3 Qi gathering. Wu Chang couldn't even last 20 moves from him, and this guy was weaker than Wu Chang. Emo was still wondering whether or not to kill him when this man's long sword held towards his waist. As that man struck, there wasn't any hesitation, as though he wanted to cut Emo in half. Although it was just one swing, what came into his eyes were tens of blades. Even Hu Qiu's whip prowess was a lot lesser than this man's sword skills. The speed and transformations on this swing was indeed a rare scene. To be this good at the sword, one not only needed to practice rare techniques, but they also need a certain amount of inner qi. Emo knew that the sword wasn't going to cut his waist but rather his legs. That man probably saw him attack, so he judged that Emo would be able to dodge the swing. Then, his killing blow would be a ground-sweeping cut. Before the swing finished, he focused all his power into his lower body and also started to squat. Emo saw this subtle change. No matter where he landed, as long as he was within 10 meters radius, he would lose his legs. Of course, if he couldn't even dodge the first swing, he would lose his waist. It seemed that he was pretty faithful in Emo dodging the first swing and then cutting off his legs with the second swing. Emo sneered. There really was no challenge in fighting someone a few calibers lower than him. Each move of the opponent was in his prediction. Despite having Yiling on his back, Emo twisted his waist slightly and the tens of blade shadows were dodged. Of course, as soon as this man saw Emo dodged his swing, he was happy instead. His blade didn't stop for a moment before switching to an arc swing from the ground. Under the dim yellow light, this swing was like mercury spill that covered a 7-meter radius. He sneered. No matter how strong Emo was, as long as he landed, he could cut off Emo's legs. Emo was able to not land. Even if he carried Yiling, he was able to use his wind-controlling art and glide to more than 10 meters out before landing. As such, the moment when his foot landed, the silver on the ground disappeared. Leaving a long sword that was stepped under his foot, the man's sneering face froze. He never had expected that someone could break his move using such unimaginable ways. Under shock, the man immediately reacted. The sword in his hand twisted in an attempt to pull the sword from under Emo's foot. Emo felt an intriguingly strong force from under his foot. Just when he wanted to use more force, the sword had broken into 2 segments. The man held the half of the sword and, without hesitation, the long sword turned into a glimmer that struck towards Emo's stomach. Meanwhile, he followed behind the hilt of the sword as his 2 hands turned into shadows attacking towards Emo's chest. Emo didn't expect this person to be so good at long sword and fists. As the sword was about to hit Emo's stomach, he raised his foot and kicked the sword flying. Then, with a single fist, he punched the man's fist shadows. Bang! Bang! The clash of fists and palms echoed out. Crack! Emo didn't hold back at all. He used his fastest speed and sealed the man's fist shadows while twisting both of the man's wrists until they were broken. The man took a few steps back and his waxy yellow face became pale. The pain on his face could not cover his shock. Although he was a tertiary stage yellow-level martial artist, not even those at the peak of the yellow level could beat him. However, this youth who was much smaller than him easily broke through his killing move and sealed all of his fist shadows and then broke his wrists. Ever since he graduated, it was his first time meeting someone so strong. How come he hadn't heard of this man in the hidden sects? He couldn't even last 10 moves before he was gruesomely defeated. Emo obliquely looked at the man. Did you want to cut one or both of my legs off just then? Emo wasn't sure because the man was so proficient with that move. If Emo failed to step on that blade, then that man could have done whatever he wished on Yemo's legs. I just wanted to cut your left leg. Beads of sweat dripped from the man's pale face. Very well, I'll return the favor. Then, Yemo kicked the other half of the sword, and it turned into a white ray that was faster than when the man swung his sword at Yemo. Psh. A faint sound reverberated. When the man realized what had happened, his left leg was severed. Yemo had disappeared in front of him. He looked at the place where Yemo disappeared in terror until blood gushed out from his wound before he thought about stopping the bleeding. That sword was a casual throw, yet it still cut his legs clean like tofu. Who was he? Who the hell was he? How could he be so horrifying and strong? If this person wanted to annihilate the Yi family, even if he had a few more helpers, they would still be no match for him. How could he meet such a master in an urban city? The man couldn't help but to start shaking. Master, what's wrong? A youth in his 20s hurriedly came and helped the wobbly man up. The man saw the youth come and gasped a sigh of relief before immediately saying, "My wrists are broken. Immediately grab my severed leg and carry me away from this place as far as possible. Quick, now." 20 to 30 people plus Huang Yu. How come they're still not here yet? Wenjin, go have a look. Yi Beirong had calmed down now. No matter who the youth was, he would still kill him after asking him some things. The Yi family wasn't some place people could come and go. "No need, I've come," a cold voice sounded at the door. Yi Beirong suddenly stood up and looked at Yemo in disbelief. Yemo was obviously not captured. After a long while, he reacted, "How did you come in? What happened to Huang Yu and the others? Didn't you tell me to come in? Are you talking about that yellow-faced long sword wielder? I cut off his leg and broke his wrists. He's been rescued away now." Yemo stared coldly at Yi Beirong before saying, "What?" Yi Beirong's head buzzed. Other people didn't know Huang Yu's power, but he was all too clear. This man said he cut off Huang Yu's leg, so how strong must he be? And why does he look a little familiar? Of course, Yi Long also knew how strong Huang Yu was. Now that Yemo said this, he didn't believe it, but soon, people came in and reported to him what happened outside. The way Yi Long looked at Yemo immediately changed. Someone who could chop off Huang Yu's leg was definitely from the hidden sections. Yi Beirong also heard the report and showed a serious face. He immediately said in a low voice, "Report it immediately." "Brother, why did you come back here?" Yi Ling looked at this hall in fear. She was sentenced to death here in the morning and must be whipped for 3 days. As such, as soon as she come to this house, she felt a natural fear. "Who are you? How dare you be so cocky? Don't you know this is the Yi family? Yi Ling, how dare you bring outsiders to ravage here?" Yi Weiqi sought his father's dissatisfaction and called out. Yemo plainly glanced at Yi Wenqi. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Yi Ling call me brother? I'm Yemo, but I'm not a member of this family anymore." Of course, Yemo would never admit he was from the Yi family. Regardless of whether Yi Wentian was his biological father in this world, he still wasn't from the Yi family. "You are Yemo?" Yi Long stood up and looked at Yemo in shock. He finally understood why Yemo could still be fine after killing Song Shaoan. With his ability to cut off Huang Yu's leg, it was way too easy for him to kill a few Song family people and escape. It wasn't that the Song family didn't want to retaliate, but they didn't dare. By the looks of it, their intel was far inferior than the Song family. If Yi Long could understand this, of course, Yi Beirong could too. He didn't expect Yemo to grow to this state. Yi Beirong calmed down once again and suppressed the shock in his heart. He sat down and looked at Yemo. "Since you are Yemo and are a member of the Yi family, why did you break the mosque's door?" "Dad, I really tested Yemo's blood in the hospital. He's not from the Yi family." At this moment, when she spoke, "Shut up," Yi Beirong reproached. Yemo sneered. "Of course I'm not from the Yi family. I don't need you to remind me. I never thought myself as a member of this family. The reason I still haven't left today is to collect some debts." "Who hit Yi Ling yesterday? All of you stand out. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you all. Don't doubt my words." Chapter 152, Good with Both Sides. Yemo, it's very rare to be able to practice martial arts to this degree. I don't know what fortune you had, but Yi Ling stole the Yi family's feng shui Dragon Balls. She's unforgivable. Although Yi Beirong calmed down on the surface, he still couldn't calm down inside. He didn't expect Yi Mo's power to reach this state. If he came back to the Yi family, then the Song family's cockiness will cease. However, he couldn't just ask for Yi Mo to come back. He could only do that through Yi Ling. He now no longer had the wish to punish Yi Ling. Plus, with Yi Mo's power, it would be a joke trying to punish Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Mo sneer, Yi Beirong continued, "Even if you're strong, can you stop Flying Eagle? I've already reported, not only will there be people from Flying Eagle Squad coming, but there will also be 3 people coming from Flying Snow Squad. If you are willing to admit your mistakes, I won't blame you." Yi Mo acted as though he didn't hear it. Of course, he knew about Flying Eagle. He was already the instructor for Flying Snow Squad, so how could he not know about Flying Eagle? In China's 9 Flying Special Ops Forces, Flying Eagle Squad was ranked 3rd, seeing Yi Mo stay silent. Yi Beirong thought Yi Mo felt threatened. Just when he wanted to continue, Yi Mo suddenly took 2 balls from his pocket. "You said that Yi Ling is unforgivable for taking these 2 Dragon Balls? And you're going to beat her to death? How are the Dragon Balls in your hands?" Yi Wenjin knew that the things were in the Song family's hands, but now that Yi Mo had them, he couldn't stop himself from exclaiming. But immediately, he continued, "Is stealing the Dragon Balls forgivable? This is a treacherous act against the Yi family." "Very well." Yi Mo gathered cultivation chi on his hand and the 2 Dragon Balls were crushed to powder. After doing so, Yi Mo looked at Yi Wenjin and said, "I've crushed both of them. What sin are you going to sentence me?" Everyone in the Yi family was shocked, although the 2 Dragon Balls were stolen away, but the Yi family would eventually get it back through negotiation. At most, they would lose some interest, but now Yi Mo just crushed it. Yi Beirong looked at the crushed Dragon Balls in shock and couldn't say a word for a long time. Other than fury, he felt shock. "How dare Yi Mo act in such a way, you?" Yi Beirong pointed at Yi Mo. He was so angry that he couldn't say a thing. Yi Long and Yi Wenqi felt more shock than fear. They knew how hard the Dragon Balls were. Even if they used a hammer, they would need a lot of strength to shatter it. However, Yi Mo just rubbed it with his hands and it was powderized. Just what sort of strength was this? Yi Ling couldn't bear the scene and whispered in Yi Mo's ear, "Brother, Grandpa has been quite nice to me, don't make him too angry." Yi Mo sneered. "Is beating you to death being nice to you? I don't think you need this kind of nice. I will count to 3, whoever hit Yi Ling stand up or I won't hold back. And, whoever grabbed Yi Ling by the neck and left the 2 marks, speak." Looking at the extremely cocky Yi Mo, Yi Beirong was shaking with anger. He was originally planning for Yi Mo to return to the Yi family, but by the looks of it, he might as well let the Flying Eagle members kill Yi Mo. "I grab her neck, so what?" a middle-aged man said angrily to Yi Mo. He was called Yi Wenkai, a nephew of Yi Beirong. Yi Mo turned to look at that man and blandly asked, "Oh, which hand did you use?" "What? I used my left hand. What can you do to me?" Yi Wenkai was not bad in martial arts and he couldn't stand Yi Mo's arrogance. "Nothing, I will take your left hand." Then, Yi Mo casually swiped through air, a blood ray shot out from Yi Wenkai's left shoulder, and his left hand along with his entire arm reaching to the shoulder was cleanly sliced by some invisible sword. The people in the room were in extreme fear once again. Although Yi Mo said he chopped off Huang Ye's leg, many of them didn't know how strong Huang Yu was and they didn't see it for themselves. Now that they saw Yi Mo sever Yi Wenkai's hand without moving, they finally realized how fearsome Yi Mo was. Yi Beirong knew Yi Mo was very strong, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat Huang Yu. However, casually cutting off Yi Wenqi's arm without moving, this was far beyond his comprehension. He stared in shock at Yi Mo's hand and forgot the fact that Yi Mo broke the Dragon Balls. He had already tried to overestimate Yi Mo, but he realized now that he still underestimated him a lot. He was guessing what projectile Yi Mo used. Yi Wenkai had been carried out and Yi Mo didn't seem to notice it. On the other hand, Yi Ling was shocked. She didn't expect Yi Mo to cut off her uncle's arm in front of so many people. A while ago when Yi Mo cut off Huang Yu's leg, she was asleep, so she didn't know Yi Mo's fierceness. "Bring out the people who hit Yi Ling and I'll pretend nothing happened and leave. If you don't, then don't blame me. Yi Wenqi, slap yourself 30 times. If you still haven't moved before I go, you will regret it." Of course, Yi Mo wasn't going to let go of the main culprit for Yi Ling's apprehension. However, he couldn't just kill him now. He would think about it before he left. Just at this moment, another person came and bowed to Yi Beirong before saying, "The people from Nanchang are here. Do you want them to come in?" Yi Beirong seemed to suddenly woke up and quickly said, "Quick, quick, let them come in. Nanchang's people just came yesterday." Originally, they wanted to cooperate with Yi Beirong, but because the Yi family's Dragon Balls disappeared, they were arranged to the hotel. Just then when Yi Mo came, Yi Beirong asked for them. Yi Beirong wanted to use them against Yi Mo. He thought that no matter how strong Yi Mo was, he wouldn't be able to do much to Nanchang. Yi Beirong looked at Yi Mo and said, "Yi Mo, Yi Ling made mistakes, so according to ancestral rules, we must hang her up and whip her for 3 days. You are indeed strong, much stronger than I expected. No wonder the Song family didn't dare to touch you, but no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than Nanchang. To be honest, Nanchang wanted to ask me to deal with you, but I rejected. If Nanchang and us attacked you together, do you think you have any chances of winning? Plus, your acts are criminal. I believe there will be a hunt for you tomorrow." Yi Mo sneered. He didn't even bother with Yi Beirong. If it wasn't the Yi family people, he would have killed them long ago and finished the problem once and for all. However, if he killed all the Yi family people, first Yi Ling wouldn't allow it, second, he might come into conflict with Han Zixin. That didn't matter much. But the key thing was, his power was still low, and he depended on Han Zixin for resources. San Kai satisfactorily walked into the Yi family mansion. When he came yesterday, the Yi family tried to position themselves higher by dumping him in the hotel, but now, they still had to ask for him to come back. San Kai just saw Yi Mo and his face immediately changed. He didn't bother with the Yi family people near him and walked in front of Yi Mo while respectfully saying, "Brother Yi, I didn't expect to see you here." He couldn't even finish a sentence. He was so scared that he couldn't say the rest of his words. He didn't think that he would meet Yi Mo while coming to negotiate a business deal with the Yi family. "FCK off, I don't want to see you here." Yi Mo was very angry now, and the Nanching people had even come to piss him off. As such, he didn't have that much of a good attitude. Yi Beirong could no longer stay calm anymore. He looked at the Nanching representative who ran away with one sentence, and his heart immediately dropped cold. Yi Mo's power was so strong that it made his back cold. Even Nanching people didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of Yi Mo. Yi Beirong, however, hadn't lost all his hope yet. But contrary to his expectations, before the Flying Eagle squad members moved, the 3 Flying Snow squad members saw Yi Mo and came to salute him. As a response, Yi Mo only nodded towards them. Although Yi Mo was the instructor, he knew he probably didn't have the authority to tell them what to do, so he didn't bother to tell these people to go back. Yi Beirong sunk into an ice cave. Who was Yi Mo? He was good on both sides. As though seeing the atmosphere was wrong, the leading Flying Snow squad member said, "We'll go have a look outside first." Then, the 20 or so members also went out. A few moments later, only the Yi family people remained in the house. Yi Wenqi also knew things were not right. Yi Mo's identity was just too great. Bring the people who hit Yi Ling. Yi Beirong seemed to suddenly aged a lot. He didn't expect that the person abandoned by the Yi family could force the Yi family to such an extent. Yi Mo, a person who killed the Song family leader's son but still couldn't be killed by the Song family, was actually kicked out by the Yi family. Since Song Qiming could endure, so could he, Yi Beirong. In addition, Yi Mo was named Yi. Yi Ling looked at the 2 people who whipped her whip each other under Yi Mo's order and couldn't bear to look. She looked at Yi Mo and seemed to want to say something. Yi Mo knew what she thought and waved his hand. He knew that these 2 people only hit Yi Ling under Yi Wenqi's order, but their harsh whipping made Yi Mo have killing intent. "Grandpa, where did my second brother go?" Yi Ling looked at the old-looking Yi Beirong and asked, "I sent him to England." Yi Beirong sighed, "Brother, let's go, I don't want to stay here anymore." Yi Ling was scared Yi Mo was going to kill her big uncle. No matter what, that was still her big uncle. If Yi Mo did that, what would Grandpa do? Although she suspected her father's death to be related to her big uncle, but that was just a suspicion. Chapter 153, The Yi Family's State. Of course, Yi Mo knew what Yi Ling was thinking. Yi Ling was scared he would massacre the Yi family. Yi Mo wouldn't be so stupid. Even if Yi Ling had no feelings for the Yi family, he still couldn't kill people now, much less when she did have sentiments for them. Even if he were to kill, he would have to do it in secret. That way, even if everyone were to know his actions, none of them would have the evidence. If Yi Wenqi didn't dare to slap himself, then don't blame him for playing dirty. He crushed 3 small pieces of ore and shot one into Yi Wenqi's body, and another 2 towards the men who whipped Yi Ling. Then, he carried Yi Ling and left. Looking at Yi Mo's disappearing shadow, Yi Beirong seemed to have aged 10 years. After a long time, he murmured, "Is the Yi family going to end?" Yi Wenqi didn't realize that his life was saved by Yi Mo. Now that Yi Mo left, he immediately said, "Father, don't worry, since Yi Mo didn't kill today, then he shouldn't. Although he's strong, he's only one person. Could he compare with the entire family? Would he not be afraid of the country's judgment?" "Shut up, you think I don't know your little acts? You wanted to suppress Yi Mo, that's fine, but now you even want to touch Yi Zifeng. You didn't know anything about Yi Ling stealing the Dragon Balls? Although Yi Ling is unforgivable, but you knew what Yi Ling did and you didn't stop her. I originally thought that after the Yi family leaves the political scene, I might as well give you the family. But now, it seemed like I was very wrong." Yi Beirong spoke so hastily that he coughed. Seeing no one from the Yi family was awake to reality, Yi Beirong sighed once again. The only elite of the Yi family was kicked out. One that was slightly better was also suppressed. In order to protect Yi Zifeng, he had to send Yi Zifeng to England, and now, Yi Wenqi still talked with arrogance. Yi Mo wasn't even afraid of Nanqing. Even the Song family felt fearful of Yi Mo. Why would he be scared of the Yi family? Yi Beirong said with a lack of interest. "I'm really disappointed. The Song family could find out Yi Mo's power and his identity and not dare to fight him, but our Yi family acted like a fool and didn't know anything. Yi Long, your intel job is really well done. Wenjin, the Gu Luo guy Yi Ling knew was introduced by you, right? Why is Yi Lu fine? Do you all think I'm old?" Yi Wenqi had a pale face but didn't argue. Seeing everyone was silent, Yi Beirong was more disappointed. After a while, he said, "Yi Wenqi, tomorrow, apply for a relocation out of Beijing, you can decide where you go. Wenjin, tomorrow, hand in a resign and go with your second brother and do business. From today onwards, no one is allowed in the Yi family mansion without my permission." Saying this, Yi Beirong pretty much removed Yi Wenqi and Yi Wenjin from the authority center of the Yi family. Although he gave Yi Ling to Yi Wenqi to deal with, Yi Wenqi didn't have any kinship in mind, and that made him greatly disappointed. "Grandpa, in that way, wouldn't our family gradually leave the 5 great families of Beijing?" Yi Huang heard that his father was leaving Beijing and he was not satisfied. He knew that once he left Beijing, he would no longer be the Yi family young master. The 5 great families, once I'm dead, why should the Yi family be one of the 5 great families? Stop dreaming. Let our fame stop here. If anyone stirs up trouble, go clean up yourself. Everyone leave, Yi Long and Bai Guang stay. Yi Beirong finished the words and leaned tiredly against the chair. He had a plan. It was an all-in bet. If he failed, the Yi family would indeed leave the Beijing Authority Center. As such, he wouldn't tell his plan here. The Yi family members dejectedly left the meeting room. Although Yi Wenqi wanted to argue a little, but he knew that what his father decided on was adamant. He already had no choice but to retreat. At last, the entire room was only left with Yi Beirong, Yi Long, Yi Baiguang and the brother Jing who never spoke. Unexpectedly, the brother Jing who never spoke smiled and spoke after everyone left. Beirong finally made up his mind to take this step, but that Yi Mo is indeed an elite such talent. Not much young people these days can compare with him. Yi Beirong smiled with great fatigue. I knew I couldn't hide it from brother Jing, but I really have no choice. Not many of my sons are talented. They only know how to fight amongst themselves. Wenqi is only a little smart but still can't be the leader of the family. My original plans are wrong. Although Yi Mo ravaged the Yi family, but this might not be a bad thing. You can't rise from the ashes without being burned first. The old man nodded. Brother Beirong is right in taking this step. After Wenqi and Wenjin leave Beijing, you can bring Zifeng back and gradually hand the family over to him. Although Yi Mo is not on good terms with the Yi family, he seems to be pretty good to Yi Ling. That would be mean he would be good to Zifeng.
As long as Zifeng is the leader of the Yi family, then if something were to happen, Yi Mo wouldn't stand and watch.
Looking at his wide connections and his fierce means, you can just tell the Yi family will blossom. Yi Long finally understood what the leader meant. He wanted to say something but eventually couldn't. Yi Beiron looked at Yi Long and said, "Originally, I gave most of the authority to Wenqi and Wenjin. Your resources were limited, so I don't blame you for not having enough intel. But from today on, I will give a lot of resources to you. If you still can't make some progress, then decide what to do yourself." "Yes, leader, don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Yi Long was full of joy after hearing this. His resources were too limited. It was incomparable to that of Song Hai from the Song family. The main reason was because most of the authority were in Yi Wenqi's and Yi Wenjin's hands, in an house in Beijing, although Yi Ling brought Yi Mo here. Yi Mo was still unfamiliar with it. He didn't have any impression of living here. The room was relatively clean, so it could be seen that although Yi Ling rarely came to live here, she frequently came to clean it up. Yi Mo went out to buy some simple meals and a few sets of clothes. Under Yi Mo's qi cultivation treatment, Yi Ling had pretty much fully recovered. Now that she had eaten something, she felt even better. "Brother, how did you know I was captured? How did you know I was in the mosque? Did you ask someone?" After Yi Ling recovered, the first thing she wanted to know was how Yi Mo knew she was captured. Yi Mo still said in a self-blaming tone, "I went to an elite social night in Beijing. And because I taught Song Yi a lesson, I heard people talking about the Yi family. I was worried about you, so I went to your dorm but didn't find you there. My first reaction was that something happened to you. I went to the Yi family, and luckily, you were still alright, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Thank you, brother. Before, I always looked down on you, but now, I know how naive I was. There are some things you can't resist no matter how much you reject it. You and second brother are the most important people to me. Without you, I may have died. After Mom and Dad passed away, I thought no one would care about me. I don't know how many times I felt sad and helpless. But now, I know I still have my brother. But Grandpa is so cold-hearted." Then Yi Ling fell into Yi Mo's arms and started crying. Yi Mo patted Yi Ling's back and blamed himself. To be honest, he never thought of Yi Ling and how she was doing. As for what she did for him, he didn't know at all. If he wasn't trying to find Yi Zifeng this time, even if she was beaten to death, he wouldn't even know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. But now, he understood that there was something in this world called feelings, kinship. Yi Ling looked down on him but still did many things for him quietly in her own way for no other reason but him being her brother. Just for that kinship. As for Yi Mo, he came to Beijing only because someone owed him money and also because he was going to help treat a friend's son. Even Yi Zifeng, he only thought of visiting him after getting here. Now, he understood that for someone like him who seemed no one knew and cared in this world, at least he still had a sister who cared about him. For the first time, Yi Mo felt some warmth at the bottom of his heart, making him lose himself in thought. After a while, he said in a self-blaming tone, "Sorry, Yi Ling, I never thought about you and made you suffer so much." Yi Ling suddenly said in a happy tone, "Brother, then if something good happens from now on, you need to remember me. In fact, I'm really happy to see you so strong and capable. Dad must be happier. Although I didn't achieve it, but Dad's last wishes came true. After second brother comes back, we will move out together. I won't stay in Beijing anymore, I don't like it here." Then, Yi Ling suddenly thought of something. She immediately said, "Brother, then big uncle saying that you are naturally impotent must be fake, right? I knew it. If Tian he didn't tell me yesterday, I would have thought it was true. They really are bad to the bone." Yi Mo touched his nose in a fit of awkwardness. He thought against it, but the results were indeed correct. He didn't want to talk about this topic with Yi Ling. Hee, brother, why are you being shy? You're already at this age. Okay, I'll save your face and won't talk about it. I feel really energetic. It's night already, so I'll invite you to a good meal tomorrow." Yi Ling laughed. She didn't think Yi Mo would be this shy. Her dorm mates were so much more open. This time, their talk was much more intimate than last night. After this, Yi Mo and Yi Ling felt the care they had for each other. Their originally distant relationship became closer. "Brother, I'm going to take a shower and sleep. I'm going to invite my dorm mates tomorrow for food, we'll go together.
You can sleep in second brother's room.
Yi Ling wanted to shower and sleep. Although she had recovered, she still felt tired soon. Emo, on the other hand, gathered those few ores and prepared to make a storage ring that night and a protective amulet for Yi Ling. He didn't want Yi Ling to undergo such torture again. Chapter 154, Who's the other one for? If one were to compare intel capabilities, not many powers could exceed the Song family. Other than the government, the Song family intel could be ranked in the top 3. The Song family knew what happened at the Yi family that same night, and they held another family meeting in the middle of the night. The Song family had never had such frequent family meetings, but now, all the Song family people knew it was because of Yi Mo. Even Song Yi was carried in, but the injuries he received were much more severe than Song Xiaochen. Song Qiming looked coldly at Song Yi and said, Song Yi disregarded the Song family's rules and challenged Yi Mo on his own. Leave Beijing tomorrow and go elsewhere. Without my order, you are not to return to Beijing again. Song Qiming showed his calm and resolute decision-making that was no less than Yi Beirong's. Hearing that he was not allowed in Beijing, Song Yi's face immediately became pale and quickly said, Big uncle, I didn't know he was Yi Mo at the time. Song Qiming didn't even talk but had a very angry face. Song Yi's heart immediately sunk down. Before he could say more, he was carried out. Song Qiming then said, Song Yi said he didn't know it was Yi Mo. If he wasn't so cocky, how could such thing happen? Our Song family isn't scared of Yi Mo, and we will eventually deal with him, but not now. So if anyone makes Song Yi's mistake, then don't blame me. Song Hai, report the news you received from Sinai Peninsula last night. No one dared to talk. If they spoke now, it would anger the family leader. Even with Song Yi's direct lineage, he was sent away so easily. Who dared to disobey the rules now? In addition, even the leader's own son was killed by Mo, so it could be said that no one wanted to kill Mo more than Song Qiming. If he could endure it, who didn't dare to? They could only say that Song Yi was unlucky or his arrogance brought him bad luck. Song Qiming indeed felt depressed. He wanted to wait till Lu Chou's master came back before making a move on Mo, but now, it seemed to be insufficient. Song Hai stood up and said, according to the news I received from Sinai Peninsula, Mo went to Sinai Peninsula and killed Qian Longtu in front of Nanchang's #1 strongest man, Wu Chang. It is said that Lang Ji controls Nanchang now, and it is said that Lang Ji is working for Mo. This news is not yet confirmed, but another news is that Lang Ji's position isn't stable yet and was heavily injured in a conflict. He is yet to solidify his position as #1 in Nanchang. Then, Song Hai paused and continued, although Mo killed Qian Longtu, he didn't interfere with Nanchang's internal business and left Sinai Peninsula straight away. After Song Hai finished speaking, the room fell into a choking silence, and Song Qiming's face grew worse and worse. All the people here were the elite of the Song family. There was no one who didn't know about Nanchang, and Mo had actually charged into the Nanchang headquarters by himself and killed Qian Longtu straight away. It was something that people wouldn't even imagine. There were more than 2,000 troops in Nanchang headquarters, but Mo came and went as he pleased. How much people did the Song family have? The only advantage they had was that they were a big powerful family of Beijing and was situated in the nation's power center. Mo was not arrogant enough to take on a country now, and that's why the Song family was fine till now. No wonder the family leader said more than once not to mess with Mo. Even after a few members were killed, he still didn't dare to mess with him. This was impossible before. Who didn't know the Song family's arrogance in Beijing? Even if they suffered a minor loss, the Song family would take full revenge. Now that the Song family suffered so heavily again and again, they could still manage to endure it. Although he had Song Hai's report once before, Song Qiming still couldn't help but to feel shocked. Mo was no longer someone that could be dealt with by numbers. There must be someone as strong as him. Other than the hidden sex, perhaps no one could do anything to him. At the same time, Song Qiming felt lucky that he made the order not to mess with Mo. Otherwise, if he pissed off Mo, it would really be hard to say if the Song family would still exist. This was the reason why he was so angry at Song Yi. Although the Song family was an extremely large family, as the leader of the family, he needed to be very careful and not be impulsive. If Mo could rampage in the Yi family, then so could he at the Song family. Song Qiming calmed his feelings before saying, Song Hai, tell us about what happened at the Yi family last night. Yes, because Yimo's sister, Yiling, stole the feng shui Dragon Balls.
She was punished. Yimo went to the Yi family and saved Yiling.
At the same time, he cut off Yi Wensai's left hand.
The reason was because he choked Yiling's neck. Moreover, the two people who whipped Yiling suddenly died not long after Yimo left.
There's another unconfirmed news, and that Huang Yu from the hidden sects had his wrists broken and had one leg severed by Yimo. Song Hai felt fear even after saying it himself.
Yimo could make someone suddenly die after he left.
This mean was too scary. He looked at the lost Song family people and sighed before saying, "These news weren't what shocked me the most. What makes me unwilling to believe was that last night, there was non-Qing people who went to the Yi family.
They were told to FCK off by Yimo and they left in a hurry, not daring to say anything.
It seemed that Nanchang might be really afraid of Yimo." Another news was that last night, the Flying Eagle Squad members also went to the Yi family, but 3 Flying Snow Squad members were also very respectful to Yimo. In other words, Yimo is now good on both sides. Even the Flying Special Ops Forces are reverent to him.
It could be seen that we really shouldn't take him head on.
After reporting this, the entire meeting room fell silent. After a long time, Song Qishan said, "Yimo definitely isn't someone who can be conquered by numbers.
My idea is that we not only shouldn't mess with him,
but should instead get close to him."
Song Qiming waved his hand.
"No need, we can't coexist with him, and he wouldn't pay attention to us.
But we can't mess with him now.
Song Hai, try to get close to some hidden sect masters at all costs. At least tertiary stage of black level or even earth level."
"Yes," Song Hai replied immediately.
Song Hai did things cleanly and swiftly, and Song Qiming was very satisfied about this. Yimo spent a night's time and made a storage ring with a 3 cubic meter storage space. His power was too low now, so he can only make something that big. He carefully put the remaining space abyssal rock in his storage ring. That black jade was forged into 2 jade necklaces amulets by Yimo. The jade necklace had some attacking abilities but was mainly for defense.
Because the material was expensive, Yimo was not stingy on his cultivation chi in making it.
The 2 amulets he made had permanent effect, but each time after use, its power would weaken a little. However, after a long time of not using it, it would gradually recharge. The reason was because Yimo's power was too low right now. If he wasn't really interested in concocting pills and forging artifacts before, he probably wouldn't even be able to create such an effect. It was like how he made runic papers. It would take him a few days to make SOSO runic paper. After wearing the storage ring, Yimo finally felt relieved a lot.
This was so much more convenient than carrying a big bag.
The only thing was that this storage space was too small. Yiling packed everything up and intentionally wore a pretty dress before realizing that Yimo still hadn't come out. It was already past 9 a.m., just when she wanted to knock, Yimo opened the door and came out.
He seemed very fatigued. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yiling was shocked. "Could yesterday's battle left some internal injuries?" Yimo smiled and said, "Nothing, I made a defense amulet for you.
Wear it on you from now on and don't take it off casually." Then, he gave the amulet to Yiling. The chain was made with a few materials. It had a warm, serene, and comfortable feeling when held in hand. Yiling took over the necklace with joy and exclaimed, "Brother, this necklace is really pretty. How did you make it?"
"Did you make it with hand?"
Then before Yimo replied, she wore it straight away. As soon as she did, she felt a cool sensation surge up in her heart.
"Brother, I didn't know you had this skill. You can make a living with just this." Yimo speechlessly looked at Yiling.
Although he couldn't starve to death from selling this, but could it be sold on a large scale? "Brother, did you not sleep the last night to make this?" Yiling suddenly thought of Yimo's fatigued expression and asked. Yimo subconsciously said, "Nishem, I'm afraid you'll be in danger again when I'm not around you. So I made this protective amulet for you. You must not take it off, do you understand?" Yiling's eyes went red as she reached out and hugged Yimo. It's so good to have a brother. Seeing Yiling so happy, so was Yimo. He immediately said, "In fact I made 2, I still have another here." "Brother, who's the other one for?"
"Is it for your girlfriend?"
"Brother, do you have a girl re-end? Tell me quick, I must see if she's worth my brother." Yiling spat out a series of words like fireworks, making Yimo not know which one to answer. However, he was also dazed.
When he made them last night, he just made two. Who was the other one for? Luo Susu? A name suddenly jumped out of Yimo's brain, making him lost in thought. Chapter 155, Uncle Yimo. After Zhua Aigua had been on the phone with Yimo, his family hurried to Beijing the next day. Yimo kept his promise and came to Beijing, so there was no way he would let this chance slip. He even regret leaving the country at the wrong time, but on the second night, he and his family still timely arrived at Beijing on time. Just when they left the airport, Zhua Aigua called Yimo, but what made him worried was that Yimo's phone was shut due to Zhua Huatong's condition. Both he and his wife felt sorry for their son, so they took him to America to relax. Originally, when Zhua Aigua saw Yimo told him he would come to Beijing within a year and help him treat his son. But it had only been a few months and there was no news from Yimo at all. Although Zhua Aigua trusted Yimo to a great deal, his wife didn't believe so. It was because Zhua Aigua gave something away which was used to treat his son. And because of this, she had many fights with Zhua Aigua. They were fighting to the stage of divorce, and going abroad this time was also to ease up the tension in their relationship. They didn't expect to arrive in America for just a few days and Yimo would call them. Of course, Zhua Aigua and his wife returned without hesitation. Didn't you say the doctor will be waiting for us? Why is his phone off now? Being unable to reach Yimo once they came back to Beijing, Zhua Aigua's wife couldn't help but to feel more uncomfortable. Zhua Aigua sighed. He could understand his wife's feeling, but Yimo was someone magical. How could that person go back on his words? He didn't bother explaining this to his wife though. Some things, the more one explained, the more complicated it became. Their originally excited mood became dejected after the family was unable to reach Yimo. Kai-ching, Zhua Aigua's wife, reproached Zhua Aigua a few sentences and no longer had the mood to argue with him. The family went back to their home silently. When they opened the door, they saw Zhua Yangqing sitting in the living room in a very distressed manner. What are you doing? Yangqing? Zhua Aigua curiously asked Zhua Yangqing. She seemed to be acting erratic today. Normally, whenever Zhua Aigua returned from a trip, especially overseas, the first thing she would ask was what he brought back for her. She wouldn't be acting like she was today, Zhua Yangqing said. I originally found that doctor who treated grandpa's disease, but I was interrupted by a bastard. You found that doctor? Where was he? Kai-ching immediately exclaimed with joy. In her eyes, that doctor who treated her big uncle was much more better than the one Zhua Aigua met at Flowing Snake. I don't know where he is now either. If it wasn't for Qin Sun, that bastard, perhaps I would have brought him back. If I'm to see him again, I wouldn't let him go even if he went to the toilet, Zhua Yangqing dejectedly said. Yangqing, you're a girl, don't be so rude. Although Zhua Aigua believed that the doctor who treated his big uncle must be very skilled, but he still had great faith in Yimo. Seeing that Kai-ching was disappointed, she quickly said, Third aunt, don't worry, I know who his sister is, I can definitely find him. Who? This time, Zhua Aigua and his wife asked at the same time. It's Yiling from my school, the doctor is called Yimo. You must know him. He was the one kicked out by the Yi family. At first, I couldn't believe it too, but after talking with him for 10 minutes, I knew it was him, Zhua Yangqing said without noticing Zhua Aigua's expression. What? Zhua Yangqing saw her third uncle's mouth wide open in shock. Zhua Aigua patted his head and said, It seems that they are probably the same person. The doctor I was looking for is also Yimo. I don't think there can be two Yimo appearing at the same place and both be skilled medically. Yimo also had a shower and changed into casual clothes that Yiling bought for him. After wearing so, he seemed much better looking. Yiling circled Yimo around a few times and complimented, Brother, I didn't think you would look so handsome after changing you into a famous brand. If the girls in my dorm saw you, they would probably devour you to the bones. That Ning Qingxue really don't what's good for her. How dare she kick away my brother who is so handsome. Hearing Yiling talk about Ning Qingxue, Yimo suddenly thought of that day after following Black Snake. He didn't even go see Qi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue. He probably should have done so now that he thought about it. But just thinking that Ning Qingxue might have caught some feelings for him, Yimo felt a fit of helplessness. Ning Qingxue was indeed an excellent girl. Other than the initial princess syndrome, she changed a lot after living with him for nearly a month, from using her body to protect the silver heartgrass, preparing the suicidal recording and following him to Flowing Snake and the desert.
Perhaps she only thought it was out of guilt, but GMO knew that it was far more than guilt. Although GMO knew that she really need not be guilty, but he couldn't explain this to her. At least, she was an emotional person. Although she didn't see the holistic view sometimes, she was kind-hearted. Once she was set on something, she was very stubborn. Thinking about this, GMO felt he had overdone it. Although he didn't dare to stay together with Ning Qingxue in the desert, she still came all that far to the desert just to see him. Meanwhile, he just left. Did this mean he didn't dare to face her? It was impossible to say that he wasn't a little bit interested in Ning Qingxue at all. But why didn't he dare to accept her? GMO asked himself, but immediately, and he suddenly thought of Luo Ying. But why did he have some faint feelings for Luo Susu? Was it just because she was named Luo and gave him a feeling of Luo Ying? GMO shook his head. He understood that his feelings for Luo Susu was completely because of that accidental touch, or because they had each other's blood in their bodies, or perhaps they were the same type of people. Brother, what's wrong? Yiling felt GMO was lost in thought and asked. GMO shook his head and said, Ning Qingshu was actually a good girl, don't talk about her like that. She doesn't owe me anything. And GMO didn't continue. Yiling looked at GMO in shock and said, Brother, are you really in love with her? In fact, I feel she's a match for you, but she didn't say. Ning Qingshu looked down on him. Seeing that GMO had some things in his heart, Yiling quickly pulled GMO's hand and said, Brother, if you like her, then chase her, she's not someone that's significant. We'll go eat first. I already invited the people from my dorm, so they should be out. Let's go. Without letting GMO argue, she dragged him out, but before choosing a place to eat, Tianhe and the others saw that GMO seemed different from yesterday. The main reason was he was packaged by Yiling. GMO was helpless with the girl's audacity. And eventually, Yiling could only helpless step in to stop them. After lunch, GMO really couldn't handle their enthusiasm and told Yiling he had some business with his friends and told her to quickly deal with the things here and leave with him for Luo Tsang. After GMO had been gone for a long time, Yiling and the others went back to their dorm. At this time, Tianhe was still asking Yiling, Ling Zi, you sure he's your brother, GMO? Your biological brother? Dan and Lulu all had boyfriends, so they could only watch Tianhe being curious and jealousy. Yiling said in a not-so-satisfied tone, change your temperament first. My brother likes woman like Ning Qingxue. I don't think you have much of a chance. Ning Qingxue? Sigh, the opponent is too strong. Tianhe gave off a long sigh and hugged her blanket into sleep. After GMO left those people, he bought a set of silver needles but didn't call Zhuaigua. He knew that Zhuaigua must have came back yesterday, so he planned to just go straight to his house. What GMO didn't expect was that it was Zhuo Yangqing who opened the door. But soon, he realized that both of them had the same surname, and in addition, didn't he meet her last yesterday as well, huh? When Zhuo Yangqing saw it was GMO standing at the door, it was only 0.01 seconds before she grabbed GMO's arm and said, you must not leave this time. A ball of softness stuck to GMO's arm. GMO coughed. Hey, let go, you're letting me take advantage of you. Zhuo Yangqing's face only slightly blushed as she immediately said, you said you would wait for the day before yesterday, but why did you leave? If I let go, what if you leave again? GMO helplessly said, I came especially for Zhuaigua, how could I leave? At this moment, Zhuaigua had come out and saw GMO standing at the door. He immediately came up with a face full of joy and surprise. Brother Yi, you really came, quick, come in. Yangqing, why are you still holding his arm? Quickly go make Uncle GMO some tea. What? Uncle GMO? Zhuo Yangqing understood that GMO indeed came for her third uncle. But what made her depressed was that GMO was only 2 or 3 years older than her. How did he become her uncle? Chapter 156, Artificial Cause of Disease. Zhuo Yangqing helped GMO make some tea and circled once around GMO before saying, Dr. Yi, how come I feel you're so much more handsome today? Right, you really look different wearing expensive brands. Oh, and I heard Ning Qingxue married with you again. Is this real or fake? GMO looked at Zhuo Yangqing speechlessly. He suddenly thought of Wang Ying. These two girls were really alike. The first time GMO saw Zhuo Yangqing, he thought she was a girl that was too reserved, but now, it seemed that he must never really take that first impression. She was just saying how she wouldn't let him go,
but now, she had already completely forgotten her purpose. Young Qing, you really don't know how to be more conservative, you're already 22, Zhuo Aigwa said with unsatisfaction. Zhuo Yangqing poked out her tongue and quickly sat beside Yimo, just observing him but not saying anything. Kai Chung looked more nervous and didn't know what to do. Instead, she just kept giving her husband hints, but Zhuo Aigwa, on the other hand, didn't seem to see it at all. Yimo saw it, however, and smiled. I'll have a look at the kid first, I still need to get back to Luotsang ASAP. Brother Yi, you live in Luotsang now? Zhuo Aigwa asked. Zhuo Yangqing worriedly said. Dr. Yi, you can't go, you still haven't looked at my grandpa's condition yet. It doesn't matter how much you charge, my aunt is at home, and she won't argue with the price like me. In Zhuo Yangqing's eyes, Yimo was a doctor that only looked at money. Yangqing. Zhuo Aigwa unhappily said. Yimo waved his hand and said to Zhuo Yangqing, although I can treat your grandpa's disease, I'm missing some medicine. If I do have them, your grandpa can live for another 2 to 3 decades. If you want to treat him now without those medicine, he may live 10 years less. Seeing that Zhuo Yangqing was dazed, Yimo didn't bother with her and just went straight into Zhuo Huadong's room. Yimo carefully looked at his situation and his eyebrows began to frown more. Zhuo Huadong's condition was artificial. Who was it? Using such evil means against a child a few years old, there was a gust of qi in his head. For ancient martial arts cultivators, it was inner qi. It could be kept inside the human body to damage bodily functions. No wonder modern medicine couldn't diagnose it. Seeing Yimo frown, Zhuo Aigwa felt worried but didn't dare to ask, scared that he may interrupt Yimo's train of thought. If even Yimo didn't have a way, then only death awaited his son. Seeing Zhuo Aigwa worried, Yimo smiled and said, Brother Zhuo, don't worry, your son's condition isn't hard for me, I can cure him in 20 to 30 minutes. Splat! Kai Qing's tub fell to the ground and water splashed everywhere. It had been 3 years, and it was the first time she heard someone say her child could be cured in 30 minutes. Even if Yimo was practicing medicine for the first time, she would still believe Yimo's words just because he said he could cure Huadong. Brother Yi, are you being serious? Zhuo Aigwa stuttered in excitement. Although he pretended he didn't care, his son was more important to him than anything else. Yimo nodded. I didn't lie, I just have one question I want to ask you. When did this occur and were there any abnormal symptoms before and after? And did you come into conflict with someone before Huatong's condition occurred? Conflict? No, although I had some business opponents. I never got into conflict or enmity with anyone. Brother Yi, are you saying Huatong's condition is? Zhuo Aigwa looked at Yimo in shock. Yimo's tone seemed to suggest that his son's disease was artificial and not natural. Yimo nodded. It should be artificial, we'll talk about this after I cured him. Then, Yimo took a silver needle and stabbed it into Zhuo Huadong's head and started to remove that sliver of inner qi. 10 minutes or so later, he had already removed it completely. Then, he used his qi to heal the inside of Huadong's head. After doing these, Yimo packed up the needles. He felt something different when he removed the qi. He wouldn't believe that people could leave marks or imprints on qi on this planet. But he had that feeling, he couldn't think of anything, so he brushed these thoughts aside. He believed that if he were to encounter this person, he could recognize him as soon as they fought. Is our Huadong all right now? Kai Qing couldn't care about the tub on the floor and asked worriedly. Yimo nodded. He should be fine. At this moment, Zhuo Huadong opened his eyes, looked at Zhuo Aigwa before looking at Kai Qing and then said half-consciously, Dad, Mom, why did I feel like I slept for a long time? Huadong, you're really okay. Hearing that Zhuo Huadong could call Mom and Dad, Kai Qing rushed up with tears of joy and hugged her son. Zhuo Aigwa looked excitedly at his son. The thing they had been troubled with was finally resolved by Yimo in a little more than 10 minutes. Yimo became more and more mysterious in his eyes. He only felt joy and gratefulness. He knew that if he said more words of gratitude, it would not be good. Zhuo Yangqing stood at the door and looked at Yimo in astonishment too. Yimo's technique today was much more advanced than the one he used to treat her grandpa. Zhuo Huadong had been sick for 2 years and no one could do anything about it, and he actually managed to cure it. He really was a magical doctor. She must keep tight eyes on him this time. Huadong, tell Daddy, how did you fall asleep? Zhuo Aigwa thought of Yimo's words and immediately asked. He was afraid his son would forget after time. Zhuo Huadong thought a long while before saying,
I can't remember. I think there was an uncle who pressed his hand on my head and then I fell asleep.
And there was also Pang Hu.
Another uncle felt Pang Hu's head for a while and seemed to compare something.
I can't remember anything else.
If you can't remember it, don't worry, Huatang, sleep first. Joaigua had understood that what GMO said may be true. I know that Pang Hu, he's Huatang's classmate and also seemed to have gotten sick and died.
The same thing probably happened to him,
Kai Ching said with fear.
They didn't have any enmity with anyone, so why was someone trying to harm their son in such ways?
And the Zhuo family wasn't a small family in Beijing.
Who actually had the audacity? Yi Mo knew these things were hard to explain.
Although the couple tried to get him to stay, but he still said he was going to leave. He had a lot of things to do and didn't have time to stay here. However, Zhuo Yangqing grabbed GMO.
You must come and help my grandpa.
Why don't you leave your number with me? Seeing Zhuo Yangqing's worried face and Zhuo Aigua's hopeful face, Yimo left his number and wrote a recipe. He told Zhuo Yangqing to gather the materials, and the next time he came to Beijing, he would come help her grandpa. Finally, Zhuo Yangqing let go of Yimo reluctantly. Yimo returned to his place, and Yiling had been waiting for him for a long time.
Brother, when are we going to Luotsang? Yiling hesitated and asked. Yimo looked curiously at Yiling and asked, do you still have something to do?
Yiling nodded. I still have 2 months before I graduate.
Can we go Luotsang 2 months later?
And today, second brother called me in the afternoon. He would come back in a few days and told me to wait for him.
I believe he must have something.
Seeing that Yimo remained silent, Yiling quickly said, in the afternoon, Grandpa also called me.
Grandpa had never called me before, and yet he apologized to us three.
He said he wanted to have a good chat with us after second brother comes back. I don't know whether or not I should listen to him.
But brother, if you don't think I should stay, then I will go to Luotsang with you immediately.
I'll give second brother a call later.
Yimo had begun to understand what Yi Beirong was thinking.
He wanted to use his power through Yi Zifeng, but he didn't mind and thought that even if Yiling stayed in Beijing, the people from Yi family wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Plus, when he returned to Luotsang, he might have to go out once.
Yiling didn't know anyone at Luotsang, and it might be hard for her. Thinking about this, Yimo nodded and said, in that case, you can stay and wait until Zifeng comes back. If there's something, call me immediately. Give this bracelet to Zifeng. I'm going back to Luotsang today.
Yimo said this because he knew that Yi Zifeng felt a great sense of belonging to the Yi family, and Yi Zifeng was probably a little more important than him in Yiling's heart. As such, he didn't try to persuade Yiling from staying. Although Yiling could only send Yimo on his way with reluctance, she really wanted to leave Beijing with Yimo. She hated this place, but a few days later, her second brother would come back. She was afraid that the Yi family would try to harm Yi Zifeng, so there were some things she needed to tell him.
Yimo could realize that the Yi family was trying to use him through Yi Zifeng, but she couldn't. As soon as he went back to his place in Luotsang,
he immediately felt something was wrong when he was still at a distance from the mansion. His spirit sense scanned in immediately. Chapter 157, Silver Heartgrass was robbed, the mansion was empty, and both Yu Ero and Lu Xiuzhen were not there. If they were just both not there, then he would have thought they were out doing something. However, the scene in the yard made him furious. The thing he cared about the most, the 10 or so budded silver heartgrass, were gone. There were messy digging marks everywhere. Obviously, they were dug away, although they grew very slow here, countless times slower than Ninghai, but they still budded. Now, however, they were dug away, it was already very slow to cultivate here. If he didn't find that silver heartgrass, perhaps he wouldn't even be at stage 2 chi gathering, much less stage 3. The reason he could reach stage 3 was mostly because of that spirit well in the desert. Thus, silver heartgrass was Yimo's last hope. The silver heartgrass could be used for cultivators up to and below stage 6, but now, his hope were dug away in 3 days' time after he left. This wasn't all, he didn't know what happened to Yu Ero and Lu Xiuzhen. Both of them knew how much he treasured the silver heartgrass and wouldn't allow other people to dig it away. Now that the grass had disappeared, what would have happened to them? Yimo was sure that even if the Song family people knew he lived here, they wouldn't dare to touch it, much less Nanchang people. Since this person could dig it away and not damage it, it meant that he knew its uses. Yemo wouldn't believe that there were cultivators here. He had done his research. Cultivators here only existed in legends, no one would believe it. However, ancient martial arts and special powers did exist here. Some special power owners could use cultivation-like attacks, but those with special powers could only use one type of attack. Unlike cultivators, Yemo had stayed an entire day at Flying Snow Squad in Jiangju. Also introduced Yemo to the country's Special Powers Squad. Their status was on par of that of Flying South Squad. Compared to Flying Snow Squad, they each had their merits, but in Yemo's eyes, these special powers were weaker than those ancient martial arts cultivators. Their attacks weren't sharp enough. The silver heartgrass was not only useful for Yemo, but also for people with special powers and ancient martial artists. Yemo, however, believed no one knew this, as silver heartgrass needed to be concocted into pills with other ingredients before it would be of great help to them. But other than himself, he was yet to find anyone who could concoct pills. Yemo knew that this wasn't absolute. He only guessed that no one knew how to concoct pills here, but what if someone knew how to? The reality was that his silver heartgrass was taken. But he didn't have any clue as to who did it. He could only blame himself for leaving in a rush that day following the Nanqing people and then going to Beijing after. He didn't even have time to set up a formation. It seemed that he needed to set one up for here. Just when Yemo wanted to go inside and look, Lu Xiaojin rushed here. Yemo felt relieved, since she was okay, and it meant Yuara was fine too. Master, you're back. Lu Xiaojin looked at Yemo with joy. Each time there was hardship, her master would appear. The last time Yuara was taken away, this happened too. The moment she saw Yemo, she felt secure. What happened to Eru? Looking at Lu Xiaojin, he knew something must have happened to Eru. The second day you left, someone came and said they wanted the grass you planted and wanted to buy it. Of course, Eru didn't allow it, so these people robbed them. Eru stopped them and had his arm broken. By the time I came back, they were still beating up Eru, so I immediately called the police. When the police came, these people had left, Lu Xiaojin said. Yemo immediately asked, "Where's Eru?" "He's still in the hospital, he should be fine." But when these people left, they told Eru that they would still be back. Lu Xiaojin said again, "To ask who planted these seeds, right?" Yemo's face sunk. How dare they think about his silver heartgrass? These people really had guts. Since they know its use, it meant that they weren't ordinary people. Yemo wanted to see who they were, yes. Lu Xiaojin lowered her head. She knew how important they were to her master, but she and Eru couldn't protect it. "You are not to blame for this, go bring Eru back, he doesn't need to stay in the hospital anymore. We opened a clinic ourselves, so I will deal with the hospital things. I'm going out for a bit now, and I'll be back at night." He was going to buy some materials to set up a formation flag, otherwise, he really didn't feel secure planting the silver heartgrass seeds here. Who knew if he was still going to plant more spirit grass here, when Yemo came to the jade market? He knew that he couldn't buy a lot of the materials he needed, so he could only replace it with some jade and copper. He could refine some copper essence from copper, but that wasted too much energy. However, in order to set up the formation, it was necessary. After a long day, Yemo almost filled up his storage ring before preparing to go back. He lost more than half of the $600,000 he had just acquired. Just when he walked out of the jade market, he saw an anxious figure who seemed familiar. When the person turned around, he immediately recognized it was Yu Miaodan. Not only was her face worried, but she also seemed fatigued from a long journey. Although she was still on the run the last time he saw her. But she still had her composure at that time. Today, he could only see a shabby woman, but her curvaceous body still showed that she was a woman. Yu Miaodan obviously didn't see Yemo. She kept her head low as she went into a small shop. Yemo saw her take out some notes from her bag and bought a bread. "Girl, let's go, I'll invite you to something spicy." As soon as she walked out of the small shop, two youths stopped her. There were these hoodlums everywhere. As long as one moved aside, none of them really dared to do anything. However, Yu Miaodan's face changed as she turned to run. The two little hoodlums were like dogs. As soon as they saw her run, they immediately chased. Usually when one met dogs, if one didn't run, then the dog wouldn't dare to do anything. However, if one did run, the dogs would immediately chase after them. What happened?
Yemo looked at Yu Miaodan, who ran towards him and still asked.
Although he helped Wu Shueming more than the latter helped him, and that Wu Shueming seemed to have changed, Yemo wasn't a heartless person.
If he could casually help Yu Miaodan, he didn't mind doing so, huh? Yu Miaodan saw Yemo and her face showed expression of surprise and delight.
She didn't even realize she dropped her bread on the ground. Yemo, I finally found you.
Yu Miaodan sounded as though she was already looking for Yemo. You came looking for me? Yemo could tell that she was.
But he felt it was weird. Even if Wu Shueming needed something, he wouldn't send his girl to look for him. The two hoodlums saw that Yu Miaodan knew Yemo and immediately tried to leave.
However, Yemo spoke, you two, come here. What? So what if we come? What do you dare to do to me? I'm from the Metal River, so what if I come, what can you do?
The two hoodlums really came over and one of them cockily spoke. They were hoodlums under Metal River. Yemo looked at Yu Miaodan with great intrigue. Her man was the authoritative figure of Metal River, but she was being chased by Metal River hoodlums. And when she saw these two hoodlums, she was obviously startled and tried to run. This didn't seem right. Yu Miaodan seemed to want to say something, but Yemo knew it wasn't the time to talk, so he went up and kicked each of the hoodlums on the ground to the point they couldn't even crawl up.
Then, he said, nothing, just kicking you both. What are you going to do?
The two hoodlums knew that they met someone tough, so they didn't talk. The people around saw the two like this and all started laughing. When Yemo brought Yu Miaodan back, Lu Xiaojun had brought Yu Era back from the hospital.
Both of them hadn't seen Yemo bring back a woman before.
Now that they saw this very appealing Yu Miaodan, they immediately got the wrong idea.
However, Yu Miaodan's shabby look also made Lu Xiaozhen very puzzled. Xiaojun, this is Yu Miaodan, a friend of mine. Take her to get some food and rest. I need to talk to her.
Yemo saw that Yu Miaodan looked rather fatigued and knew that she didn't live very well recently and probably ran for her life here. After Yemo treated Ero and asked him carefully, he understood their intentions. They did want to rob the silver heart grass, but he didn't know how they knew he planted them.
Was he followed when he came back from Sinai Peninsula? Yemo believed it wouldn't be easy to follow him. Ero, tell me what that person looked like?
Yemo, the leader was in his 30s and looked very skinny and bleak, Ero described.
This made Yemo think of the bleak man he met at that Luotzan artifact social night.
Could it be him? Translator, Tim editor, Chrissy. Yu Miaodan ate some things and took a shower. She seemed much more vibrant afterwards, at least there were some ruddiness on her face. Looking at Yu Miaodan, who sat opposite to him, although she was still curvaceous, her face still seemed much more fatigued compared to a few months ago. She seemed to want to say something, but without even asking her, he knew something must have happened to Wu Shueming. If Yu Miaodan wanted him to help Wu Shueming, should he go? If he just came to Luotsang and was faced with this question, he would go for sure because Wu Xuming was a worthy friend. But now, he wasn't sure if he would go. Although he hadn't seen Wu Shueming since leaving Jing City, he could feel that, through what happened last time, Wu Shueming had changed. At least not a worthy friend anymore. Shueming changed a lot. I know what happened with you last time at Luotsang. I spoke to him about it, but he said women shouldn't be involved with these things.
He even yelled at me.
Later on, he lusted more for power and I gradually felt like I didn't know him.
He was no longer the person he was before.
For more than once, I wanted to leave him, but I couldn't do it.
I stayed back again and again.
Yu Miaodan didn't wait for Yemo to ask and started talking. Seeing that Yemo was listening but didn't say anything, Yu Miaodan sighed and continued, he changed so much that I felt he was a complete stranger. He even killed the people whom Metal Mountain sent to monitor him. It was at that time that I made up my mind to leave him. His lust for power finally caught Metal Mountain's attention and he underestimated Metal Mountain. When Shueming thought he had controlled most of the power in Metal River, Metal Mountain just spent a night and forced Shueming into a struggle to survive. Yu Miaodan suddenly wiped her eyes. Yemo could see her body and hands were shaking. Yu Miaodan didn't continue and took out a pack covered by paper and gave it to Yemo. Before Shueming left, he suddenly woke up and said, if things were to happen again, he wouldn't become big boss of Metal River and would take me far away from Metal River.
He told me to give this to you. Then, Yu Miaodan gave the package to Yemo.
She had completely calmed down. Yemo took it. It felt heavy as though it were a metal slab.
He frowned and said, Shueming passed away? Yu Miandan nodded, stood up and said, I've handed this to you now, I need to go. Wait. Yemo opened the bag and there was a black metal slab inside.
Why did Wu Shueming give this to him? Seeing Yemo's confused expression, Yu Miaodong spoke. Shueming said you were practicing ancient martial arts, so this thing should be helpful to you.
Yemo nodded and scanned the metal in his hands. Immediately, his face was full of shock. This was an otherworldly gun iron essence. How could there be such a thing on Earth? Where did Wu Shueming get this from? This was rare even in the cultivation realm, much less on Earth. It was the top-tier material for making flying swords. However, it was a little too small. Despite this had unimaginable worth in Yemo's hands. The materials he got from Hanzaishin weren't even worth 0.1% of this combined. Immediately, Yemo understood Wu Shueming's intentions. That guy must have guessed that he was cultivating ancient martial arts, and that this material should be useful to him. He told Yu Miaodong to bring this to him, so Yemo knew Wu Shueming's intentions were rather clear. He wanted Yemo to save Yu Miaodong's life. With such a material, even if a cultivator were to touch Yu Miaodong, Yemo would try to think of ways to save her, much less a gang organization. Plus, Yemo was not a heartless person. I'm grateful for Brother Shueming's gift. You can stay at my place. Even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't dare to touch you. As for Metal River, I never considered them a threat. Then, Yemo suddenly thought of something. Yu Miaodong intentionally escaped to Luotsong, which meant that she was chased here by the people from Metal River. Was his silver heartgrass taken by them? If it was so, then it would be easy. He would annihilate Metal River from Luotsong. Hearing Yemo's words, Yu Miaodong couldn't help but to cry. She understood why Wu Shueming told her to bring this and find Yemo. In his eyes, only Yemo could save her life. Yemo wasn't even afraid of Qianlong too, so how could be scared of a mere metal mountain? Who are the people hunting you, do you know? Yu Miaodong stopped crying and thought a while before saying, one of them looks skinny in his 30s. I saw him at a distance at the station. He looked bleak. That person was probably tracking me, so I followed a tour group and avoided him. Yemo immediately knew that the person Yu Miaodong and Yu Era spoke of should be the same person. He remembered that bleak man who tried to fight over the space abyssal rock with him. It was quite possibly him. Since that man could tell space abyssal rock was good, he probably could tell that his silver heartgrass was good too. If he knew this would happen, he should have killed him at the social night and not just rob him. That meant this guy was working for Metal River? Last time, Lang Ji said that there was a rather strong master at Metal River who was going to break through. Was he talking about this man? But in Yemo's eyes, although that bleak man was strong, but he was not stronger than Lang Ji. Well, his eyes were really good though. Just from the gift Wu Shueming gave him, he would take over this matter, much less his silver heartgrass was stolen by the Metal River people. You can live here from now on. If you feel bored, learn some medicine with Lu Xiaojin and Yu Eru. I suspect that Metal River stole some of my things, so even if they didn't look for trouble with me, I would go find them. After I eradicate Metal River, you can go wherever you want. Yemo was certain that the bleak man was from Metal River. Even if he wasn't, he was related to them. In the following few days, Yemo used all his material to make a formation flag and formation plate and set up a defensive formation around the mansion. Then, he made another 3 bracelets and gave them to the 3. He told them that he set up defenses around the mansion and that they needed to wear the bracelet to go in and out. If there are patients, they must go through a certain entrance. Although Yu Miaodong was a bit dubious, Ero and Xiaojin believed Yemo deeply. In their hearts, anything Yemo said was right. Yemo waited another few days and still no one came to the mansion. It seemed that the people who stole the silver heartgrass didn't mean what they said. However, Yiling called and told Yemo that her big uncle and 4th uncle were sent away by her grandpa. Now, it was still peaceful for her at Beijing. Since the Metal River people didn't come for him, Yemo didn't want to wait any longer. He still needed to go to Flowing Snake in some time and didn't have time to waste with them. Since they didn't come, he would go look for them. Su Jingwen hadn't been to a classmate reunion in 3 years. Today was the first time after her graduation that she participated in this. If the reunion didn't happen to be set in Ninghai or if Xiaolei didn't come as well, she really didn't want to go. Jingwen, everyone is waiting for you to come over quick.
Su Jingwen just arrived and Xiao Lei's voice was immediately heard. No matter where Su Jingwen was, she seemed to be the center of attention. Soon, many students gathered around. Yeah, Jingwen, you have never been to a single reunion since graduation. Even Xiao Lei is earlier than you when she came from Beijing. Another girl pulled Su Jingwen while speaking unhappily. Su Jingwen apologetically smiled. A few days ago, my mother was sick, I wasn't in the mood. Oh yeah, Jingwen, I heard Wang Peng say your mother was cured with runic paper, is that true? You're not really telling me that there is such a magical thing in the world? The girl pulling her hand immediately asked in curiosity. Of course, I went with Jingwen to buy it that day. Wang Peng walked over. Su Jingwen frowned and thought. Wang Peng wasn't her classmate, why was he here? As though seeing Su Jingwen's confusion, Xiao Lei immediately whispered to Su Jingwen, Wang Peng is chasing after me, but I haven't been interested in men lately, so I told him I would go to a reunion. Didn't expect him to follow. Before Su Jingwen said anything, another person said, runic paper saving lives isn't completely unbelievable. I'll tell you guys something that you probably won't believe. A while ago, my cousin went to Luochsan for a magic artifact social night. Ha, magic artifact, doesn't this sound metaphysical? Indeed, Cheng Fei, tell us what happened with your cousin. Another male classmate said. Cheng Fei said. Don't be hasty, I once again state that all I am about to say is true. My cousin spent 200k and bought a defense necklace. Then, she heard the stall owner say that his pills are very potent, so she spent another 200k and bought a beauty pill. Your cousin is really rich. That stall owner is probably a fraud. It's a real pity that this comedian isn't on the New Year's Eve show. I really don't know what to say about your cousin. Even if she's rich, she can't waste it like that, another classmate interrupted. Chapter 159, Wanna go Luochsan, Chen Fei said, my cousin had a lot of spots on her face and they couldn't be removed, and so she believed that person's words. That pill looked black and scary. Everyone in the family were against her eating the pill. At that moment, my cousin also thought she was lied to, but that pill costed 200k, and she didn't want to throw it. As such, she took it as a learning experience. That necklace, on the other hand, looks pretty, and so she wore it. See, I told you that the frauds in the society are too much. If they catch your weakness, they will trick you. Perhaps you won't notice it at the time, but afterwards, you would realize that you were tricked. The other male said. However, Cheng Fei shook his head. You thought wrong because the thing that happened a few days ago you would not believe if I told you. That day, my cousin went to the supermarket and discovered thief. She immediately signaled for the victim, however, that thief actually pulled out a knife and stabbed at my cousin. Just when my cousin didn't know what to do, her necklace shot out a ray of rainbow light and repelled that thief meters away to the point that he couldn't crawl up for a long time. That thief was later caught by the security. I didn't believe it at the time, but my mum said that. My cousin bought that necklace for 200k, and it was said to have 3 times of defensive powers. When she went back, she immediately checked the necklace, and one of the rays disappeared. Cheng Fei, I think you heard too much stories, how could something like that happen? A girl with pimples immediately said. Cheng Fei sneered. Wan Lijuan, you may think I'm telling stories, but I know what I said is true. The first thing my cousin did after getting home was eating that pill, and guess what? You won't believe it, but all the spots on her face disappeared the next day. Now, her face is very smooth and shiny. My cousin had spent countless money on her spots, but she wasn't able to treat it. But that small pill just solved the problem. Now can you still say that man is a fraud? I saw this with my own eyes. There really is such thing? A few students behind Wan Lijuan exclaimed. Although they were all classmates, they obviously didn't really believe it. Why can't it be real? We just haven't seen those magical people. The fighting scenes on the movies are CGI, but I believe that those people really exist in the real world, another guy confirmed. At this moment, Xiao Lei also spoke, although I don't know if what Cheng Fei said is true. But I agree with Zhang Weiwei's words. Those powerful people definitely exist, although they can't fly, but they can still do what they do in movies. Su Jingwen glanced once at Xiao Lei. Of course, she knew that Xiao Lei must have said that while thinking about GMO.
Chang Fei, do you know where the person your cousin bought the pill from is at?
Wang Lijuan immediately asked hopefully. Cheng Fei shook his head and said, "Of course I don't know, people from all over the world come on that night, who knows where he's from?" And my sister immediately went to that place to find that person the next day, but she didn't find anything.
The powers of my cousin's necklace had been verified.
People would even take it for 2 million, much less 200K. Later, someone offered 2 million for that used necklace, but my cousin didn't sell it.
Of course I wouldn't sell it either.
If that thing's is real, it is too magical, but I'm still a bit dubious.
Another guy said. Song Jingwen was interested and asked, Cheng Fei, do you know what that person who sold your cousin the necklace looked like? And where is this social night at? Cheng Fei shook his head.
I don't know too well. My cousin said he's very durable to look at, and he dressed low-cost clothes. However, his eyes were very bright.
As for the social night, it happens once a year at Luotsang. Su Jingwen lost herself for a moment.
She subconsciously thought of the man who sold her the runic paper. At that time, he wore shades and she couldn't see his eyes. He also dressed low-cost clothes. Was it that person, Luotsang's social night? She heard that Ning Qingxue was also at Luotsang now. Perhaps she could go to Luotsang and see her while visiting that place. Jingwen, long time no see, you're getting prettier and prettier. Seeing Su Jingwen lost in thought, Wang Peng's heart felt itchy. When he didn't see Su Jingwen, he felt Xiao Lei was not bad, high build, flashy personality and a good face. But now that he looked at Su Jingwen again, he found that some people really couldn't be compared together. Su Jingwen's thought was broken by Wang Peng, and she looked uncomfortably at Wang Peng.
I'm still the same. Xiao Lei, let's go sit over there, there are some things I need to tell you.
Being ignored by Su Jingwen, Wang Peng sneered.
Just you wait. Originally, Su Jingwen didn't have a good impression of Wang Peng.
After Wang Peng ridiculed many times the person who sold her the charm, she lost all her good opinions of Wang Peng. If she believed him at the time, her mother would still be in the bed. Just when Xiao Lei and Su Jingwen sat down, another young man walked over. One girl suddenly exclaimed, "Sua Lin is here." Almost all the girls rushed to him. Xiao Lei smiled.
If I wasn't talking to you, I would go up too.
The most handsome man at the school came, and he's still that handsome.
I wonder if he would remember you.
Pity, if you weren't going to graduate at that time, perhaps you would even be his girlfriend. Su Jingwen also stayed silent briefly. She knew Sua Lin, of course. She was the only man she had a good impression of at the school. He could be said to be invincibly handsome and was skilled in many ways. It could be said that there was more than a battalion of girls chasing after her, but he never seemed to have any negative news. When they were nearing graduation, Sua Lin started to chase after her. Although she was a school queen at the time, she was very low-key and so she wasn't ranked number 1. To be honest, she really didn't feel against Sua Lin chasing her. Perhaps it was just as Xiao Lei said, if it wasn't nearing graduation, perhaps she would have accepted it. Ever after graduation, she specially kept notice of Sua Lin.
She heard he entered the entertainment industry and she stopped following his news.
She didn't expect him to be here this time. They were not in the same class, of course. I heard Su Xiao say that the student reunion of Yin Uni was here, so I came too. It seems I'm still quite welcomed.
So many old friends, long time no see.
Sua Lin scanned the surrounding and looked at everyone. Handsome Sua, you are a famous movie star, would you even remember us, normal citizens? A girl immediately said. Sua Lin had seen Su Jingwen, who was sitting with Xiao Lei, and his eyes brightened up. He immediately said, I'm not famous, I just debuted and made a few ads.
But if you don't look down on me,
you can take photos with me if you wish. Then, he didn't wait for these girls to talk before walking towards Su Jingwen. Jingwen, long time no see. Sua Lin's smile was still so mesmerizing. Su Jingwen also smiled.
You're famous now. You may not see us, but we always see you on the screen.
Xiao Lei also said. If you are really like that light thief you acted as and can fly into the air, I will start chasing you immediately.
Before Su Lin said anything, Su Jingwen smiled.
He does not need you to chase, he has a bunch of people chasing after him. No matter how many pursuers I have, they can't compare with you two beautiful ladies, Sua Lin smiled and said. He paused before continuing. Jingwen, I signed a new movie and I feel you are suited for the female lead role.
Would you be interested? And of course, Xiao Lei can also act as the second major female role. Really? What movie? Xiao Lei asked in curiosity. Su Jingwen smiled. Although she wasn't an actor, she was very clear about the dark deals that went on the entertainment industry. So she stood up and said, "Sorry, I'm not really interested in that. You're looking for Xiao Lei, right?" "I'm going back." Xiao Lei remembered to come my house after the reunion. "Huh, Jingwen, you're leaving?" "Wait, I'll go with you. I still have something I need to ask you." Then, Xiao Lei also stood up. "Jingwen, you're not gonna go as soon as you see me, right? This reunion hasn't even started." Suo Lin immediately said. He just realized that Su Jingwen was prettier than the prettiest girl in their uni at that time. No wonder young Master Pang wanted her. If he didn't come today, he really wouldn't know that she was this pretty. Su Jingwen just smiled and said, "Nah, I really have something to do." Seeing that Su Jingwen was leaving without even staying for long, many fellow classmates tried to persuade her to stay, but she was adamant on leaving. She found that a lot of her classmates seemed so distant and couldn't find the same feelings back then. There was no point in her staying. "Okay then, I'll drive you guys," Suo Lin immediately said. Su Jingwen turned around and said, "No need, Suo Lin, I have my own car." Suo Lin smiled and said, "I'm also preparing to go, but you have a car and I don't. Do you mind if I take a ride with you guys?" Su Jingwen hesitated and frowned. "Sorry, Suo Lin, no guy has come into my car." So, she suddenly remembered Yemo. Didn't he sit in her car before? Chapter 160, Kill All at Once. Suo Lin was at a loss for words, but soon he recovered to normal. He immediately said, "At least I can accompany you guys downstairs, right?" Su Jingwen didn't detest Suo Lin. Although her impression of him went straight down after he joined the entertainment industry, it wasn't to the degree of detest. Unlike Wang Pang, whom she felt very uncomfortable with, after the three spoke for a bit, soon, a black Audi drove near, but Suo Lin stood still. He turned around and said, "This car is mine, look." Su Jingwen looked at the Audi and said, "Didn't you say you didn't have a car? How come you have one now?" Xiao Lei also looked at Suo Lin in confusion. Suo Lin suddenly took out a spray from his pocket and said, "Because this." He sprayed a few times at both Su Jingwen and Xiao Lei. Su Jingwen didn't expect that the previous most handsome guy in the uni would be so low. Suo Lin looked at the unconscious Xiao Lei and Su Jingwen before saying, "I didn't expect it to be this effective." "Of course it's effective, I spent a lot of effort getting this." "Well done, Suo Lin, don't worry, I will do what I promised you." A voice sounded behind Suo Lin. Suo Lin said, "Of course I will do what young Master Peng tells me to do." I didn't expect Su Jingwen to be this pretty after a few years. However, Wang Peng said, "Hurry up and drag them into the car." After that was done, Wang Peng said, "No matter how pretty she is, you can only go on Xiao Lei, don't think about Su Jingwen." "Of course." Suo Lin laughed. Luo Tsang, although Wu Shueming was killed by Metal Mountain's hands, Otherworldly Entertainment was still the headquarters of Metal River, at the basement of the Otherworldly Entertainment. Not only was the bleak man who fought over the space abyssal rock was there, but also the long-haired man who met up with him, Wang Chuan. "What did Master say?" The bleak man asked. The long-haired man said, "Master just called, he said that grass is silver leaf, it's a very precious herb used in ancient martial arts cultivation. Even amongst the hidden sects, it is very precious. He complimented us. He has planted those now and would come here in 2 days." The bleak man felt relieved. Last time, he lost the spirit sensing stone, so his master was very angry. Seeing the bleak man's reaction, Wang Chuan said again, "Sumu, master is still angry about losing the spirit sensing stone last time. Although we managed to find the silver leaf, we still can't relax on the spirit sensing stone. Master thinks that since the silver leaf is in Luo Tsang, then perhaps the spirit sensing stone is also here. Perhaps they are on the same person. Thus, Master will come over in 2 days to check personally. We shouldn't go alert them now. If Master can find the spirit sensing stone, then he'll sure be able to break through." Sumu shook his head and said, "It probably won't be. I investigated that Yueru is just a normal doctor. He probably thought of the silver leaf as a herb, and he's only an ordinary person himself, nothing to suspect." Wang Chuan nodded. That's true, Master will come to check himself.
As long as that person is in Luo Tsang, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Master.
However, that Yuero might have someone behind him.
Call Wu Hong over here and get him to ask about the person behind Yuero, Sumu immediately ordered. Yes. Wu Hong came to the basement in the shortest time. Although Wu Hong originally served Wu Shueming, he immediately turned to the new people here, Sumu and Wang Chuan, after Wu Shueming died.
Not only did he reveal all of Wu Shueming's secrets, but he also did things fast. Thus, they were very happy with Wu Hong. Wu Hong, do you know who is behind Yuero?
Sumu asked in a satisfied manner. Seeing Wu Hong came in so quick, Wu Hong immediately thought of Yemo and said,
He has a master called Yemo, and this Yemo was very close to Wu Shueming. He has a master who knows Wu Shueming? Why didn't you report this?
Sumu immediately thought of the spirit sensing stone. Wu Hong shakily replied, It was because I had to deal with so much things lately that I forgot. Please forgive me, Brother Su. Wang Chuan said, Indeed, Wu Hong has been quite busy lately and did a lot of things.
Plus, he didn't know that Yemo would be related to Silver Leaf. Plus, even we only just knew the worth of the Silver Leaf.
We shouldn't blame him.
Sumu nodded. Since Yuera still has a master Yemo, then should we go now and see that Yemo? Wang Chuan nodded and said, Yes, I agree. Perhaps the master's guess is right. That Yemo is the person who took our spirit sensing stone.
Clap clap, a monotone clap sounded at the door, and at the same time, a cold voice sounded, Not bad, you are both very smart.
I am the one who took your so-called spirit sensing stone.
Oh, I'm Yemo. To prevent you from going out of your way, I came here just for you.
Who?
Despite Yemo said he was Yemo, Sumu and Wang Chuan was still startled by this sudden voice.
They were in the basement with many layers of guards and defense, so how could a stranger come in, Yemo? How did you come in?
Sumu and Wang Chuan didn't know Yemo, but Wu Hong did. Yemo sneered.
Of course, by walking in.
Sumu and Wang Chuan had caught up with reality.
Sumu's bleak face showed a sliver of cruelty. No matter how Yemo came in, since he didn't need to leave. You stole the spirit sensing stone?
Sumu had recognized that Yemo was the person who fought over the stone with him. Yemo smiled and took out the unused space abyssal rock and said, Idiot, it's called space abyssal rock. Indeed, I took it, and there's still more than half here.
Sumu's face was filled with joy. He didn't think that Yemo would be so dumb to bring the spirit sensing stone.
He immediately said, Capture him.
As soon as Sumu said that, the tens of henchmen charged at Yemo.
It could be seen they were waiting for the order.
Although Yemo didn't have metal nails, but he no longer needed that now. He didn't even use wind blade and just kicked. Shadows of kicks flew out, thud. Thud. Thud, Yemo didn't miss a single kick, and none of the henchmen he kicked out could even move.
Obviously, Yemo pretty much killed them with one kick. Sumu and Wang Chuan stood up in fear. Although they knew that since Yemo would have some strength since he dared to walk in here, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Although any of them could take on those henchmen, but they definitely wouldn't be able to do it as easy as Yemo, much less killing them all, originally. The two were planning to attack Yemo while he was distracted, but they didn't expect to have all his underlings defeated with a flurry of shadow kicks. Yemo was very satisfied with his kicks. He learned this from Wu Chang. Wu Chang's attack was not only fast but powerful. Yemo took it for himself and changed it a little bit, making it his. Wu Hong looked at Yemo in terror.
Yemo's power was far out of his expectation.
No wonder he could be friends with Wu Shueming. However, what scared Wu Hong the most wasn't Yemo's power, but his attitude of killing without flinching at all. Even in gang battles, no one dared to kill more than 10 people in the city.
However, Yemo killed more than 10 in the blink of an eye. And after he did, he was still very calm. It was as though he didn't kill people but ants. You were so cruel, you actually killed them all. Even Wang Chuan felt shivers by Yemo's killing attitude. Although they were ferocious and aggressive, they really didn't kill much. Yemo smiled and said, I came to kill tonight, it just started. What are you worrying about? Who are you? Why are you messing with the metal river? Sumu was also scared by Yemo's killing methods. Yemo smiled and said, I messed with your metal river? Didn't you just say you were going to mess with me? Sumu was at a loss for words, and Yemo couldn't be bothered talking to him.
He continued, if it's messing with metal river,
then I'll tell you.
If it wasn't due to Wu Shueming, I would have long killed all of Metal River in Luotsong last time.
Do you think you have the capability for me to mess with?
I just killed Qianlong Tu from Sinai Peninsula a few days ago, so I didn't expect to be killing at Metal River so quick now.
Life is really a wonder. What? You killed Qianlong Tu?
Sumu and Wang Chuan finally couldn't keep calm anymore as their face showed extreme shock. Chapter 161, Annihilation of Luotsong Metal River. So what if you killed Qianlong too? I can kill him too if he was in front of me. Wang Chuan suppressed his shock and tried to boost himself some courage.
He jumped up and charged towards Yemo. Ignoring the reality about Yemo killing Qianlong Tu, Yemo looked at the scary temperamental Wang Chuan and his bulging fists. However, he shook his head.
Wang Chuan was a far cry from Lang Ji. He was only a little stronger than that Pu Dongheng he met at Ninghai. Yemo didn't even move, and when Wang Chuan was close to him, he sliced his hand in the air towards Wang Chuan's lower body.
It was the first time Yemo used Wind Blade in battle.
If he wasn't only at stage 3 Qi gathering, he didn't even need to wave his hand and only needed a hand sign. At the moment, he still needed to incorporate movement to use it. And with his current cultivation Qi, he couldn't continuously use Wind Blade. He could only use it 5 or 6 times at most. Sumu looked at Yemo, who stood still with bewilderment. The moment when the latter just sliced through the air, Sumu felt even more shocked.
What was Yemo doing?
Seeing that Wang Chuan's fist was just about to hit Yemo, Sumu also didn't think before grabbing a short knife from his waist and charging over. Sumu was much faster than Wang Chuan and arrived first. At the same time, he stabbed his knife towards Yemo's waist. Pang!
Pang! Sumu felt his knife had stabbed Yemo and rejoiced, thinking that the latter was only at this level. But soon, Sumu noticed something wasn't right. Since his knife hit Yemo, it shouldn't make that sound.
Just when Sumu wanted to take a proper look, he saw the bottom of a foot kicking towards his face. He didn't even have the reaction to dodge as he was sent flying meters away. Wang Chuan, who was still in the air, suddenly felt a cold wind slicing towards him. This feeling was very weird. If he had something in his hand, he really wanted to block it, but before he relinquished this thought, he felt his legs were swept by this frosty wind. He found that his lower body seemed lighter and pain seemed to be reaching up. The next moment, he could no longer go forward and just fell to the ground as his legs were severed in mid-air. He fell unconscious due to the pain. Sumu crawled up immediately. Before he had time to celebrate that he wasn't heavily wounded, he felt blood rush up his throat as he spat it out. At this moment, he felt as though his organs had moved places, but Sumu didn't have the mood to check his own injuries and just held the knife while dazedly stopping his steps. At this moment, his thought froze. He was just thinking again and again why Wang Chuan suddenly fell down and lost his legs. Could that swipe in the air cut off legs? Looking at Wang Chuan in a pool of blood, terror overcame Sumu as he subconsciously took a step back. Wu Hong looked at the bloody scene with a pale face. Even though he had been in gangs for a long time, he had never seen such a bloody scene. Meanwhile, Yemo was very calm facing this scene. It was as though it wasn't blood on the ground but just some water. What power was this, cutting off Wang Chuan's legs with a swipe? Sumu kept asking himself. Even if his master came, he wouldn't be able to do that. Yemo wasn't someone he could stop. No wonder he could take away the spirit sensing stone without him noticing. If he also swiped at his leg like that and not kick on his face, then what would happen to him? Sumu subconsciously looked at his feet. His bleak face was pale. Clank. Sumu finally couldn't endure the terror in his heart. His knife dropped to the floor making a crisp sound. Yemo walked over to a chair and sat down before looking at Wu Hong and said, "Last time, I said that I didn't annihilate this place because of courtesy to Wu Shueming. Since you pissed me off once again, and I still owe Wu Shueming, I will kill you all today." There was no more blood on Wu Hong's face at all. He always thought that last time, Yemo came to beg to Wu Shueming, but now, he realized that Yemo never even had Metal River in his eyes from start to beginning. Yemo didn't pay more attention to Wu Hong and looked at Sumu.
I didn't kill you just then, and neither did I heavily injure you. Now, you answer a few questions for me. Don't make my mood bad. First question, how did you discover the silver heartgrass? Silver heartgrass? Sumu soon realized that Yemo should be talking about silver leaf.
Sumu looked at Wang Chuan, who was unconscious on the ground, and subconsciously wiped sweat from his forehead. He felt his hand was shaking. He even felt that Yemo was the real gangster. Their metal river compared to him couldn't be more innocent and kind. He looked once again at Yemo's calm eyes and could no longer bear that suffocating silence. He said with fear, I'm naturally sensitive to precious herbs and ores. I can feel them even 10 or 20 meters away. Because I will be frequently staying in Luotsang, so I was prepared to buy a mansion. Coincidentally, there was a mansion on sale near the place Era was living at, so I went to look at the house and found the silver leaf. At that time, I felt this thing wasn't ordinary and called my master. He told me to immediately dig it out and bring it back to Hong Kong.
Yemo looked at Sumu in surprise. Sensitivity to spiritual things, this was a heavenly spiritual talent. Even in the cultivation realm, a heavenly spiritual talent only appeared in more than thousands of years. He didn't think he would meet a heavenly spiritual talent on this spirit-deprived Arath. If Sumu was in the cultivation realm, he would be fought over by countless sections. Yemo calmed down after a long while. He really didn't expect there to be a heavenly spiritual talent. If Sumu were to cultivate, he would be much faster than him even if the environment was spirit chi deprived. Although Yemo didn't know what spiritual talent he had, but he probably had some since he could cultivate. However, judging from his speed, it shouldn't be too high. Just when Sumu looked at Yemo in uncertainty, Yemo suddenly waved his hand once again and hit the hand which Wu Hong was dialing a phone with. The hand fell to the ground. Wu Hong and Sumu both looked at Yemo in astonishment. He didn't know why Yemo would cut off one of Wu Hong's hand for no reason. However, Yemo looked plainly at Wu Hong and said, you still have 3 chances to dial the police, but after 3 times, you won't have arms or legs to dial numbers with. Wu Hong immediately started to shake. He didn't even let Yemo see him dial the phone, so how did Yemo know he was calling the police? But he understood that if he was not going to listen, then all his ligaments would be severed. Yemo seemed to love cutting people's ligaments off. This man was too terrifying, but soon, Wu Hong discovered that although his hand was cut off, the blood was flowing very slowly. You don't need to look. I'm not letting blood flow out too much so you can do things faster. If you still waste time, then you don't need to call anymore, Yemo's cold voice sounded. Then, Yemo looked at Sumu and said, is your master from the hidden sex? Do you know the way to enter the hidden sex? And why does your master want the space abyssal rock and silver heartgrass? 2 hours later, Yemo walked out of the basement of the otherworldly entertainment. He didn't hold back this time. He pretty much killed all the heads of Metal River in Luotsang. Other than helping Wu Shueming, Yemo also knew that if he were to stay in Luotsang, it would be better to annihilate such a power. In that night, he killed the most since he was reborn. Even last time in the desert, he didn't kill this much. Then, with a ball of fire, all the evidence was burned to ashes. Since Sumu's master thought of the space abyssal rock as spirit-sensing rock, then it meant that there must be more of it on Earth. Would Daoist Xian know about this type of rock? According to Sumu, Daoist Xian knew how to enter the hidden sex because he was from the hidden sex himself. This filled Yemo with anticipation. Although the hidden sex people didn't come out to the mortal world, who knew if one day the strong people in the hidden sex would gang up on him? He eventually had to prepare for it. At least, if he could enter the hidden sex, then he could see their true power. Now, Yemo almost made no progress in his cultivation. This wasn't something that could be changed with hard work. Even in the cultivation realm, it was normal to spend decades on the 12 stages of chi gathering. Some people wouldn't be able to reach the peak of chi gathering their entire life. There would be 2 more days before Daoist Xian would arrive at Luotsang. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to get something useful out of his mouth. At least, Daoist Xian would know more than that Wu Guangmong. If Wu Guang didn't want to say, Yemo couldn't force him, but if Xian Daoist didn't say anything, then he wouldn't be polite anymore. After Yemo killed all of Metal River in Luotsang, he left the otherworldly entertainment as though nothing had happened.
But the second day, Luo Tsang was in turmoil. All of Metal River's men just realized that their superiors were gone and had disappeared completely. Panic covered the underground world in Luo Tsang, but soon people realized that something happened to Metal River at Luo Tsang. All the hoodlums started to run. Chapter 162, Su Jingwen's means. Su Jingwen and Xiao Lei woke up very soon. Su Jingwen found that she and Xiao Lei had been brought inside a room. Although their hands weren't tied up, they felt weak and couldn't even stand up. Su Jingwen looked at Wang Peng and Sua Lin, who sat opposite, and immediately understood that they were drugged. Xiao Lei encountered this situation more than Su Jingwen and also understood what had happened. What do you want? Xiao Lei didn't even look at Sua Lin. Not long ago, Sua Lin was still a handsome god to her, but now, he was just a scum. Originally, Sua Lin was prepared to explain to their reproach, but he didn't expect Xiao Lei and Su Jingwen to pretend he didn't exist. This ruined his mood. Wang Peng, you're really despicable. Even if you have us through this means, you think you can run away? Unless you kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't live a stable life. Do you think your father's status can protect you? Quit dreaming. Su Jingwen seemed very calm. As long as Wang Peng felt threatened, then Sua Lin was nothing. Wang Peng's eyes showed indifference. Jingwen, how have I treated you? Don't you understand? When your mother was angry, I ran around everywhere for you and even contacted hospitals. But how did you treat me? It isn't much to say you were heartless. You know your father also wanted to introduce me to you. Although my father is the director of the organization. But he is important for your father's future career. Plus, am I not worthy of you? Su Jingwen sneered and didn't even say anything this time. Jingwen, we haven't seen each other for a few years, so I feel sorry doing this to you the first time we meet. But, I'm also doing this for your benefit. It's true that we're going to be filming a movie. This time, the Song family is investing in it, and young Master Pang will advertise it. I'm the main character, and you are the female main character. I'm sure you will be famous immediately. Plus, you know young Master Pang's family conditions. There's no harm for you, Sua Lin said after noticing that everyone ignored him at this moment. Xiao Lei suddenly looked at Sua Lin and coldly said, "Scum." Sua Lin's face immediately turned pale. He stared at Xiao Lei and said, "Xiao Lei, don't look too high of yourself. You're just a secondary item. Since you want to follow Su Jingwen, then don't blame me. After you enter the circle, you will know I'm doing this for your benefit." Young Master Pang, I will be helping Xiao Lei change her views first. Seeing that Sua Lin was coming to pull Xiao Lei's clothes, Su Jingwen suddenly felt disappointment. She wasn't disappointed at Sua Lin, but at herself for having a good impression towards such a scum. Was it just because he was a little handsome? Stop. Although Xiao Lei wanted to maintain her composure, she couldn't stay calm when Sua Lei was actually coming to tear off her clothes. Although Sua Lin stopped, he smiled. "Xiao Lei, I admit you're very pretty, but I've also met a lot of girls prettier than you. Perhaps once you enter our circle, you'll realize how pathetic your resistance is today. Of course, I know that you think I'm bullshitting now. I won't explain to you. Don't worry, regardless of whether it's your first time, I will still be very gentle." Su Jingwen coldly stared at Sua Lin, who was not far away. She still seemed calm though. Jingwen. Xiao Lei's calmness was pretended, but she didn't know if Su Jingwen was pretending. She had experienced much more than Su Jingwen. There was no reason Su Jingwen wasn't to be scared. At this time, Xiao Lei called out to her helplessly. She thought of that day when she went to Flowing Snake and Yimo jumped from the sky. She then thought of Wang Qianjun. What difference was there between him and this Sua Lin in front of her? Although Su Jingwen's calmness wasn't completely fake, only she knew that her hand was shaking. She didn't even want another guy to enter her car, so how could she be willing to be raped? At this moment, she held a spirit cleansing charm. She didn't know if it was useful for the sedative, but if it was, she would throw out the fireball immediately. At this moment, she only had enough strength to hold the spirit cleansing charm but couldn't throw it out. If she threw the fireball charm now, she wouldn't even be able to throw it on them. "Xiao Lei, grab my hand," Su Jingwen suddenly said. Xiao Lei stared nervously at Sua Lin. She subconsciously grabbed Su Jingwen's hand after she was told, "Lin." Su Jingwen grabbed the charm and read, "Even that used up all of her strength, charm?" Wang Peng subconsciously said. Before he could react, the spirit cleansing charm turned into a cool weak light spraying onto Su Jingwen and Xiao Lei. Tie them up. As soon as Wang Ping finished, Su Jingwen had dragged Xiao Lei many steps back, having a standoff with opposite party. What happened?
Young Master Pang? Didn't you say that the spray would make them powerless for 24 hours? How come they look like they recovered, and what was that white light?
Sua Lin looked at Su Jingwen and Xiao Lei in shock. Although he was shocked, he wasn't scared at all. After all, it was two girls. So what if they recovered their strength? This was a hotel, not their home. Wang Peng's face sunk and replied, "It should be charms.
She has a few of them. Didn't think these things would really work. I forgot that she even had them."
What?
Sua Lin looked at Wang Peng in more astonishment.
If Wang Peng wasn't the son of a high-up government official, he would have swore at him already.
Charms?
What bullshit. Even Wang Peng didn't really believe that the charm Su Jingwen would really work. What?
Jingwen?
Even Xiao Lei knew that she had recovered. Su Jingwen had used the spirit cleansing charm before and knew it was authentic. Now that Xiao Lei asked, she held the fireball charm in her hand and said, "I'll tell you this later." Wang Peng's face changed as he looked at Su Jingwen and Xiao Lei. He wasn't sure if Su Jingwen still had charms. If she still had attack charms, then he really felt threatened. If only he knew earlier, he would have tied them up. After a while, Wang Peng thought that if Su Jingwen really had an attack charm, then it would be suicide if he rushed up now. And judging how she had one hand in her pocket, it was really hard to say. However, it seemed that this charm couldn't attack too far. He only needed to not get too close to her. Thinking about this, Wang Peng ignored Sua Lin and carefully walked to the tea table. Then he quickly grabbed a heat-preserving bottle and threw it towards Su Jingwen's head. As long as he beat down Su Jingwen and not give her time to activate the charm, then Xiao Lei wouldn't be a concern. Sua Lin froze the moment he saw Wang Peng throw out that bottle. Wang Peng was just saying how pretty Su Jingwen was, but now, he was merciless. If this bottle were to hit her face, then she would be in a serious condition. Su Jingwen stared in anger at Wang Peng and Sua Lin. As soon as they came in front of her, she would use the fireball charm. She knew that the charm wouldn't be able to hit the two if they were too far. She only had one fireball charm, so she only had one chance. But she didn't expect Wang Peng to be suspicious of her having more charms after seeing her use one. The sinister Wang Peng actually quickly grabbed a bottle and threw it at her. Su Jingwen's heart immediately sunk. She regretted not attacking herself. Now, she was on the passive end. However, she didn't have time to use the fireball charm with the speed the bottle was coming at her. Bang! There was a crisp sound. No one expected that the bottle didn't hit Su Jingwen but was stopped in front of Su Jingwen by a light barrier. The bottle flew back at a faster speed and hit Wang Peng right on the face. Wang Peng didn't even moan before falling to the ground, obviously knocked out. Sua Lin and Xiao Lei were shocked by this magical scene. They could no longer react, but Su Jingwen did. Although she didn't know what had happened, but she knew now was her best chance to counterattack, she took the fireball charm, walked up a few steps, and threw it towards Sua Lin while saying, "Lin." Before Sua Lin could react, he was immediately surrounded by a ball of fire. He howled and rolled on the ground before soon passing out like Wang Peng. The charm EMO sold Su Jingwen was the lowest grade fireball. It wasn't enough to take Sua Lin's life, but soon, he was burned into deformity by the fireball. Not only was all his hair burned, but his face was also a charcoaled mess. He shriveled on the ground while constantly spasming. "Jingwen, what was that? What just happened?" Xiao Lei reacted and pulled Su Jingwen over while asking in shock, "I just used a fireball charm to beat Sua Lin. Quick, let's call someone." Su Jingwen looked at Sua Lin, who was burnt black. Although she was scared, but she felt more satisfaction. "Charm, it's really charms. Was what Cheng Fei said true?" Xiao Lei murmured to herself, "We'll talk about this later." "Call first," Su Jingwen said. "Call the police?" Xiao Lei also calmed down. Su Jingwen shook her head. "We can't call the police. Who knows if Wang Peng has made some arrangements." "I'll call my dad." Then Su Jingwen immediately dialed her dad's number. After the call, Su Jingwen saw Xiao Lei start to tie up Wang Peng while in a daze. She suddenly thought of something. What was that light barrier that blocked Wang Peng's bottle? Chapter 163. So it was him. Su Jingwen felt that light barrier came from her wrist. She even heard a small explosion at that time. She subconsciously looked at her wrist. One bead was missing from the 3-beaded bracelet. She then looked around and was sure that it was gone. She originally stored this bracelet away but then felt that it was a birthday present Yemo gave her and even gave another 3 beads to Ning Qingxue, which was very disrespectful to Yemo. Plus, this was the only birthday gift she received that was made by that person, so she wore this one her wrist. Was it because of the bracelet that stopped the bottle? Su Jingwen took her bracelet off in shock and disbelief. Jingwen.
What's wrong? Xiao Lei spent a lot of effort to tie up Wang Peng.
She saw Su Jingwen in deep thought, so she asked, I understand now. Su Jingwen murmured, 6 beads of safety.
So that's what it meant.
She gave 3 beads to Ning Qingxue, meaning she gave her 3 times of safety. Meanwhile, Yemo gave her this bracelet to save her 6 times. He didn't tell her the use of the bracelet, but only said that if she cherished it, then she would be safe.
If she didn't and treated it like a normal present, then it wouldn't be of any use.
But she didn't cherish it and gave 3 beads to Ning Qingxue for no reason.
Luckily, she still wore the remaining 3. Why did Yemo give her something so precious? Where did he get this? Su Jingwen suddenly remembered how she met Yemo. It was because she thought Yemo was that charm master, and that's how they got to know each other. Charm master?
Su Jingwen felt shocked.
She finally understood that Yemo was the person who sold her the charms. She didn't recognize the wrong person, but he just didn't admit it. Why didn't he admit it? Su Jingwen thought and immediately understood.
His powers were too shocking.
He didn't want to expose himself. After all, she wasn't close with him.
How did he know if she would expose him? Su Jingwen suddenly felt the remaining 2 beads on the bracelet and felt regret. Even the actual worth of the bracelet was worth thousands of times more than all the presents she received on that day. Much less the one Yemo made himself. She suddenly remembered that Cheng Fei said her cousin met that man who sold necklaces and pills. That person must be Yemo. Yemo's eyes were very bright and wore very modest clothes. Her mother was saved by Yemo, and even now, she was saved by his bracelet and charms. Meanwhile, she was still looking for the person who sold her the charms. Her mother had always wanted to see the master who saved her, and now, she only needed to find Yemo. Jingwen, what was that?
And what was the charms you were talking about?
At this moment, Xiao Lei asked again. Before Su Jingwen answered, the door was knocked and soon kicked open.
Su Jinzhong was the first to run in.
Seeing that Su Jingwen was fine, he gasped a sigh of relief. Jingwen, are you alright? Xiao Lei saw that Su Jingwen's father had came and also felt relieved. She was a journalist and quickly retold what had happened. Looking at Wang Peng, who was still unconscious, she felt relieved that she wouldn't be troubled by that guy anymore. She guessed that in the end, this Wang Peng would only be sentenced a year or so, but Suo Lin will be the sacrificial goat. Jingwen, when you go out now, have Xiaoyu with you.
Su Jinzhong didn't dare to reproach Su Jingwen too much.
He was already very happy that Su Jingwen could call him first. I understand.
Su Jingwen surprisingly didn't argue with her father. Although she answered her father, she was still lost in thought. However, Xiao Lei asked, Jingwen, you've been thinking a while ago, what are you thinking about, Luo Song? Su Jingwen didn't pay attention to Xiao Lei's words and thought of Luo Song instead. Since Yemo appeared at the Luo Song magical artifact social night, it meant that he was living in Luo Song. Suddenly, Su Jingwen thought of Ning Qingxue. Wasn't she also living at Luo Song? Could it be Ning Qingxue and Yemo had gotten back together? Su Jingwen sighed. Ning Qingxue and Yemo lived together, so why should an outsider like her go to Luo Song? To Third Wheel? Never mind, she would call Ning Qingxue a few days later and invite her and Yemo to her house. Sigh, she gave half of what Yemo gave to her to Ning Qingxue. She wondered if Yemo would judge her. Perhaps in his eyes, she was no longer worth to be his friend. After all, he was that type of magical person. Someone like this was actually kicked out by the Yi family as an abandoned son. Yemo's family must have mental issues. And they called him that. No matter what they said, Su Jingwen wouldn't believe it. Yemo could cure her mom who was unconscious for a few years with just one charm, so how could he be that? Luozong's chaos passed in one day, and soon the police of Luozong found the change. It seemed that Metal River had left Luo Tsang.
In one night, Luo Tsang had become a much more secure place without those troublemakers with powerful supports.
Of course, Metal Mountain knew of Luo Tsang's change very fast.
In that big Luo Tsang, there was not a person from Metal River he could contact, and soon, he felt something wasn't right. Even if the police had a sudden raid, they couldn't be this clean. Who would have such means to eradicate all of Luo Tsang Metal River in one go? Nanchang wouldn't be able to do it even if they were fine, much less that Qianlong too was dead and Nanchang was in a mess. Originally, he wanted to talk to Daoist Xian about the situation, but he was on the plane. After Daoist Xian got off at Luotsang Airport, he felt something strange. He had arrived at Luotsang and told his two disciples the time, but why didn't they come to greet him?
You are Daoist Xian? Yi Mo drove a rented car and saw a Daoist walk out of the airport from a long way away.
Although he made Su Mu describe very clearly, he didn't even need to recognize by the face when there was a Daoist walking out of the airport. Daoist Xian had a white face with no mustache.
He was medium build and wore a blue Daoist robe.
Luckily, he didn't have a hair needle, or else that would attract more attention.
However, Yi Mo felt this Daoist Xian wasn't simple.
He could usually tell how strong a person was, but only this Daoist Xian he could not. Who are you?
Daoist Xian knew Yi Mo was definitely not here to meet him. The people his two disciples sent wouldn't have such courage calling him Daoist Xian. Yi Mo laughed and said, "Of course I'm here to bring you to your two disciples.
But don't worry, the place they are now is relatively safe. What did you do to Su Mu and Wang Chuan?" Xiao Daoist immediately knew that not only was Yi Mo not here to pick him up, but was instead here for trouble. Yi Mo sneered. "Xiao Daoist, your disciples say you're someone great, but don't tell me you don't dare to go on my car. Drive."
Daoist Xian wouldn't think of Yi Mo as a threat.
No matter how much people Yi Mo had, he wouldn't be afraid. He had cultivated ancient martial arts to the peak of black level, so it could be said that there was rarely anyone who would dare to mess with him. Even if Yi Mo brought him to a cave of tigers and dragons, he would dare to challenge it. Yi Mo knew that someone like Daoist Xian would definitely go on his car due to his confidence. Yi Mo knew from Su Mu that the reason Nanqing didn't dare to touch Metal River was due to his master Daoist Xian. It could make Qianlong too, who had Wu Chang, feel threatened. It could be seen that Daoist Xian was not bad, and he indeed couldn't tell how strong Daoist Xian was. He heard Su Mu say that the reason Daoist Xian came to Luotsang so urgently was because he found silver heartgrass, and another reason was Yi Mo's space abyssal rock. Daoist Xian indeed didn't consider Yi Mo's gang a threat. He believed Yi Mo had more people with him. Of course, they didn't how scary someone who cultivated ancient martial arts to his degree would be. Perhaps they only knew that Su Mu and Wang Chuan was his disciple. With a disciple like that, the master couldn't be much stronger. If they really thought that way, he didn't mind showing them some power later. He would make the bold people fear and beg him before killing them. "Why did you drive the car here?" Daoist Xian reacted and found that Yi Mo had driven the car to a barren place in the rural area. Yi Mo walked off the car and said, "Come down, Daoist Xian. I've already sent your disciples, Su Mu and Wang Chuan, to the underworld. You don't need to worry, you will soon go see them. You killed them?" Daoist Xian's tone sounded calm without any discernible anger, but Yi Mo could see from his eyes that Daoist Xian was incredibly angry. Yi Mo smiled and said, "Yes, not only did I kill Su Mu, but also Wang Chuan. Oh, I also eradicated Metal River in Luotsang." "Young man, do you think you can be so arrogant after practicing a few years of ancient martial arts? Tell me, why did you kill my disciples?" "Don't worry, I'll teach you true regret later." Daoist Xian could no longer stay calm as his face turned green. He wasn't even interested in knowing Yi Mo's name. Yi Mo knocked the hood of the car and said, "Because they stole my silver heartgrass and beat my disciples, so I killed them." Good, I will satisfy you. Punk, I will make sure you're satisfied." Daoist Xian could no longer resist his anger and wanted to attack. However, Yi Mo waved his hand once again and said, "Don't rush, do you know this?" Then, Yi Mo took out the space abyssal rock. Chapter 164, The True Hidden Sex. Daoist Xian's eyes focused and spat, "Spirit sensing stone? Quick, show me." Daoist Xian had completely forgotten who Yi Mo was. In his eyes, there was only this rock who could help him break through. At this moment, Yi Mo put the stone away. "Not bad, you've seen this before. Tell me, where did you see it, punk? Give the stone over."
Daoist Xian saw Yemo put the stone away and his mouth turned hideous. He completely forgot his two disciples were killed and casually took out a whip from his waist. Yemo was dazed. Why did these ancient martial arts people all like to use whips? But soon, he realized that this was a legal issue in society. If one carried a big sword around everywhere, then they would probably be invited to the police station, and the ancient martial arts cultivators here didn't have storage devices, so they could only carry it with them. A whip was the best choice. Yemo smiled and said, "You can't threaten me, you can try if you don't believe me." Daoist Xian calmed down and took a careful look at Yemo but couldn't see how he wasn't ordinary. The only thing was that he was too calm. No matter what, it was a big loot if he could get the spirit-sensing stone. It was a pity that Sumu was killed. Sumu had helped him a lot. Yemo had a lot of questions to ask Daoist Xian. He could make Lang Ji lose his mind for a brief moment, but that was because Lang Ji was far inferior to him. To this Daoist Xian, however, Yemo wasn't sure if it would work. If it didn't, it would damage his memory instead. Yemo was sure Daoist Xian wasn't a match for him, but before they fought against each other, he still didn't the extent of the latter's strength. "Do you believe me I can crush this stone with my hands?" Yemo saw that Daoist Xian was thinking about something. He knew that Daoist Xian wanted to catch him off guard. Daoist Xian suddenly sneered. "Do you think you can get away today? That's another thing, but I want to ask you now. Do you know about the hidden sects? Did you come from the hidden sections?" "If you answer me, I can let you touch the stone," Yemo confidently said. Daoist Xian was so angry he laughed instead. This young man didn't know what death meant. The reason he didn't move was just as Yemo said. He was afraid Yemo would shatter the stone. Daoist Xian looked at Yemo's hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay, listen up. I'm from the hidden sections. The hidden sects are sects that are hidden, so they don't walk around in the normal world. Of course, there are individuals who does. In that case, the hidden sects are either hidden in the depth of the mountains or deserted places?" Yemo immediately asked. Daoist Xian sneered. "There are indeed a lot of sects hidden in these places you said, but there are some that are in the normal world. Perhaps in some boisterous market or a small mansion. As for how to get to the hidden sects, I only know how to get to my sect. Then how do you enter the hidden sects?" Yemo didn't expect that they could be hidden in cities. Daoist Xian sneered. "You think you can get in the hidden sects?" Yemo's face sunk. "Old man, we're dealing right now. If you don't want the stone, then don't blame me if I crush it. Wait. I'll tell you." Daoist Xian talked till now just for the rock, so how could he let Yemo break it? Yemo had a contemptuous look and said, "You better be specific, don't make me ask you." Daoist Xian was so angry to the point that he wanted strike, but the stone concerned him progressing, so he held back on the thought. He took a deep breath before saying, "Do you think the hidden sects is just ancient martial arts cultivation? There are so many branches, and ancient martial arts is just one of them. And the people from hidden sects who come to the normal world mustn't reveal the location of their base even if they die. Plus, even if they told you, no one would be able to find it." Seeing Yemo's surprised look, Daoist Xian sneered before saying, "There are too many branches in the hidden sections. Most of them are studying ancient martial arts, but some don't. Each sect is protected by a formation. These are passed down from the ancient times. Normal people wouldn't be able to notice it at all. There are some of these small dimensions, but some have collapsed. Each of these small dimensions have a formation. Once this formation collapses, the small world disappears with it." Talking to now, Daoist Xian seemed to be longing for it too. Yemo asked in surprise, "In that case, each hidden sect has a small dimension? Is your sect in one of them too?" Daoist Xian sneered. "Insolent, do you think it's so easy to find a small dimension? Some of them, even I have only heard of, much less you. Plus, no one can be sure if there are small dimensions in this world. My sect is only a branch of the main sect." Yemo was asking for information from Daoist Xian, so he didn't dare to anger him too much. As such, he asked, "What do you mean by that small dimension?" Daoist Xian looked at the space abyssal rock in Yemo's hands and estimated if he could grab it while answering. "Those sects with a small dimension are true hidden sections. We call them the inner hidden sects. Other hidden sects are outer hidden sects. Other than this, there are some semi-hidden sects.
which include the hidden families and sects in the normal world. However, inner hidden sects are unheard of now. We don't know if they still exist.
Most of the hidden sects now are outer hidden sects.
Meanwhile, the semi-hidden sects are gradually assimilated by the normal world and can't be truly hidden.
Yemo knew that Taoist Xian's attention was focused on his rock, but pretended he didn't know and asked, "Can you tell me a few names of the hidden sects?"
For example, the sect you're at, Taoist Xian thought and still hadn't made the decision to rob the stone, so he replied, Juyin Temple, Cha family of the South River, for state's 9 moons Taoist temple.
These are all semi-hidden sects. However, Taoist Xian didn't mention his own sect. Yemo thought, in that case, the sect Luo Susu was at should be outer hidden sects. Even Taoist Xian didn't know if inner hidden sects existed.
Wu Guang Monk's Juyu Temple was only a semi-hidden sect. In that case, no matter how hidden the outer hidden sects were, people should have gone in after such a long time? Yemo thought that as long as it was a place people could walk to, then it could be found. But since it was found, how could it be considered a hidden sect? You're dreaming.
Taoist Xian sneered once again and said, even outer hidden sects are mostly in dangerous mountains and deserted places. Many of them were ruled out by the government. Can't you see there are many places that are prohibited by the country for tourism? Some are because the places are dangerous and many people couldn't come back.
But it's very likely that those places are where the hidden sects are. So not only is it hard to go in, but it is also hard for the hidden sect people to come out. Many people won't get a chance to come out their entire lifetime. Yemo suddenly thought of Luo Susu's words. Don't look for me, it would harm you and me. Thinking about this, Yemo asked once again, in that case, what if I accidentally enter the outer hidden sects? Taoist Xian looked at Yemo in contempt.
You think it's that easy? Plus, even if you did by chance, they could kill you. If you had some potential, perhaps you would stay there your life.
If you don't, they would just kill you for no reason. Yemo's heart skipped. Since it was so hard to come in and out of the hidden sects, how did Luo Susu come out last time? From her tone, it was indeed hard. Thinking about Luo Susu, Yemo was lost in thought. Seeing that Yemo was dazed, Taoist Xian wanted to rob the stone, but then Yemo suddenly asked, tell me a way to get in a hidden sect and perhaps I will let you hold this stone for 1 second. Taoist Xian sneered, but he still said, every 3 years, the hidden sects will hold a tournament. This year is the 3rd year. The place is at Wu Liang Mountain. As for the exact location, I don't know. Yemo was very satisfied with Taoist Xian's answer, so he casually threw the stone to Taoist Xian. Very well, I'm very happy with your answer. You can hold this for 1 second. Taoist Xian saw the stone flying at him. His eyes were desperate and didn't even think before grabbing at it. Just when his hand touched the rock for less than 1 second, the rock flew out of his hand and back into Yemo's. Yemo chucked the rock and said, okay, I've let you touch it, I'm going to put it away. She control at will? Taoist Xian yelled out in shock. Cultivating inner chi to such an extent. Even he couldn't do it now. It would be hard to say if he could do it even if he reached earth level. After saying this, Taoist Xian immediately realized Yemo was tricking him. At this time, his whip had flown towards Yemo's head with a sharp howl. Chapter 165, Battling Taoist Xian. If Hu Chou's whips were an onslaught of whip shadows, then Taoist Xian's whip was a screen of whips. Not only did it seal Yemo's front, back, and lateral sides, but it also brought a strong oppressive feeling. Comparatively, Hu Chou's whips were child's play. Yemo was sure that if he was still stage 2 chi gathering, he would meet his end. This person's whip was too strong, and he was someone who truly cultivated out inner chi. His inner chi was on par with Yemo's chi. It could be said that other than Yemo's identity as a spirit chi cultivator and could use some magic. Then he was worse than this Taoist Xian in other aspects. This was because Taoist Xian hadn't progressed. Yemo estimated that even he would be no match for Taoist Xian after he progressed. If Yemo wasn't a cultivator, he could fight in close-ranged battles with Taoist Xian. However, he was indeed a cultivator. Fighting with this Taoist Xian in close range was fighting with a shortcoming to the opponent's strength. Yemo's fist surged with chi and hit out tens of strikes. The fist winds struck with the screen of whips, creating cracking sounds. Taoist Xian took a few steps back and looked at Yemo in shock. He didn't expect that Yemo could stop his whips containing chi with just his fists. The young man looked only in his 20s, so even if he started to train in his mother's womb, he couldn't be a match to him. Yemo struck back Daoist Xian and also took a few steps back.
This Daoist Xian wasn't easy, but Yemo didn't dare to use Wind Blade and Fireball now.
He could only look for his chance and use the Wind Blade at that time.
The moment he used it and failed, Daoist Xian would be wary.
He wouldn't even think about Fireball, since it would only be a waste of his chi. With this Daoist's agility, there was no way his Fireball could land. The weakness of the Fireball was exposed in such a battle. If Yemo was in Foundation Establishment, then he could casually use Fireballs.
And perhaps this Daoist Xian would be gone with one Fireball.
However, he was only Stage 3 Chi gathering. Perhaps before he even used his second Fireball, that whip would come. With Daoist Xian's experience, it was very easy to see the weakness of his Fireball. Young man, you're very good. No wonder my 2 disciples would die to you. But if that's all you got, then don't even bother asking about the hidden sections. Go die with my 2 disciples. Then, Daoist Xian didn't even wait for Yemo to catch his breath before his whip turned into a black shadow striking towards Yemo's waist. Yemo just struck away Daoist Xian's whip and his hand was still hurting. He knew that this whip wasn't made from ordinary material. Just as Yemo expected, Daoist Xian's whip was made from a weapon-making sect. This whip was an attacking magical artifact. Looking at Daoist Xian's whip looming over, Yemo frowned. He thought that he should prepare a weapon for himself. Otherwise, he would be fine with ordinary people, but against this Daoist or someone similar to him, he was at a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! Yemo's fist struck the whip. Although his spirit sense was strong, this Daoist Xian's movements were extremely rapid. As soon as Yemo knew where the whip would come, it had already come. Seeing Yemo deflect his whip for the second time, Daoist Xian sneered. He also saw Yemo's disadvantage and he didn't believe that Yemo had more inner chi than his decades of training. When Daoist Xian's second whip was stopped by Yemo, he didn't even pull the whip back. The whip turned in mid-air and attacked for the third time. It seemed to Yemo there was only one whip shadow, but luckily Yemo had spirit sense. Although the use of spirit sense was very little when fighting with someone like Daoist Xian, it still had some use. Before this whip even hit Yemo, there was a searing feeling coming from it. Yemo's spirit sense had noticed that this whip was thicker than the other 2. Yemo immediately knew this was Daoist Xian's killing blow and focused. The feeling this whip gave Yemo was that the center of weight wasn't at the middle of the whip but at the handle. If he attacked the middle of the whip like he did before, he would be helping Daoist Xian to make the whip attack himself with greater power. In that case, it would be like fighting with himself and Daoist Xian. Yemo's eyes grew cold. This Daoist Xian was so sinister. If he didn't have spirit sense, perhaps he would have fallen into the trap. Once he was hit by such a powerful whip, he couldn't even think how he was going to take on the next attack. Luckily, although he was a Dao cultivator, he didn't drop his martial arts. He could even use his chi into martial arts. Otherwise, he would lose with just his Stage 3 Chi gathering. When the searing whip came, Yemo suddenly struck out his fist towards the middle of the whip. Daoist Xian's eyes were filled with joy. There was contempt at the corner of his mouth, and he thought no matter how strong Yemo was, he was still going to drink his piss, but suddenly, he felt something wasn't right. Although Yemo struck his whip, he didn't feel anything on it. Or perhaps, Yemo's hand didn't even touch his whip. What was this? Daoist Xian wouldn't believe that Yemo could tell where the force of his whip was at. He was already half a step into Earth level. Not even an Earth level fighter would be sure to tell where the power of his whip was, so how could Yemo see it? But what made him more shocked happened. Yemo suddenly disappeared into thin air. Daoist Xian was very confident in his whip. He sealed all of Yemo's escape routes, forcing Yemo to clash with him. So how could Yemo disappear then? Immediately after, Daoist Xian found Yemo. He seemed to have used something to go invisible, but Yemo couldn't hide his inner chi waves from him. In that moment of hesitation, Daoist Xian's whip slowed a little, and just at that point in time, Yemo had grabbed the handle of the whip. Suicidal. Daoist Xian sneered. He didn't know how Yemo found out, but even if he did, grabbing the handle of the whip was suicide. Just when Daoist Xian wanted to use more inner chi as he kicked towards Yemo, he felt a certain coldness. Amongst the heat of his searing whip, there was a sudden gust of coldness that made him shiver. He had fought countless people and knew that any bad premonition could make him lose his life. Daoist Xian was a careful person and could no longer care about Yemo. He wanted to retreat as soon as possible, but then immediately, his 2 legs felt cold. Not good.
Daoist Xian immediately knew he was struck by some projectile. What was it though? Even he couldn't notice it. Even if he couldn't block ordinary projectile, he could still feel it. However, the projectile this young man used today wasn't something he could notice. He only felt some coldness on his leg. Drop. Daoist Xian suddenly lost his balance and fell to his ground.
What made his heart shiver was that he found both his legs were cut off by something sharp and fell aside far away. Under such shock and anger, Daoist Xian's hand loosened, and his whip fell into Yimo's hands. Yimo took a careful look at the whip. It was indeed not bad, even the materials were good, and he couldn't tell what it was made from. Daoist Xian quickly stopped the bleeding in fear. Even now, he still didn't know what Yimo used to cut off his legs. Yimo looked at his hand from which a layer of skin came off. Blood even seeped out of it. He casually put away the whip, looked at Daoist Xian and said, "You're very strong, the strongest opponent I have faced. You're not the one who injured me the most, but you're not bad. What projectile did you use? And where did you put the whip?" Daoist Xian had regained his composure. Yimo sneered. "You still have the mood to care about that? Let's talk about where you planted my silver heartgrass, so I won't get angry." Daoist Xian didn't expect that despite him having the upper hand, he somehow had his legs severed in the turn of an eye, and he was now someone so vulnerable. Daoist Xian had regained his calm and knew that he had no way out of this young man's hands. After staying silent for a while, he calmly said, "If the moment I felt that coldness I jumped up or took the whip back to defend, your projectile wouldn't be able to reach me." Yimo smiled plainly and said, "Indeed, that way, I wouldn't be able to hit you. Then why didn't you use your projectile to hit my arms? Even if I took the whip back, wouldn't you have much greater chance of cutting my hands off?" Daoist Xian was full of regret. He didn't think that frosty wind would be so scary. If Yimo just used that frosty wind projectile to hit his arms, although he would lose one arm, he would probably have greater chance of surviving. "Because I don't want you to go, as long as you can't move, it would be easier for me to kill you." Yimo didn't originally expect his wind blade to be able to cut off Daoist Xian's legs. He just wanted Daoist Xian's legs to be injured so his fireball would be effective. He didn't expect that this Daoist Xian didn't even take back his whip to block the wind blade. Then, Yimo used a fireball which struck Daoist Xian's broken legs. Under the fire, it immediately turned into nothingness. Seeing Yimo could use a fireball so easily, Daoist Xian's face was now full of extreme terror. He didn't feel such terror when he knew he was going to die. After a moment, he said, "Just who are you?" Chapter 166, First Patient. Daoist Xian finally understood why Yimo cut off his legs first. If his legs were fine, then that fireball wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "You don't need to know who I am. I said you shouldn't have taken my things. Since you did, then don't blame me." Then, another fireball rose out of Yimo's hand from nothing. "You can create fireball from air, you." Daoist Xian had already forgotten the pain and fear. He was still making guess about Yimo using fireball just then, but now, he was sure. Yimo really could make fireball from air. He finally saw something in the legends. Funny thing was he actually wanted to fight such a person. Seeing Yimo's fireball hit towards him, Daoist Xian finally understood his situation and quickly said, "Hold up, don't you want your silver heartgrass?" Yimo never planned on killing Daoist Xian now. He knew that if he didn't bring out something that made Daoist Xian fear, then he wouldn't surrender. Now that Daoist Xian brought it up, he thought for a while before saying, "I do care about the silver heartgrass, and where did you see the space abyssal rock?" Daoist Xian quickly responded, "As long as you will let me go, I will tell you." "No need, you don't have the right to bargain with me." Then, Yimo quickly walked up in front of Daoist Xian and patted on his head. Yimo thought that now that Daoist Xian was subjugated by him, it should be fine to control his mind. But as soon as Yimo finishing patting, Daoist Xian hummed and died. He didn't expect Daoist Xian to be so resolute in not giving Yimo any chance to ask and directly shattered his aorta. Luckily, Yimo asked some news first. Otherwise, he still wouldn't know anything. He would have wasted his time on waiting for Daoist Xian. He didn't care about Daoist Xian's life but cared what he could get from him. He searched out a card and small plate from Daoist Xian. He didn't know what it was made from, but it wrote black capital in ancient characters. Yimo raised his hand and burned Daoist Xian with a fireball before driving back. Yumiaodun had become used to the plain and calm life at Yimo's place. Despite Yimo telling her that Metal River was no more in Luochang, she didn't want to leave and instead focused on learning medicine with Lu Xiaojun and Yuero. Of course, Emo wouldn't tell her to leave if she didn't want to leave. Plus, one extra person was one extra help. Outside Yemo's mansion, there was 4 acres of barren land. Yemo wanted to buy that so he could plant some herbs and make his mansion's area larger. Although the place Yemo was living at was close to the rural area, it wasn't cheap. Yemo didn't have that much money now. He only had 200k in his hand and the remaining 200k from Lu Xiaojun. There was not even 400k altogether. The price of that land might cost a few million, so perhaps he would even need connections to be able to buy it. The main source of Yemo's income now was the online clinic. Although it had started, but there was not a single registered user. The reason was simple: too few people knew of this clinic and the registration price was too expensive. Yemo gave the money to Yuero and told him to buy large amounts of precious medical herbs. Although he couldn't concoct pills now, he could still make some soup and medical pills. A week later, Luotsong was quiet, and Metal River seemed to have disappeared. No one cared about it either. Yemo also made a number of different types of medical pills and soup. Because there was no news from the online clinic, Yemo prepared to go to Hong Kong first. He didn't feel secure leaving his silver heartgrass there. It would be better in his own mansion, and, when he came back from Hong Kong, he would need to go to Flowing Snake. After all, he promised Fong Nan. It wouldn't be good if he kept delaying it. Plus, it was due to him that Fong Nan was at that state, just when he made arrangements and was prepared to leave Luotsong. Lu Xiaojun came rushing in. "Master, someone had registered on our website, and there are 2 of them. They applied for the waiting list." Yemo also felt joy after hearing that. He was short on money, and now he was considering if he should sell a few defense talismans when someone suddenly registered. Each time there was a registration, it would be 10k, an application for waiting list was 100k. It could be said that those who dared to register on his website was definitely someone rich. It was because they could be cheated and was unable to get their money back. What is the described condition? Yemo asked. Lu Xiaojun dejectedly said, "One is a vegetable person for 2 years in Hong Kong. And they also said if you went to Hong Kong, they would pay multiple fees. The other one is even further away, in America. They also need you to go over there. The condition is whole body has soft bones." Normally, Yemo would have rejected it straight away. Running to Hong Kong to treat a vegetable, he didn't want to earn that hard money, but now, it was convenient. He was going to Hong Kong, so he didn't mind earning this money. Okay, immediately get the Hong Kong patient's address. Allow him to be on the waiting list. As for the America one, reject the waiting list, do not refund the registration fee, Yemo said. Lu Xiaojun hesitated for a while before saying, "Master, this is a vegetable." Yemo smiled. "Don't worry, help me do the procedures to get to Hong Kong, the faster the better, doesn't matter if we pay a little extra." Vegetable people usually weren't serious. He didn't even need to go himself. It would be fine if he just brought a charm. For Yemo, it wasn't hard at all. It would only be troublesome if it wasn't a normal vegetable. Lu Xiaojun admired Yemo so much that she almost worshipped him. Since Yemo said it was fine, then she believed it would be fine. She immediately permitted the Hong Kong patient and rejected the American patient while telling the American patient if treatment is needed, he needed to get to the appointed place. Lu Xiaojun was very fast and clean in doing these procedures after staying a few years in Luotsong. She only took 3 days to do something that would take 2 weeks. However, Yemo would be going with a tourism company to Hong Kong, Qingquan Bay. Although the scenery here was good, the region near the mountain was private property. Outsiders could only see the view from afar and was not allowed in. Meanwhile, the most grandiloquent mansion wasn't the mansion on the mountain waste, but instead the temple behind the mansion. This mansion was extremely grandiose whether it was outside or inside. There were 4 big men standing at the door of the temple. At the moment, there were 4 people inside the temple, and one of them was on the bed unconscious. This man looked like he was in his 50s. His face was very skinny, and it had this unhealthy yellow to it. Other than the man laying down, there was 3 other people. One was a middle-aged man and had a very heavy expression on his face. Beside the man was a woman less than 30. If this woman wasn't frowning, she would definitely be beautiful. However, her eye lines seemed oppressive. If her eyelines were a bit more soft, perhaps she would be every man's dream. The last man was obviously a subordinate and stood straight behind the middle-aged man. There was a grandiloquent mansion, but it was unknown why the patient was lying in the temple, and the temple was built even more extravagantly than the mansion. Luo Chen, what did that website that say they can cure any disease say, at this moment? That man suddenly spoke. Boss, that website agreed to put us on the waiting list and I have paid the 100k waiting list fee. The man beside him immediately said. Did they ask about anything else? The middle-aged man continued to ask. No boss, they just made us pay 100k and said they will send people over, and there was no more news. Luo Chen immediately said, oh. Then man asking the question had extreme disappointment in his eyes. He believed this website was a fraud. They just asked and knew the patient was a vegetable and took the money. They didn't even ask how the patient got the disease and what the symptoms were. Now, they didn't even ask about anything. If this wasn't a fraud website, what was? 100k was nothing, but another hope was lost, however. Luo Chen hesitated before saying, the waiting list we applied for in America was rejected. They told us the doctor wouldn't go America. If we wanted treatment, we would have to go to the appointed place. There's such things. The middle-aged man immediately focused his attention again. Since that website rejected to go to America for treatment, then it meant that they really might not be fraudulent. That woman, however, immediately continued. Did they say when they would come to Hong Kong? They didn't say exact time, but they said within 10 days, they would definitely get to Hong Kong. Luo Chen immediately replied. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Luo Chen, this region has been chaotic recently. Bring some people and make some arrangements. Don't let the doctors from mainland be attacked. Yes, boss, Luo Chen replied and left the temple. Chapter 167, indeed very chaotic. The tourist group EMO joined was a rather popular one in Luotsong. Perhaps everything was arranged, so the tour leader never asked EMO anything. He probably knew that EMO was just using the tour to get to Hong Kong. When the tour got to Hong Kong, the first thing they did was shopping, but EMO separated with the tour group. He was planning to do his own thing first and get the silver heartgrass before treating the patient. EMO knew that the big boss of Metal River was Metal Mountain, and he knew that the latter was at Hong Kong. However, he didn't know where Metal Mountain lived. EMO was not worried though. Since Metal Mountain lived in Hong Kong, then he must have his power here. He only needed to go up to them. Before getting on the plane, the tour leader said that Miaopu was the most chaotic. Although it was very popular, foreign tourists should not go there. EMO wanted to find Metal Mountain, so of course, he needed to go to the most chaotic place. Metal Mountain was the mafia lord. The darker and the more chaotic a place was, the easier it would be for him to get news of Metal Mountain. Miaopu was indeed filled with people and all sorts of entertainment facilities. Outside, there were all sorts of fast food restaurants and stalls. It was like a big market, and there were all sorts of snacks that made people really want to try. EMO saw one shop's fishballs rice cake made very exquisitely and couldn't resist to buy one. The owner was in his 50s and he heard people call him Uncle Pei. His business wasn't bad. The time EMO came wasn't the traffic peak yet, and there were still a few empty spots. This uncle's skills were indeed very good, and his movements were clean. Just a few minutes after sitting down, this uncle brought him a hot bowl of rice cakes decorated with a golden fishball on top. You must be from mainland. After giving EMO the bowl of rice noodles, the uncle didn't have anything to do, so he casually started a conversation. EMO ate a mouth of rice noodles and indeed it tasted well. It was a bit spicy, but the taste was authentic. He didn't feel strange hearing the owner's question. His accent was different to the one at Hong Kong after all. The two spoke for a while before a ruckus sounded. EMO turned around and looked. Two group of people had started fighting opposite the vegetable market. Two people even ran over here. The people chasing behind pulled out a hack knife from somewhere and chased. EMO looked at the two groups fighting. This place was indeed chaotic. The rice noodle shop owner immediately said, "Young man, you must not look, these sort of things happen every few days. Don't bother them and they won't come to you." EMO nodded and continued eating his rice noodles. When the rest of the people saw the fight was coming over here, they all quickly put down their bowls and rushed away, afraid to be caught in the crossfire. Then, the only two people remaining at the shop were the boss and EMO. EMO was still eating his rice noodles. However, even the people nearby the stall retreated. However, one of the two people who ran away ran to the rice noodle shop. Door was blocked. One of the slightly fat youth was kicked in the chest by the man with the sword and was rammed towards Yimo's table. Punk, piss off, Detang has business here. Then, the three youths who chased here saw Yimo was still eating noodles and kicked over one of the pots Uncle Pei was cooking with. Immediately, the rice noodles inside poured out. Yimo's good mood was ruined. He took the bowl and walked to the youth who was just talking and covered his face with the bowl before coldly saying, "So what if I don't piss off, arg?" The youth howled as his face was burned red and white by the boiling hot rice noodles. "Charge, hack this bastard." This youth endured the pain, raised his sword and charged at Yimo. The other two reacted and both held up their swords as they charged towards Yimo as well. Bang! 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 Yimo kicked consecutively, and the youth who charged towards him were all kicked over. Yimo didn't even move from his position after the few youth were kicked to the ground. They looked at Yimo in terror. After a while, they finally crawled up and slowly retreated. They knew they met a tough one. "Punk, watch out, just you wait, F King with the Detang." One youth retreated while he left behind some tough words, but before he finished, Yimo went up and kicked this guy right on the face. The talking youth was kicked out many meters by Yimo again. His nose was bleeding and two of his teeth fell out. Then, he turned around in terror, not daring to say anything. That slightly fat youth also got up shakily and wanted to retreat. "You, come over," Yimo suddenly said. This youth walked shakily in front of Yimo. May I ask, what you want me?" Yimo's movements were too scary just then that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. "Do you know Metal River?" Yimo casually asked. "Metal River." The fatty's expression changed immediately and said, "I don't know, I'm going." Then, the fatty stumbled out of the shop. Yimo didn't go stop him. He thought that if you don't know, never mind then, why so scared? At this moment, the Uncle Pei looked at Yimo with admiration before coming up and saying, "Young man, the people you just hit are from Detang. Even the police can't do anything about them. You should leave quickly. If they come, it will be hard for you to escape." He believed that although Yimo was good at fighting. But that didn't mean anything in front of Detang. Yimo thanked this Uncle Pei for his warm heart and stood up. At this moment, the police cars finally came. After leaving the shop, Yimo prepared to find a hotel to live first. He wasn't afraid of the mafia's revenge, he just didn't want to be wasting time with the police. Yimo was disappointed on not being able to hear about Metal River. However, his main purpose coming to Hong Kong was to get his silver heart grass back. The second purpose was to cure disease, so he needed to find a place to stay first and go to a nightclub at night to search for more information. After finding a place to live, Yimo took a shower, and when it was night time, Yimo was prepared to go to that Uncle Pei's place to have another bowl of rice noodles before searching for news of Metal River. But when Yimo came to this place, he found that the shop was closed and a lot of people surrounded the door. There were blood stains on the ground. Yimo immediately had a bad feeling. Then, he heard someone say, Uncle Pei was a good man for his entire life but was hacked just because he reminded that mainland kid. What happened to that Uncle Pei you were talking about? Yimo immediately came and asked. The crowd all turned to leave as soon as they saw Yimo. No one wanted to talk to Yimo. Yimo grabbed the nearest old man and asked, "Tell me, what happened to Uncle Pei?" The elder had a face of fear when he saw Yimo grab him, so he quickly said, "I don't know, let me go." "Oh, you don't know? Then I'll immediately go around saying you are advertising the bad things Detang has done," Yimo cruelly said. The old man was so scared by Yimo's words that he immediately said, "Please don't say that. Lao Pei was killed just because he told someone who got into conflict with the Detang to leave quickly. This mainland youth got away, but Lao Pei lost his life." Obviously, this old man didn't know Yimo was the mainland youth Lao Pei told to leave. Yimo's face immediately grew bleak. He was extremely furious. Lao Pei was killed by these people just for warning him. It seemed that before he found Metal River, he needed to go visit Detang. Where are the fugitives? Yimo asked. In the Hong Kong now, the fugitive shouldn't be able to get away with murder, especially in broad daylight. Already ran, the police are chasing after him. I don't know the specifics, the old man replied quickly, but seeing from his expression, it was certain that this would end with no result. Where do the Detang people usually gather at? Yimo asked again. The old man looked around and saw no one come to help him. He was more and more worried and quickly said, "Normally, at Sanli Feng's Earth Heart Entertainment." "That's Detang's land, I beg you, let me go." Yimo let go of his hand and the old man ran away quickly.
He didn't even dare to turn around to look at YMO, Earth Heart Entertainment? YMO never thought he would come to Hong Kong to fight with the mafia as soon as he destroyed Metal River in Luotsang. To be honest, he didn't want to do it at all. It wasn't that he was scared, just that it was troublesome. Plus, what the mafia did had nothing to do with him, but he always happened to meet these people. Normally, people who encounter these things would try to get away as far as possible with guilt. But YMO wouldn't. He couldn't let Lao Pei die for no reason due to him. In addition, perhaps he could hear about Metal River in Datang. YMO called a taxi and headed straight for Earth Heart Entertainment. If possible, he didn't mind eradicating Datang too. Chapter 168, Cruel Means. He casually spread chi around his face to avoid being captured by cameras. YMO didn't want to be on the wanted list in Hong Kong, since he came to kill today. Datang's gangsters could be fine after killing or judged as accident, but he couldn't. It was very boisterous inside Earth Heart Entertainment. YMO scanned, and it was messy. Everything was done there. As soon as YMO came to the door, someone stopped him. "Brother, I have never seen you before, first time here." At this moment, a youth with curly hair walked out, and as soon as he saw YMO, he pointed at YMO and called out, "It's him." He broke two of Brother Fei's teeth in South Street. This curly-haired youth immediately recognized YMO. "Go." As this curly-haired youth called, 7 or 8 people charged out. YMO sneered and didn't hold back. How could these normal gangsters endure his attacks? Soon, all of them were on the ground. YMO hadn't started killing yet because he needed to confirm things before he would start the slaughter. "Friend, you came to our place, did you want to break our place?" "I'm the manager here, Cui Hang." At this moment, a manager-looking man walked out. He looked at the 7 or 8 hoodlums on the ground, frowned and said, "YMO kicked again." He kicked down a guy who struggled to get up. Then, he looked coldly at the manager and said, "I have 2 things here today. First, did you kill the Uncle Pei from the noodle shop? Humph, do you think you're good just because you can fight? So what if we killed him?" The manager saw YMO casually beat down 7 or 8 gangsters and wanted to ask where YMO came from. But now, YMO's arrogance immediately triggered him. No one dared to be so cocky on Datang's place. YMO was the first. If he didn't beat down YMO's flames of arrogance, then there was no need for Datang to remain here. Then, Cui Hang waved his hand at the back. "Friend, you won't live long if you act cocky just because you can fight a little. From the start till now, our Datang never had someone act so cocky in our territory. Even people from Metal River didn't dare to, much less you. Since you are so cocky, then I will show you the price for your cockiness." YMO sneered and also felt happy. These people indeed knew about Metal River. It seemed he came to the right place. He casually pulled out the whip Daoist Xian used. He was scared of wasting time if he fought these weaklings fist by fist. At this moment, he actually missed his metal nails. He could pretty much solve these gangsters with 1 nail each. Seeing YMO take out a whip, Cui Hang's mouth showed even more contempt and called out once again, "Go on in together. Beat him to death, don't need to hold back." With Cui Hang's order, those 11 gangsters charged. With some of them have hack swords in their hands, YMO gathered spirit chi in the whip and swung out. With this swing, he gathered 70% of his cultivation chi. The long whip howled and hit the first few who came up. In terms of whip technique, YMO wasn't as good as Daoist Xian, but he didn't even need technique for these little hoodlums. He only needed to infuse the whip with his chi. If Daoist Xian swung it, it wouldn't have such howling sounds, but in YMO's hands, the whip shattered the air. Push! The whip sliced like a long sickle. There were only 11 who attacked YMO, and this whip hit the first 6 people. Not one of those who were hit lived. In the most serious case, the person was almost cut in 2 from the waist. Before the remaining 5 could react, YMO's whip turned and swung again. Another whip. After 2 whips, YMO took back the whip. At this moment, there were some people who hadn't fell. After a few breaths later, they finally fell and died. 11 people only took 2 whips. The only one standing was Cui Hang. He had his jaws wide open while looking at the bloodbath. Was this even human? Killing 11 people with 2 whips. Some people even had their chest torn open. Was he using a whip or a long sword? Does your Datang still have more people? Call them up together, save me the time of looking for them one by one. YMO looked at Cui Hang, who was dumbfounded and sneered. Cui Hang phased for a while before saying with a pale face, None.
But what made his soul shatter with fear happened next. The youth in front of him casually threw out a few fireballs. The floor that was previously bloodied with bodies was now covered in ashes. Even those few hack swords were burnt crisp, God? Chui Hong wanted to control his thought and not think in such a way, but he couldn't. Yemo scanned with his spirit sense and found that other than some customers, there were indeed no more Detang people here. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you don't answer them properly, you will turn into dust very quickly. Yemo stared at Chui Hong, who was still dazed, and said. Chui Hong shook and finally recovered. He wiped his still sweating forehead and shakily said, Sir, please ask, please ask. The scene just then was still shocking his sense. He couldn't control the shaking in his legs. If it wasn't for the disappearance of the bodies, burnt smell in the air, and the melted swords, he really would have thought he was dreaming. Have I killed the person who killed Uncle Pei? Yemo scanned Chui Hong and coldly asked, Yes. It's. Chui Hong spoke to this point and was interrupted by Yemo. Where is the HQ of Detang? Take me there immediately, or you won't need to be talking anymore. Yemo's voice grew cold. He knew that a mercenary like Chui Hong would require more means once he recovers. As expected, Chui Hong said without any hesitation, Metal River's big boss, Metal Mountain, is having negotiations with our leader tonight, saying that some regions will be given to us Detang. After talking for a while, Chui Hong's tone became more consistent. Metal River had usually been very adamant. I don't know why they would bring this up themselves. Brother Yu is afraid Metal Mountain is using tricks, so he brought all of the elites of Detang to the negotiation. Then, Chui Hong stopped shaking. He seemed to have recovered from the shock, but he still looked at Yemo with fear. I'm going to find them now. Lead the way, quick, Yemo yelled. Yes. Chui Hong didn't dare to disagree at all. It was too late to not say anything, thus, he might as well do more. Yemo had some idea why Metal Mountain was having discussions with Detang. It was because he killed Daoist Xian, and Metal Mountain probably knew it. A Metal River without Daoist Xian was like a tiger without its claws. Metal Mountain was acting early. Once Detang knew that Metal River no longer had Daoist Xian and then they fought, Metal River would lose more things. Detang and Metal River set the discussion place at West Sands region. West Sand was the largest gang in Hong Kong other than Detang and Metal River. Both parties would agree to having the discussion here. After nearly 40 minutes, Chui Hong drove a Mercedes to West Sands land. Both parties chose a large private manor. When Chui Hong drove the car in, there were already tens of luxurious limousines parked outside. Chui Hong was stopped at the door. Yemo only needed to scan with his spirit sense to know that there were around 200 people in the light and dark. It seemed they would fight with the slightest disagreement. I'm Chui Hong from Detang. I need to see my leader, Chui Hong quickly said to the guard. The guard's face didn't change at all and said, There's an important meeting going on inside. No one is allowed in and out. Please immediately drive away, otherwise, we won't. The guard stopped talking there because Yemo had already killed him with a wind blade. You. Chui Hong was so scared that he only said one word and then didn't even dare to look at Yemo while driving the car in. He had understood just how fierce and cruel Yemo was. The few men who were preparing to stop Chui Hong saw that Chui Hong spoke with the guard and still came in, so they didn't stop them. They didn't see the guard fall and thought the car was let in by the guard, so after Chui Hong stopped the car, no one came to say anything. Chui Hong parked the car and took Yemo to the door of the mansion shakily. At this moment, another two people came to stop Yemo and Chui Hong. Yemo didn't hesitate to knock them out. This time, he didn't kill. At the same time, he turned around and knocked Chui Hong out. Now wasn't the time to kill him. He needed to at least be sure if Metal River was here before killing Chui Hong. And now, he no longer needed Chui Hong to lead the way. He headed straight to the meeting room. Stop. The two black-clothed bulky men at the door raised their gun and said, if these two people didn't point guns, perhaps Yemo would just knock them out, but Yemo hated people pointing guns at him. He didn't hesitate to throw two fireballs before kicking towards the door of the meeting room. Chapter 169. What, you have a problem? Who is it? The first to react was actually an old man in his 60s. As soon as he spoke, two men in their 30s came charging to Yemo from left and right. The left man was slightly skinnier, and before he even reached Yemo, his fist scooped up a fierce killing intent, making the few men sitting near the door feel a frigidness that pierced their bones. Yemo looked at the man with his spirit sense. His fist was indeed fast and deadly, and it had this relentless temperament. This man's fist technique must have been practiced through countless fighting. He wasn't as good as Lang Ji and was even a little worse than Hu Chou, but his killing intent and temperament in his fists were better than both of them. This was because his fist had put aside his own life and death. In fact, it was usually those who put aside their life and death that could control the lives of other people. This was someone who didn't fear death. Yi Mo didn't care what he did, but just from his fist, he could tell it couldn't be used by someone who wasn't filled with this temperament. The one who plotted behind the shadows all day wouldn't be able to strike out this fist. Although this fist was sharp and full of temperament, it was too low grade compared to Yi Mo. In Yi Mo's eyes, this man was at most the elementary stage of yellow level. Such difference in level couldn't be made up with a fearless temperament. When the fist reached near his body, Yi Mo suddenly reached out his hand and attacked first. He accurately grabbed the man's wrist and dispelled the force and temperament of this fist. Then, Yi Mo's hand used a little force and the man's wrist was easily cracked. Then, Yi Mo brought his hands up a little, and this skinny man was thrown out many meters away, landing at the corner of the wall. At this moment, the other bald-headed man finally reached in front of Yi Mo. He wasn't empty-handed though. He held a trident. In the battle between masters, there was little people who used tridents, but this man not only used a trident, it was even a specially made trident. The tips were very small, while the remaining part half was very broad. This could not only be used as a prick but also a dagger. Now, the man charged at Yi Mo using the trident as a dagger. He aimed one prick at Yi Mo's waist instead of using the entire trident. Although this man was very fast, he was nowhere to hide under Yi Mo's spirit sense. This man was much more bleak than the other man. He thought that once Yi Mo blocked, he would change the slice into a stab, making the defender unable to block it. No one could survive after getting stabbed like that, Yi Mo sneered as he immediately raised his leg and spun it in mid-air. Anyone who had a little experience in martial arts would know it was very hard to kick out a leg spin in such a short time. The man holding the trident was a little weaker than the man using the fist. But he was much bulkier than that man. When his trident neared Yi Mo's waist and he saw that Yi Mo still didn't react, he immediately felt surprised and happy. He thought that if Yi Mo were to block, he would turn this slice into a stab and kill Yi Mo, but his smile soon froze. Yi Mo had raised his leg and using a speed that he couldn't even see, spun his leg in air and kicked his wrist. He didn't even have the chance to dodge as that kick was too fast. So fast that he only realized he was kicked after the kick connected. Just like the skinnier man, Yi Mo broke the man's wrist and the trident fell out of the man's hands. At this moment, Yi Mo didn't wait for the trident to fall to the ground. His heels turned, kicking accurately on the hilt of the trident. The trident seemed to have grown eyes and flew right back, piercing into the bald man's throat until the handle submerged. The bald man held to the handle with terror. He suddenly understood that when the difference in power was too high, no tricks would be effective. He made gurgling sounds before dying. No one was able to see this extremely fast combat clearly except for the black-clothed woman sitting on the very inside. Yi Mo also knew that woman was the strongest here, but she was strong to a limit. At most, she was the same as Lang Ji or perhaps even a little worse. This woman looked at Yi Mo's actions in surprise. She knew that it would be very easy for Yi Mo to kill the first man, but he let him go. She wondered if it was due to their different motives. One wanted to force Yi Mo out of the room and got his wrists broken, while the one who wanted to kill Yi Mo lost his life. The man who was at the corner also stood up. He looked at Yi Mo in shock. Ever since he graduated, he had never seen a master like Yi Mo. He only heard that Metal River had a Taoist Xian that was strong, but he never fought with Taoist Xian, so he didn't know how strong that person was. At this moment, everyone in the room reacted and all stood up while looking at Yi Mo in shock. Everyone knew about each other. Out of the tens of people in the room, Peng Yang and Yu Fu were the strongest other than Black Widow. Plus, it was unknown if Black Widow were stronger than these two, but the youth who broke open the door defeated Peng Yang and Yu Fu in 2 moves. One injured, one dead. Yi Mo scanned the room and saw that other than these 3 slightly strong ones, the other people were not bad but worthless to him. What made him surprised was that in the people sitting in the room, other than 5 or 6 middle-aged men, 2 youths in their 20s and that woman, the rest were old men in their 50s and above. Friend, I'm Tian Shou. Friends in the society call me Teacher Tian. This is an important meeting between our Hong Kong gangs, and I'm here as a witness. Why have you come, friend? You don't look like you're from here. Did one of our people mess with you? The old man talked very politely, but his long years of authority and utilization of his elder status immediately showed. Yemo scanned this old man. He was the first to react and ask who he was. However, this old man thought too highly of himself, calling himself Teacher Tian.
Yemo didn't want to waste his time with him. He turned and looked at the other people in the room and said, I just eradicated Earth Heart Entertainment and killed some people. I'm here to completely solve the problem.
I heard that entertainment place belongs to Detang, who is the big boss of Detang. Stand up.
Yemo ignoring Tian's show made the old man quite annoyed, but he didn't dare to say anything.
Regardless of whether he really did kill those people, his fierce killing meant he was not someone to be easily messed with. A man in his 40s suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, I'm Zhuayu of Detang.
Do I have conflict with you? Why are you killing all of us, Detang?
It's all the elites of Hong Kong here. No matter how strong you are, do you think you can kill all of the friends in the business? Zhuayu's words were rather skillful. He put himself at a weak position before pulling all of the friends in the Hong Kong underground world to his side. Yemo scanned the big bosses of the underground world.
He didn't think that Cui Heng's info wasn't accurate.
Cui Heng just said it was Metal River in Detang having a meeting. Seeing Yemo scan them, a few big bosses kept their glaring eyes on Yemo. That expression seemed to say if someone took a lead, it would all come on him. Yemo slowly said, because your Detang people killed a friend of mine, so I will annihilate your Detang. What? Just because we killed a person, you're going to kill all of us?
Zhuayu looked at Yemo in disbelief.
This person was too unreasonable. Indeed, today at the small restaurant at South Street, I met a store owner that I got along with, but I didn't think your people would kill him just because of me. You tell me if I should kill you all, Yemo coldly said. The big bosses who were guessing which important person was killed by Detang all froze. He was destroying an entire mafia because of a street restaurant owner he met today. This was way too arrogant. Even the most arrogant mafia didn't dare to talk like this. Zhuayu laughed. Okay, I've seen cocky ones, but I haven't seen anyone cockier than you. If the big boss of Nanchang accidentally swore at you, are you going to annihilate Nanchang? If you really have that much balls, then I'll surrender, Yemo plainly said. You're right. That Chen Longtu has a useless son and was killed by me. But then, Chen Longtu actually thought he could do something and sent people to hunt me down. So then, not long ago, I went to Sinai Peninsula and killed that old guy.
What, do you have a problem? What? You killed Chen Longtu? Not.
Zhuayu's face finally changed. He finally understood who the person in front of him was. Not only Zhuayu, but all the big bosses at the scene all changed their faces. Those few arrogant ones didn't even hesitate to keep their heads low, not daring to look at Yemo. Yemo could fight his way into the Sinai Peninsula. That meant that these people here wasn't enough for him to kill. Just how strong was he? Chapter 170, Predecessor. The two men standing behind Zhuayu suddenly pulled out their guns and rapidly shot at Yemo's side. It seemed that he really needed to prepare some normal nails on him, otherwise, he was sure he could kill these two before they fired. Meanwhile, the shooting speed of Windblade couldn't keep up with Bullet, much less a fireball. After the gun fired, everyone was happy. They didn't expect to have the chance to fire in front of Yemo. Suddenly, Yemo waved his hand and a chi wall immediately surrounded him. When the two bullets reached near the wall, it slowed down, but this was only seen under Yemo's spirit sense. Before other people saw what happened, Yemo had already grabbed the two bullets and threw it back. There was another 2 gunshots. When the two opened fire for the second time, Yemo's bullets had already pierced their forehead, 2 blood dots appeared on their heads, and Yemo just managed to catch the 2 bullets they shot out again. At this moment, the two men finally fell to the ground. There was not a single person in the room that wasn't experienced in fighting and death. What else have they not seen? Although they have heard that some people could catch bullets, but it was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. They couldn't even believe their own eyes. This wasn't all. The person who caught the bullet could use the bullet to kill the shooter. Some knowledgeable people have already guessed that Yemo came from the hidden sections. No matter how strong the people in Mafia was, nor how many people they had, they wouldn't be able to compare with the hidden sections. If it wasn't for that the people in the hidden sects had a different pursuit, they would not be able to sit here and have meetings. Although Zhuayu was fierce, but faced with someone who could kill him at any time, his back had already begun sweating. He warned himself that he was the big boss of Detang, but he couldn't suppress the fear of death inside of him. Other people who said they would kill him were just threatening him and needed to worry about revenge. But this person dared to even kill Qianlong too, so it was all too easy to kill him. Zuiyu looked around hopefully. Those big bosses who were just talking about unity all lowered their heads. Not one person dared to come out and speak for him. He scanned already and took back his disappointed gaze. It seemed it would be impracticable to find help here. Plus, he understood, so what if someone came to help him? Was he stronger than Qianlong too? With the temperament and posture Yemo came in, Zuiyu didn't doubt at all that he killed Qianlong too, friend, predecessor. Zuiyu saluted with his fists. He hesitated before abandoning his pride and saying, "Predecessor, although I'm the big boss of Detang, but there are good and bad people in my men. If they annoyed you, I'm here to apologize." He then looked at Yemo's agreeing face. Zuiyu didn't dare to breathe loud and continued. "I know I angered predecessor. If there's anything you want me to do, please tell me." "If you need my life, do as you wish," Yemo sneered after listening to Zuiyu's words. He knew that Zuiyu couldn't have such no fear of death temperament. Yemo suddenly threw out the bullet in his hand. Before Zuiyu could react, it had pierced Zuiyu's shoulder. Zuiyu's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to move. He knew that if Yemo wanted to kill him, he would have died there. Go back and kill the person responsible and immediately disband your Detang. Also, go pay tributes to Uncle Pei's grave. After you have done this, come look for me, Yemo coldly said. He didn't say that the bullet had sealed Zuiyu's heart meridian. If Zuiyu dared to not look for him in 3 days, he would die. And Yemo knew that Zuiyu didn't dare to come back for him. At most, he would disband Detang and run, so Yemo wouldn't chase him. Since he dared to run, then death would await him. If he guessed wrong and that Zuiyu really dared to come look for him, he wouldn't mind letting him live. Zuiyu's heart raced with joy. Of course, he wouldn't be so dumb to come find Yemo. He just wanted to leave Yemo as far as possible. Yemo looked at him coldly as Zuiyu held his arm and left desperately. He didn't even ask how he could find him. Yemo knew he was right. This guy wanted to run indeed, seeing Zuiyu leave so desperately. Everyone felt something was wrong, but Zuiyu was dumbed by the thought of escape. Plus, even those who noticed something was wrong couldn't tell what was wrong. The black-dressed girl looked at Yemo in surprise. Of course, she saw Yemo's actions and knew Yemo must have left something of Zuiyu. If Zuiyu didn't come, he would surely die, but she couldn't tell exactly what Yemo did. None of the big bosses here felt that it was funny Zuiyu calling Yemo predecessor. If someone like Yemo wasn't predecessor, then who was? Tianshuo's face was pale, but he eventually didn't say anything and sat down. "Predecessor, I am Jobieni, now the leader of Western Sands. I didn't know predecessor has arrived. Apologies for our negligence. Pang Yang is my good brother," he annoyed predecessor. "Could predecessor please have mercy?" Then, Zhao Bieni looked at the skinny man who was tossed to the corner by Yemo. Yemo nodded. He never intended to kill Pang Yang, and now that Zhao Bieni asked for mercy, Yemo casually said, "You have no business here, go to the side." "Yes." Zhao Bieni was happy. This meant that Yemo let him go. He wouldn't be dumb enough to go argue with Yemo. That was suicide. Then, the black-clothed woman suddenly stood up and copied Zhao Bieni's tone. "I'm Su Yuehua. People call me Black Widow." "Greetings, predecessor," seeing that Zhao Bieni and the Black Widow spoke like that. All the big bosses stood up while reporting their name and gang. Everything seemed so orderly all of a sudden. Afterwards, Yemo found Metal Mountain. He seemed to be in his 50s, however, his eyes seemed sunken, not allowing people to see what he's thinking about. "I'm Yemo. My principle is I don't mess with those who don't mess with me. Since you mess with me, then don't blame me. Metal Mountain, stand up." The first part of Yemo's words made everyone gasp a sigh of relief. They thought everything had ended, but then his latter part hung up everyone's hearts. They were scared that Yemo was looking for more trouble. "Predecessor, I'm Metal Mountain. What business does predecessor have with me?" Of course Metal Mountain didn't know Yemo's name. Not even Daoist Xian knew him. Although Metal Mountain was the famous head of a gang in Hong Kong, his facial expression was very polite. The difference with him and Zuoyu was that he was calm although remaining polite. Everyone knew that the reason Metal Mountain was so calm was because he had a very strong assistant called Taoist Xian. This was the reason he could be the leading power in the Hong Kong underworld. Because your men have messed with me, I came here today just for you.
Yi Mo could tell that Metal Mountain wasn't simple.
His title was Metal Chains Crossing the River, and he did seem like a troublesome person. No wonder Wu Shueming was no match for him. This is the first time I saw you.
Predecessor, who messed with you, predecessor? Metal Mountain wasn't afraid as Jiaobiani because he wasn't sure if Taoist Xian was killed. If Taoist Xian was here, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone, even if Yi Mo was very strong. He believed that Yi Mo was no match for Taoist Xian. Yi Mo could tell by Metal Mountain's expression that he had his hopes on Taoist Xian. He sneered before saying, "That Taoist is your man, right?
His disciple stole a type of grass I planted, so he pissed me off. Oh, by the way, I've slaughtered both him and his 2 disciples. I've annihilated your Metal River in Luotsang." Yi Mo's words was like a huge hammer smashing into Metal Mountain's chest.
Taoist Xian was killed.
And this meant that his leading position would come to an end. Metal Mountain subconsciously looked at the big bosses around him and found that a few of them had a glaring beam in their eyes. His heart sunk. He now hated Taoist Xian's disciples to the bones. Why did they have to mess with this Yi Mo? He didn't expect Yi Mo was so strong that he could even kill Taoist Xian. Taoist Xian was a master who was one step away from Earth level. Seeing the sneer at the corner of Yi Mo's mouth, Metal Mountain shivered. He finally felt Zuoyu's mood and no longer had his previous composure. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately said, "Predecessor, I'll take you to Taoist Xian's place immediately. If the things are still untouched, it should be there." He knew that Taoist Xian's disciples brought some grass from the mainland, but he wouldn't even ask about these stuff at all. Now that Yi Mo asked, of course, he remembered, lead the way. Yi Mo's main purpose here was to get the silver heart grass. From Metal Mountain's tone, he seemed to know where it was. He was glad and didn't want to waste time here. Seeing Yi Mo and Metal Mountain walk out, the people in the room finally felt relieved.
Yi Mo was too horrific for them. He could no longer be threatened by any gang.
Chapter 171, Strange Patient. Yi Mo got the silver heart grass very easily. He also found a piece of deep-sea buttonwood at Taoist Xian's place. This made Yi Mo very excited and feel it was worth the trip. The deep-sea buttonwood was not only a good material for making defensive amulets, but could also be used in flying swords. Once a flying sword has deep-sea buttonwood inside it, its defensive attributes would greatly increase. After getting the things, Yi Mo didn't kill Metal Mountain. Metal Mountain only had feud with Wu Shueming.
Yi Mo wouldn't bother himself with these. He had already done what Wu Shueming wanted him to do and even eradicated Metal River in Luotsang. And Yi Mo knew that Metal River wouldn't be as stable as before.
Perhaps Metal Mountain also knew, but that was none of Yi Mo's business. Qing Quanwan, Half Mountain Mansion, the middle-aged man knocked the table and said,
"Luo Chen, it's the 6th day today."
That doctor still has no news. Luo Chen, who stood behind, respectfully said, "Boss, I've had people guarding the region. As soon as he reached near Qing Quanwan, we can find him, Mo Ping. If he still doesn't come by tomorrow, I will need to leave Hong Kong.
It may be very hard for me to come out again.
I will have to depend on you for Uncle Li," the woman beside him said. That middle-aged man called Mo Ping had some anger flash across his eyes which disappeared very quickly.
He turned and said,
"Since Chang Wei says that, then of course, do as you please. I don't dare to stop your things." But even so, that woman had seen it. She had a disregarding look at the corner of her mouth, but she didn't say anything. After Mo Ping said that, he sighed before saying, "Luo Chen, go search. If there's news of that doctor, report back immediately." "Yes." Just when Luo Chen wanted to go out, a voice interrupted him and said, "No need, I have come." Mo Ping suddenly stood up and looked dazedly at Yi Mo. After a while, he finally spoke, I'm that online doctor, let's go see the patient."
"I'm very busy," Yi Mo blandly spoke. This place really wasn't simple. There were people guarding from the bottom to the waist of the mountain.
He didn't know who the owner of this place was, but Yi Mo was sure he wasn't in the underground world. Otherwise, that person should be at the meeting last night. At this moment, Chang Wei also stood up in shock. She studied Yi Mo in confusion. Someone who could appear here without her noticing was definitely a master amongst masters. Yi Mo then noticed this woman called Chang Wei. She was not yet 30 and had a sunflower seed-shaped face. Her faint makeup further portrayed her excellence. The only thing Yi Mo didn't like was the lines of her eyes were too hard, making her appear less feminine. What made him surprised was that this woman was also a master. Although she was a little worse than Daoist Xian. But she was definitely better than Wu Chang. Who are you? Chang Wei subconsciously asked. Doctor, Yi Mo answered. Chang Wei frowned before saying again, I'm saying who are you? How did you come in without me noticing at all? Yi Mo scanned Chang Wei once. Do you guys still want me to look at the patient? Otherwise, I'm leaving. He didn't answer Chang Wei's question. This woman was weird. It was none of her business who he was. At this moment, Mo Ping had reacted and quickly said, Yes, doctor, please, this way. I'm Mo Ping, I'm the person who requested you online. Then, he quickly took Yi Mo into a temple behind the mansion. Chang Wei heard Yi Mo's tone and was about to throw a tantrum. But she thought twice about it and didn't say anything. She would look for his trouble after Yi Mo treated the patient. Yi Mo had seen the man lying on the bed. His face was scrawny and emaciated. He was in his 50s and unconscious. There were also 2 nurses looking after him. Mo Ping told the 2 nurses to leave before respectfully saying to Yi Mo, Doctor, this is my uncle Mo Kong. He had been unconscious for 2 years. Yi Mo stopped Mo Ping. You don't need to say anything else. Go out now, I'm going to treat him. Doctor, I also need to leave? Mo Ping asked in surprise. Of course, Yi Mo wouldn't let them know he was using cultivation means, so he wouldn't let Mo Ping stay inside. Seeing that Yi Mo didn't talk, Mo Ping sighed and said, Okay, I'll go out. May I ask how long you will need and what things do I need to prepare? Yi Mo shook his head and said, Nothing, just go out. I will come out after I'm done. I'm uncertain about the time, but if someone interrupts me during my treatment, they will pay for the consequences. Chang Wei, who wanted to see how Yi Mo was going to treat the patient, was now kicked out by Yi Mo for no reason, felt more uncomfortable. She felt this doctor was too unreasonable. After the 2 had left, Yi Mo closed the door and checked out this temple. He felt strange. There was a good mansion, so why did he have to live in the temple? But this wasn't something he should be concerned with. After making sure there was no surveillance, he then looked at the man on the bed. Yi Mo felt this person's pulse. It was very slow, but it didn't stop. He ran his qi through the patient's body and checked. Yi Mo immediately knew this wasn't a vegetable. He was attacked by insidious means like Zhuo Aigua's son. The only thing was that the attacker was very careful to make the man a vegetable but not take his life. Yi Mo checked the means done to the man. Somebody had forcefully prevented him from awaking, so he could only stay in an unconscious state. The perpetrator not only had great inner qi mastery but also medical mastery. The difference was that Zhuo Huadang only had a sliver of inner qi left in his head by someone casually. The attacker didn't care if Zhuo Huadang died or not. Meanwhile, for this patient, the inner qi was used intentionally to make the patient a vegetable. The technique was much more complex. Yi Mo was sure that even the attacker wasn't sure if he could make the patient recover. If he wasn't a cultivator who had spirit sense and could use cultivation qi however he liked, then he also wouldn't be able to cure this person. Yi Mo took out a set of needles and immediately pierced into the patient's chest and head. With the use of qi, the few nerves that were blocked by medicine and inner qi were recovered by his qi. Half an hour later, Yi Mo took out the silver needles inside. He knew this person was fine. Although he was fine, Yi Mo still had a few questions to ask these people. He knew that this person would wake up at most 10 minutes later. As expected, in less than 10 minutes, the man opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Mo, he was confused and desperate, and wanted to sit up immediately. However, he sat on the bed for too long. Even after Yi Mo treated him, he couldn't get up immediately. Who are you? The man asked on the bed. Yi Mo said, You have been unconscious for 2 years. I just woke you up. The man frowned as though thinking something, but soon, his face changed immediately and said, Where am I? How can you save me? Seeing his face, Yi Mo knew he must have remembered something. So he could only say, This is Ching Quan Wan, in a private property in Hong Kong. I'm a doctor requested by your nephew Mo Ping to treat you. He said you have been unconscious for more than 2 years, Hong Kong? Mo Ping? So I'm out. Who sent me out? Suddenly, The man looked at Emo with uncertainty and said, "No way, you definitely won't be able to treat my disease." "I know my disease, I know." The man's voice got lower and lower, at least revealing his melancholy and loss of hope. Emo frowned and said once again, "I'm a doctor. I treat people and get paid. I don't need you to admit I treated you. Someone will pay me later. I will just ask you one thing. Who could use inner chi and medicine so perfectly to turn you into a vegetable?" "Of course. If you don't want to say, then never mind. And you're right, other than me, no one else can cure your disease." The man heard Yemo's words and looked at Yemo once again with uncertainty. "You know my condition is artificial? You really saved me?" "Isn't," the man said and seemed to have thought of something. Yemo got up and was prepared to leave. Since the man didn't want to talk, he didn't want to talk too. He would get his money and leave. "Wait, I'll tell you." The man suddenly stopped Yemo. Seeing Yemo stop, he continued, "I was indeed harmed. Since this is Hong Kong Chun Quan Wan, then it should be fine." "Is there anyone else other than Mo Ping?" Yemo replied, "Another woman called Chang Wei and someone else called Luo Chun." "What, she's also here?" the patient exclaimed. Chapter 172, Emotional People. Yemo just wanted to know who did this to Imo Kang, but after hearing Imo Kang's words, he knew that Imo Kang also came from the hidden sections. 23 years ago, Imo Kang was already a plutocrat of Hong Kong. It was that year that he met Xia Ro, who came for a rites of passage in the mortal world. Xia Ro was a member of the hidden family Xia. They had feeling for each other, so they secretly promised their love for each other for eternity. At the end of that year, Xia Ro needed to go back to her family to participate in the hidden sect tournament every 3 years. And she never came back. Imo Kang immediately wanted to go find Xia Ro. Although Xia Ro told him how to enter the hidden sects, he still couldn't find her. However, Imo Kang didn't give up. He went again and again, spending countless money and effort before finally finding a way to enter the Xia family on the 16th year. But when he found the Xia family, he discovered that Xia Ro had married someone else tens of years ago. He was extremely angry. He couldn't go out, but even if he could, he would find Xia Ro and ask him why she betrayed him. When she left, she was already pregnant. Imo Kang wanted to ask where that child was. However, Imo Kang was a normal person who entered the hidden sect. He had no status in the Xia family and worked as a laborer for 4 years before finally hearing that Xia Ro married Zhang Fengji of Hong Martial Hall. But before he found Hong Martial Hall, he was attacked. Hearing Imo Kang's words, Imo sighed. This Imo Kang was an emotional person. However, that Xia Ro seemed a bit heartless. Then, he suddenly thought of Chang Wei and asked, "Who is Chang Wei?" Imo Kang sighed and said, "Chang Wei is Xia Ro's younger sister and married 10 years ago. However, before she reached her husband's house, her husband died. She's a widow and rarely went back to the Xia family. However, I don't know how she came this time to send me out." Hearing Imo Kang's words, Imo sneered. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, but he wouldn't believe that Xia Ro didn't know what happened to Imo Kang. And if Xia Ro didn't know, how could Xia Changwei send Imo Kang out? Imo Kang was too emotional that he couldn't even see her. In addition, perhaps Xia Ro was involved in Imo Kang becoming a vegetable, or in other words, without Xia Ro, how could Imo Kang live in the Xia family for a few years even as the lowest house slave? As for why Imo Kang must live in the temple, Imo didn't ask. It was probably Chang Wei's idea, and he didn't need to know. "Do you know how to enter the hidden sects?" This was what Imo was most concerned with. Imo Kang shook his head and said, "She just told me how to enter the Xia family. She didn't tell me about the other sections. Plus, I swore to her I wouldn't tell anyone. Although she betrayed me. I still don't want to break my oath." Imo couldn't do anything, so he asked, "Then do you know the 3-year tournament?" "I heard there's one this year. Is it at Wuliang Mountain?" Imo Kang looked at Imo strangely and said, "You actually know Wuliang Mountain?" However, he shook his head and said, "The tournament before was at Wuliang Mountain, but the year I got to the Xia family, I heard that the tournament was no longer at Wuliang Mountain. I heard the next tournament was 5 years later, which should be next year. The tournament is said to be held at a city in the normal world. As for where, I don't know." Imo frowned and thought that Taoist Xian told him it was at Wuliang Mountain. Why would he trick him? He didn't need to. Seeing Imo frown, Imo Kang said, "It is said that Wuliang Mountain is place hidden sects are gathered the most, and there are many powerful hidden sects there. Normal people can't get in at all.
Even if they do, it would be very hard for them to come out again. Emo stood up.
Although he didn't get much useful news, he still got some. Seeing that GMO was preparing to leave, Mo-Khan quickly said, I know you're someone powerful, and since you want to know about the hidden sex, it means you really want to go in.
Do you know about the spirit sensing rock? Emo was dazed.
Of course, he knew it, it was the space abyssal rock. It was because he got it that he could make a storage ring. However, also because his power was limited and there wasn't much space abyssal rock that his ring only could store 3 cubic meters. But if he had enough space abyssal rock and his power improved, he could refine it more and make a larger storage ring. Hearing Mo-Khan talk about space abyssal rock, he was immediately interested. Seeing that Emo was interested in space abyssal rock, Mo-Khan revealed a smile of relief. You treated my condition, so I don't feel it's enough no matter how much money I give you. You know this stone is the best, and I know where it can be found. Emo nodded and said, Indeed, this stone is very useful to me. Please tell me. Mo-Khan, however, shook his head and said, I don't know the exact location, but I know a map of where these things are, and I heard it's in the Wuliang mountain. That year when I was at the Xia family, I often secretly learned some techniques to defend myself since I was living at the bottom. Once, in a spacious training ground, I saw 2 young people.
I still remember their conversation.
That younger one told the older one that he found a place with lots of spirit-sensing stones and said that there were a lot of precious herbs. However, he said that he couldn't go in alone and needed to cooperate with him. He even took out a map. That older one immediately showed a joyful expression and agreed to the younger youth's proposition. Just when the 2 were prepared to leave, the older one suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed into the younger one's waist. The younger one didn't expect he would be assassinated by his pal, and before he died, he pulled out a sword and stabbed the older one. After both of them died, I snuck away the map.
I've memorized the map. I will draw it for you, and there won't be a mistake.
Mo-Khan then signaled Emo to get pen and paper. Emo could tell from Mo-Khan's expression that he didn't lie, so he casually took out a pen and paper in front of Mo-Khan. Where did you get this from?
There isn't any folding marks at all? Mo-Khan looked at the paper in his hand and asked.
Emo smiled and didn't talk. Mo-Khan immediately understood that he had his secrets and so did other people. As such, he didn't talk anymore and carefully drew out what he remembered. Emo looked at the map. It was in the middle of a cliff and did seem very hard to reach. However, if there were space abyssal rocks at that place, Emo would be able to find it with his spirit sense. He carefully packed the map away and said, Thank you very much, goodbye. Emo waved his hand.
Brother Mo, although I cured your condition, but if what you say is true, then what I've earned big.
I don't need you to walk me out, but I still need to remind you.
That Chang Wei is Xia Rou's sister, right?
I suggest you pretend you're unconscious until she leaves.
Goodbye. Mo-Khan was dazed at Emo's back as he left while thinking what Emo's words meant. Why did he tell him to hide from Chang Wei?
Was this thing related to Chang Wei? Mo-Khan found sudden enlightenment.
Chang Wei was a woman from the hidden sex high above him. Why would she send him out?
Even if it was convenient for her, there was no way unless someone told her to. Who could tell her to do that?
Xia Rou? Or Zhang Fengji?
Mo-Khan's brains flashed as if he was about to grasp something but eventually missed that tiny piece.
He suddenly felt Emo was right.
No matter what, he couldn't tell Chang Wei that he was awake. If Xia Rou requests Chang Wei to send him out, then she also knew that he couldn't be cured.
Then why did she still get someone to send him out?
If Zhang Fengji requested Chang Wei to do this, it meant that he had reached accordance with Xia Rou. That means, he must not reveal he had woken up. Thinking about this, Mo-Khan gradually understood. Although there were still many things he didn't understand, but one thing was certain, and that was Xia Rou quite possibly knew of his circumstance. That doctor obviously noticed it. He has such an intricate brain. Seeing Emo walk out, Mo Ping who was extremely worried. He rushed up and asked, How is it, doctor? How is my uncle? Emo saw that Mo Ping had real care in his eyes. He helpless shook his head and said, The situation is a bit difficult. I can't wake him up now, but I'll go back and think of ways. Hearing Emo's words, Mo Ping's eyes were full of extreme disappointment. He immediately walked into the temple and didn't even mention about payment. That woman also had a contemptuous look while sneering. I thought you were very capable, it seems you are just garbage. Emo couldn't be bothered with her and turned to leave. If what Mo Kong said was true, then it meant that he had received more than enough payment. Stop, the woman suddenly called out to Emo. Chapter 173, Small girl, what else do you want?
Emo turned around and looked at Chang Wei.
His spirit sense noticed that there was something different about Chang Wei's face. But he couldn't tell what exactly it was. Chang Wei saw Emo's plain face and was immediately angered.
Her left leg suddenly kicked towards Emo with lightning fast speed.
It was obvious that she wanted to kick over Emo and teach him a lesson, seeing that her leg was about to reach and Emo didn't do anything.
Chang Wei felt relieved.
It seemed that she overestimated this doctor.
He didn't even time to react, much less counterattack.
She didn't know how Mo Ping's people were so useless. Someone like this walked in, and they didn't even know, but the next moment, her face froze. She felt a sudden excruciating pain. Her leg bone made cracking sounds.
Not only did GMO counterattack but without holding back. If Chang Wei wasn't so careless, she wouldn't have her leg broken by EMO in one move.
But now, she could only hatefully sit on the ground and watch EMO leave. EMO was scared that his silver heartgrass would wither if he left it in his storage ring too long, so he wanted to rush back to Luotsang and plant it. After leaving Qingshuiwan, EMO thought about whether he should buy a ticket and go invisible and ride the plane. Then, a woman in her 40s carried a little girl that was about 5 or 6 and rushed over. There was also a 10-year-old boy behind her. The woman seemed very distraught, as if running away from something. When she saw Emo, she quickly avoided him. She was probably being chased. These things happen too much every day and Emo didn't take note of it, but soon, Emo knew why, because a few men stopped in front of the woman. One of them, Emo had seen before at the meeting last night. He was a bodyguard standing behind Xiaobiani. These people stopped the woman and reached out to grab the little girl in her hands. Emo smiled and thought of how he should buy a plane ticket. He waved to that bodyguard and said, "Hey you, the one wearing the gray shirt, come here." Only that bodyguard wearing the gray shirt was called. As for the surrounding people, they all shook their heads. This young man didn't want to live. That was a person from Western Sands. He dared to wave at them to come over. As expected, the gray shirt turned around fiercely and looked.
His lackeys had surrounded GMO. "It's you."
The gray shirt just said 2 words and his face immediately changed. He quickly ran to Emo and bowed. "Predecessor Mo, I didn't know it was you." Emo knew he would know him, so he coldly said, "Help me buy a ticket to Beijing." He could only go to Beijing first before changing to Luotsang. Then, Emo took out his identity and some money. The gray shirt respectfully took the identity but rejected Emo's money. "I'll do it right away, I have a lot of money here, no need for yours, predecessor." "I'm Lin Long, a subordinate of Western Sand, Master Jiao." Emo nodded and casually said, "I know you're Xiaobiani's bodyguard and you don't need to call me predecessor. I'll be waiting for you at that Western restaurant there, make it quick." The gray shirt respectfully said, "Yes, brother Mo, I'll be leaving first." Then, Lin Long quickly took his men and left, and didn't even dare to capture that middle-aged woman. Not only was Lin Long's lackeys shocked, but even the way in which people looked at Emo also changed. They thought that someone who could make people from Western Sands so scared must be worse. Soon, no one dared to look at Emo and all left. That woman saw the hoodlums had left her and didn't dare to stay here. She didn't even dare to thank Emo and took the little girl and boy and ran. Emo scammed the woman. He made Lin Long buy a ticket for him since he didn't have a passport to buy a plane ticket, but at the same time, he also had the intention of helping the woman. He didn't know who was right and wrong. He didn't want to know anything, but he thought, what good thing could Western Sand do? Emo walked into the Western restaurant and sat down at a place next to the window. He ordered something and ate. Emo believed that it was all too easy for these people to buy a plane ticket in Hong Kong. They should be very quick. There wasn't much people at the restaurant now, but when he ordered, more and more people came. Soon, this restaurant was filled. Emo ate as he thought about how long Lin Long would take to get his thing done. Then, he thought about that woman and the little girl. Emo suddenly felt that little girl was familiar and he seemed to have seen them somewhere before. But then he shook his head. He pretty much would never forget someone he saw. "Friend, sorry, I've asked my girlfriend to eat here later. I want this position because it was the position I met her last time. Could you please make things convenient for me? Thank you very much." This is a check to express my gratitude. A temperamental youth walked in front of youth and spoke with a very polite tone. Emo scanned the restaurant and frowned.
This restaurant was full.
If he gave this spot to this person, then he would have nowhere to sit.
That wasn't the main thing. The main thing was he hasn't finished eating yet.
Although this youth was polite, but Emo didn't like it. Your girlfriend is important, but so is my food and waiting for ticket. Since you want to invite your girlfriend, then you should have ordered a seat earlier.
Can't you see I'm eating here?
Emo unhappily said. This youth's tone grew more polite. Sorry, I didn't know I could invite her today. How about I'll give you some more? This meal is on me. It's no big deal giving it to you, but you need to wait after I finish.
I should be done in about an hour.
Emo estimated that to be the time for Lin Long to buy him the ticket. Hearing Emo's words, the youth's face grew bitter. Normally, most people would give over the seat after he said that. Some polite people would even wish him good luck, but the person in front of him was too obstinate. Seeing the youth's desperate face, Emo sighed and prepared to stand up and give him the seat. He was almost done anyways. It didn't matter if he stood outside waiting for Lin Long. At this moment, the youth's phone rang. He quickly picked up and said, "Quick, bring Ms. Bing here, at that Poland Street's Western cuisine." Yes, Emo dazed. He finally remembered who that little girl was. He saw that girl in a picture at Yun Bing's house.
Was she Yun Bing's child? But why was she at Hong Kong?
He had never heard about Yun Bing talk about her past and never asked her about it. He didn't expect to see her daughter in Hong Kong. Now that he thought about it, she did seem quite similar to Yun Bing. "Friend, move over please. My friend is almost here. How much money do you want? Name your price." This youth finally lost his patience. Emo's thought was interrupted once again and was very annoyed. He was prepared to give the seat over, but he was interrupted twice, so he told the waiter, "Give me another steak, you." The youth was finally triggered. He was being polite but didn't expect Emo to be so rude. "I'll say it once again, it's not too late if you move aside now.
I don't want to make things ugly."
This youth no longer had that polite tone and threatened him.
Emo was scared of threats the least.
The Song family threatened him, and he killed 3 of their direct lineage. Nanxing threatened him, and Shen Longto's body is now cold. Now, he met another person who threatened him. Piss off.
Emo was finally angry.
This guy meant that it would be wrong of him if he didn't give over the seat. "You. Great, you have balls, I want to see how long that can last." The youth picked up the phone. It seemed he was going to call people over. "Gooey, where do I sit?" Before Emo spoke, a swan-like voice sounded. The girl who came was in her 20s, and her brows were lightly adorned. Her long lashes were like 2 small brushes, and her skin was very white.
However, what caught Emo's attention the most was her voice.
It was a bit like Tan Fei's, crisp and very pleasant. "Ms. Bing, you're here. We'll sit here. I'll make this person give over the seat for us.
This is the place we met for the first time."
The youth who was just about to rage at Emo immediately smiled. Seeing that the seat wasn't ready, Ms. Bing girl casually said, "Then we'll find another seat. I still have things later." Hearing this, the youth was worried and walked in front of Emo and was about to warn him once again. He didn't want to show his ugly side in front of Ms. Bing. Chapter 174, Zhao Bianyi's idea. But before this youth spoke, a middle-aged man rushed in the door followed by 2 people. The man rushed in front of Emo and quickly took out a plane ticket and said, "Predecessor Mo, I've brought the plane ticket here. Do you have any other requests?" Emo raised his head. He didn't expect the person to be Zhao Bianyi. This Western Sand big boss came personally just to give him a plane ticket. Emo took the plane ticket and his document before saying, "Thank you, Mr. Jia, just don't call me predecessor from now on." "Yes, brother Mo." Of course, Zhao Bianyi knew how strong Emo was and didn't dare to say no to him. It was a heavenly fortune to be able to help Emo. Gui already felt that Zhao Bianyi seemed like the big boss of Western Sand. Now that he heard Mr. Zhao looked at the 2 people behind him, one of which was Lin Long, he immediately knew that the person who came was really the big boss of Western Sand. Zhao Bianyi. Gui was immediately scared pale. Although he had some power, but it was nothing compared to Zhao Bianyi. He didn't think the big boss of Western Sand would be so respectful to Emo and call him brother. Who was this young man sitting here and eating, thinking about how he was threatening him before? No wonder he told him to piss off. Gui's back was already sweating. Gui quickly bowed in apology and stepped back.
although Yemo had detested Gui a lot, he didn't want to be bothered with him. Although Jiao Bianyi noticed something. But since Yemo didn't say anything, he couldn't really do much. Sit, I have things to ask you, Yemo said to Jiao Bianyi. Yes, brother Mo. Jiao Bianyi was happy.
It seemed Yemo had some good impression of him. That girl didn't know who Jiao Bianyi was. She saw a middle-aged man call Yemo brother and couldn't help to laugh. This scared Gui that he immediately pulled her, trying to get her away. However, this girl suddenly yelled at Gui, "Gui, keep your hands off, don't pull me." Hearing the girl's reproach, he carefully looked at Yemo and didn't even dare to breathe loud. Then, he actually turned and ran away. No matter how dumb the girl was, she knew that Yemo was no ordinary person. She saw that even a young master like Gui was so scared of Yemo. He was prepared to tell Yemo to move before, but now, he didn't even care about her and just left. If it wasn't for the power of Gui's family and his decent character, the girl wouldn't come to the date. However, she didn't expect that the person who invited her would ran away before they even ate. Funny how she was still thinking of an excuse to leave later. Are you called Shering? The girl didn't leave and studied Yemo before asking in surprise. Jiao Bianyi cursed, hoping this garrulous girl would go away. He finally got close to Yemo a little, and this retarded girl was talking nonsense. If it wasn't for Yemo, he would have gotten people to throw her out. Yemo looked at this girl in surprise. He thought that when he used the name Shering, he already used Qi to obfuscate the camera. How did this person know him? Only Yun Bing knew he was Shering. Was this girl really related to Yun Bing? Seeing Yemo was shocked, this girl just sat straight down. She knew she had guessed right and said in a satisfied manner, "Because I'm the person who admires Shering the most. I've watched his fighting recording countless times. Your body shape looks like him. This isn't the main thing. It's primarily because I'm really good at dealing with tapes. As long as I have an approximate face, I can refine it out. Although you have more defined features than the image I refined, but you still look quite similar," Yemo helplessly said. "Yes, I am Shering. That isn't my real name. My real name is Yemo." "Ah, it really is you. I'm so lucky. You don't know how many people in my school admires you. I didn't think I would meet you today. I'm Wu Bing, let's shake hands." Then, Wu Bing already extended her hand. She seemed to act as though she was close with him. Yemo could only shake hands with her. Jiao Bianyi almost looked at Wu Bing in jealousy. It was good being a girl, so easy to shake hands. He couldn't do the same as she did. Thinking about this, he felt depressed. He came specially just for Yemo, but was interrupted by this girl who still hasn't stopped. Wu Bing's hand felt boneless. Yemo thought of Luo Susu. When he hugged her before, he didn't notice it at the time due to the danger, but now, he remembered that Luo Susu's waist also felt boneless and was very comfortable. Seeing that Yemo not letting her hands go, Wu Bing blushed and quickly pulled out her hands. Yemo also noticed his impoliteness and awkwardly smiled. However, Jiao Bianyi understood it as Yemo having a liking into younger girls. Since he now knew Yemo had this fetish, he would make sure Yemo was happy next time. Of course, Yemo didn't know what the two were thinking. His face recovered and turned to Wu Bing and said, "Wu Bing, I have some things to discuss with Mr. Jiao. You may do as you wish." Seeing that Yemo implied she should leave, although she still wanted to talk with Yemo for a while, but she looked at Pang Yang and Lin Long behind her and seemed to realize she shouldn't stay here. She immediately stood up and said, "Brother Yi, you are my idol. Can you leave me your number?" After saying this, she saw Yemo didn't reply, so she awkwardly said, "Brother Yi, don't worry, I won't call you on a whim. I just want to keep a number to fulfill my idol dream." Seeing Wu Bing act so awkward, Yemo thought that even if she called him, she wouldn't reach him. He kept his phone inside his ring, so signal wouldn't even be able to travel inside. It didn't matter if she gave her his number. Yemo took out his phone and said, "Tell me your number, I'll call you." However, he was surprised holding the phone. The phone Han Zixin gave him was too good. It has been so many days, and there still was battery. Lovely, what? Wu Bing immediately told Yemo her number and Yemo called. After Wu Bing was satisfied, Jiao Bianyi then carefully asked, "Brother Mo, what orders do you have?" "As long as it's something I can do, I will try my best." Yemo nodded and said, "Not long ago, I saw Lin Long chase after a woman and seemed to want to keep the girls. What's that about?" Hearing Yemo's words, Jiao Bianyi's face immediately changed. He thought Yemo wanted to praise him but didn't expect it to be this.
If that woman and girl was related to Emo, he would be dead. What's that about?
Zhao Biani immediately looked at Lin Long seriously and asked. Seeing that Emo still hadn't forgotten about this, Lin Long immediately started to sweat. He walked shakily in front and said, Master Zhao, brother, it's because old Song want him as his daughter, so, be clear.
Zhao Biani couldn't care about other things.
It would be too late if Emo asked. Yes, that girl was illegally brought to Hong Kong by an illegal immigrant, but because that person was out of money, he wanted to sell the girl. He met our people, but before the price was set, he accidentally let that girl run. That was originally the end to that, but because the girl looked adorable, so Lao San wanted to take her in as a daughter.
We didn't expect that girl to be taken away by a human trafficking woman. When we were chasing, we met brother.
Lin Long didn't dare to hide and told the truth. Emo was 90% sure that girl was the girl he saw on the photo on Yun Bing's wall. He immediately said, You guys go and bring the girl here immediately. I know her. Lin Long's heart sank, thinking it was over.
But he nodded and turned to leave. Brother Mo, this thing is because my people are ignorant, we didn't know. Zhao Biani didn't think this sort of thing would happen.
He also felt depressed. He finally had some connection to Emo and didn't expect to anger him with another. Emo, however, waved his hand and said, You are not to be blamed for this, just bring the girl here. Seeing Zhao Biani's worry, Emo asked, Do you have power in mainland? Zhao Biani quickly shook his head. No, power is mainly focused in the hands of Metal River in Nanchang on the mainland. Our western sand is mainly situated in Hong Kong, but I heard Nanchang has been having inner turmoil.
Many Nanchang power at the borders are being corroded by other powers. Nanchang is still in inner turmoil?
Emo felt strange. After he killed Qianlong too, he just left. Lang Ji should have been able to control Nanchang, otherwise, how could he send people to Beijing to discuss with the Yi family? Zhao Biani looked at Emo's expression and knew Emo didn't know about this, so he quickly said, After Qianlong Tu was dead, Lang Ji controlled Nanqing in a very short time, but this balance was broken in a week. It is said that many old members of Nanqing didn't follow Lang Ji and ganged up on him. In the battle, Lang Ji was said to be heavily injured and now, Nanchang is falling apart, but there is still no result. Emo finally knew that these series of things happened in Nanchang. He couldn't help but to feel regretful. If Lang Ji controlled Nanchang, then perhaps he could use Nanchang to do things for him, but this Lang Ji was too useless and couldn't even do that. Chapter 175, Meeting Yun Bing again. He must say that Lin Long did things fast and found that girl again in less than an hour. Emo took a good look at the girl and was sure it was the girl he saw last time at Yun Bing's house. She did look very cute. The girl seemed to know she was in a bad situation and was scared. She wouldn't talk no matter what. Emo sighed, such a smart girl, she actually knew she was at a disadvantage. What's your name? Emo asked. The girl bit her lips and didn't talk. Emo could only say, I know your mom. Do you want me to take you to your mom? You're lying. This time, the girl's reply was quick and crisp. Emo smiled and said, I didn't lie to you. Your mother is called Yun Bing. She saved me once and is my teacher. If you trust me, I can take you to your mother. You really know my mother? I'm Ting Ting. If you can really take me to my mother, I will go with you. Obviously, the girl was believing what Emo was saying. This also meant that she knew about her mom's situation. Before Emo replied, the phone on the table suddenly rung. Ever since he got the phone from Han Zixin, he had never picked up a call and always kept it in his storage ring. Even if someone called, it wouldn't reach. He didn't expect that as soon as he took it out, someone would call him. Emo picked up the call and soon, there was a joyful voice. Leader, I have reached him. Han Zixin's voice immediately sounded. Brother Yi, your phone is really hard to reach. Finally, I reached you today. Emo frowned. He was scared of Han Zixin looking for business with him, but now it came. Sorry, Brother Yi, I really need your help this time. If you are free, come to Beijing, we'll talk in person. It's hard to explain on the phone. Although Han Zixin said sorry, his tone didn't sound like he was sorry at all. Emo helplessly hung up. He was going by Beijing anyways to see Yiling and Zifeng, so he might as well go and see Han Zixin. Emo stood up and said to Zhao Biani, You found Ting Ting, I owe you one. I'm going to leave with Ting Ting now. Hearing Emo's words, Zhao Biani's face erupted with joy. Although Emo didn't leave any contact methods, but he promised he owed him one. This couldn't be bought with money. He knew how strong Emo was, so how powerful was his promise.
What couldn't he do? He didn't leave a contact method, meaning that if it wasn't something big, then don't bother him.
If he really couldn't deal with the situation, then try and find him. Moreover, it could also mean that if it was mafia wars, then don't ask him for help, regardless of what it meant, since EMO said that it meant a lot to Xiaobiani.
He didn't even need EMO to do anything.
As long as he put the word out, then his Western Sands status would rise straight up.
EMO came back to Beijing and called Yiling only to know that Yi Zifeng went to America with the investigation squad.
Yiling also found an excuse to go, but she couldn't reach EMO before she left, although Yiling didn't say what sort of investigation squad it was, but EMO knew something about it. It seemed that Yi Beirong wanted to cultivate Yi Zifeng heavily. This investigation squad must be related to government. Perhaps once Yi Zifeng came back, he only needed to write an article and would soon receive a decent position. EMO wouldn't mind about these things, but since Yi Zifeng liked it, he would let him be. Everyone had their own path.
Brother Mo, my family before was living at Liyang district. Coming to Beijing, Tingting was soon excited. After leaving the airport, she could point out to a lot of things. Do you want me to send you back?
Hearing this, EMO casually asked Tingting. Tingting raised her lips and said, I don't want to go back, they don't even let me go out to play.
At most, I can go to kindergarten or go on the plane to America. They would never let me see my mom. I hate this place. The friends at kindergarten all have mothers, but I don't.
And my stepmom isn't nice to me at all. Okay, in that case, I'll take you to your mom.
EMO laughed to himself.
A little girl 6 years old really knew a lot. Brother Mo, this district is where I lived before. Tingting pointed to a luxurious mansion and said, the driver heard this was where Tingting used to live and immediately had a look of admiration and carefulness because he knew that those who lived here weren't simple. Normal people couldn't come in here at all. EMO subconsciously scanned out his spirit sense inside. His spirit sense had reached 100 meters. EMO's face immediately changed. He actually saw Yun Bing. She was sitting in one of the mansions. Her face was pale and hair messy.
She just kept shaking her head while saying something.
Her eyes were red. Driver, stop the car.
EMO immediately felt something happen to Yun Bing. Brother Mo, are you going to take me to where I lived before?
Tingting saw that EMO took her and flipped over the wall to get in. She felt this was fun but still asked worriedly, I'll take you to see your mother. EMO walked faster and quickly entered this mansion. Yun Bing's voice also sounded, I didn't take Tingting away, give me back Tingting, give her back to me. Her tone was screeching, give her to you, who knows where you got Tingting to. A young woman came up to Yun Bing and slapped her in the face. Yun Bing seemed to be dumbed. Seeing this palm come, she didn't even react. EMO suddenly appeared before Yun Bing and grabbed this hand.
He twisted the hand and this woman was flung out away onto a distant corner. EMO didn't use much force and just threw the woman away. EMO, is that you?
Yun Bing hadn't seen Tingting, who was let go by EMO.
She just saw EMO and couldn't control her emotions.
She fell into EMO's arms and started crying. EMO looked awkwardly at Yun Bing in his arms. Yun Bing's soft body and mature smell reached into his arms. Okay, you slut, keeping other men, no wonder Tingting. The woman had woken up and saw Yun Bing in EMO's arms and immediately screamed. But she just said half and saw Tingting standing at the side. She immediately stopped. Yun Bing also reacted. She remembered where this place was. This was the place she feared the most.
She actually did that to EMO.
If she wasn't terrified to a certain degree, she really wouldn't do that. Plus, she had been thinking about EMO a lot and EMO suddenly appeared in front of her. That's why she did that. The O family only needed a word and she was moved from Ninghai to Beijing by her own family. When her family brought her here, they left immediately, not caring about her life or death. Seeing Yun Bing get up, EMO finally felt relieved and said to Yun Bing, Ms. Yun, this is your daughter Tingting. After I found her, I was prepared to take her back to Ninghai, but I saw you here so I came. Yun Bing had forgotten to ask how EMO saw she was here and just stared straight at Tingting. After a while, tears started to cover her face. Tingting, is that you?
Mummy really miss you, Mummy.
Tingting also recognized that this messy-haired person was her mom and rushed into her arms. The two hugged and cried. Ever since Tingting was born, she barely spent time with Tingting, but the connected spirit between the mother and daughter couldn't be separated. Who are you?
How dare you come into our family?
At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out. Yi Mo sneered but didn't talk. He turned to Yun Bing and said, "Mrs. Yun, since Ting Ting is fine, we'll take her and leave." After crying for a while, Yun Bing had came to her sense. She just realized what her situation was and terror showed in her eyes once again. "Leave?
Do you think you can come and leave our family?"
This middle-aged man sneered again. As soon as he spoke, another youth with swollen eyes and an old man in his 50s came. The old man had a man in his 30s behind him. Yi Mo could tell that that man was not bad. The swollen eyes youth looked at Yi Mo before saying, "Yun Bing, since my brother doesn't want you, marry me."
"As long as you marry me, I will help you with everything, bastard," that old man swore. The youth didn't care and said, "Didn't Big Brother already go to America? And I really like Yun Bing." The old man ignored the youth and looked at Yun Bing and Ting Ting before saying, "Ting Ting, tell me, did this bad woman trick you away? You are the bad person, she's my mummy." Ting Ting immediately grabbed Yun Bing's hand. The old man ignored Ting Ting and turned to look at GMO. Although our family isn't a big family in Beijing, but it isn't a place where someone can come and go as they please. Fomin, call Tan Yi and see if we should send him straight to police or teach him a lesson first. Yes. The man behind the old man immediately took out a phone. EMO sneered. "I, EMO, can go wherever I want. There's no one who can stop me.
Even if your family is one of the 5 big families, I, EMO, can come and go as I please, much less when you're not.
What can you do?" Chapter 176, The Nightmare in Yun Bing's Eyes. "You're saying you are EMO? The EMO of Beijing Yi family? That EMO who made Ji Beirong send away his 2 sons?
The old man didn't continue, but he was already sure that this EMO was indeed that EMO. If he really was that abandoned son of the Yi family, then that meant he was the person even the Song family didn't dare to mess with him, much less his own family that was lesser than the Song family. This EMO had killed more than a few of the Song family's people. Last week, the moment before Song Xiaochen died, he said he understood. No one knew what he understood, but everyone speculated that it should be related to EMO. Even though everyone in the Song family knew that Song Xiaochen was killed by EMO, still no one dared to find EMO. The Song family didn't even dare to touch EMO, so EMO wasn't bluffing at all when he said he wasn't afraid of the O family, although this old man didn't know why the Song family was so scared of EMO. But he knew that although the leader of the Song family, Song Qiming, was careful, there was no way that he would give up revenge on the person who killed his son. So, there must be scarier things about GMO that he, Jinlong, didn't know. Jinlong's face looked bad. It wasn't that he didn't want GMO to leave, but that he regretted what he said just then. Why didn't he investigate GMO and at least know what he looked like? Although he was sure that the O family wouldn't be afraid of GMO, he didn't want to have to fight GMO first and let other people get the advantage. If O Jinling could realize this problem, so could that middle-aged man. A slightly famous family in Beijing would have heard of GMO's name. Before EMO appeared in Beijing, there were the 6 most cocky young masters. They were very cocky, but since EMO appeared in Beijing, one of them has been sent away, and one was killed. The remaining 4 were all sent away by their family for fear of meeting EMO. But now, the O family sent their young master to America, but EMO found them. "Very cocky are you, I'll kick you to death." That bulging-eyed youth saw Yun Bing hide fearfully behind EMO and was very angry. Why didn't she hide behind him? He finally couldn't resist it after hearing EMO's words and kicked to EMO. It was too late now for O Jinlong to stop him out. EMO looked at this youth coldly and also kicked back. EMO's leg landed on the youth's knee. There was a teeth-rubbing sound and EMO's feet continued as it landed on the youth's chest. The youth was kicked out many meters away until he crashed on the wall and fell down. Blood spewed out of his mouth and one leg was obviously broken by EMO. O Jinling had an anticipation of EMO's cockiness but didn't expect it to be of this degree. Kicking his grandson like that in front of him, if EMO used a little more force, someone would have died. Yun Bing was scared witless. EMO actually kicked the direct grandson of O Jinling half dead and even broke his kneecaps. How could she not be scared? She just thought about what should we do now. EMO got into a feud with the O family because of her. She could only try to think of ways for EMO to get away as far as possible. However, what made Yun Bing more confused was that O Jinlong actually didn't go on a tantrum. He just said you in extreme fury and stopped. EMO sneered. What about me? Very cocky? You're right, I'm cocky to you. I'm going now. Is there someone going to stop me? Jinlong's face was green with anger. Although his Zhou family wasn't one of the 5 big families of Beijing, but their power was no less than that of the 5 great families. Normally, even the 5 great families tried to avoid conflict with the Zhou family. Thus, there were 6 young masters of Beijing, not 5. How could Jinling do nothing when a young man smashed into his door and acted so cocky in front of him? Even when he's retired, he still couldn't let it go. Okay. Jinlong was so angry he was stuttering. He couldn't understand why the Song family people could endure after Yimo killed their people. Yimo didn't kill his people, but he could no longer endure it. If the Song family could even endure that, it seemed that they were really on the downfall. Yimo sneered and looked at Jinlong. You're welcome to find your revenge, but don't blame me if you don't return. I hate people who threaten me. I'll give you a chance to exact revenge now. And, old thing, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch one of Yun Bing's hair next time, I will annihilate the Zhou family. I'm going. I'll be waiting for you to come for me. Then, Yimo took Yun Bing and Tingting and just left. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Jinlong, who was shaking with fury. Jinling breathed heavily and almost fainted. After a while, he finally recovered with people patting his back. The first thing he said when he woke up was, no matter the cost, we will send this punk to hell. If he thinks we're like the 5 great families, then he's blind. After the 3 had left that little district very far, Yun Bing finally woke up to reality and said, Yimo, hurry up and run as far as possible. Quick, when the Zhou family is ready, you won't be able to leave. Yimo smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mrs. Yun, I'm fine. I have feud with even the Song family, but I'm still walking fine on the streets, much less the Zhou family. At this moment, Yimo had greater realization of the importance of strength. If he hadn't reached stage 3 Qi gathering, then perhaps his bones would have been chewed away by the Song family. Even if the Song family didn't, Nanchang would have devoured him. You don't know how fierce the Zhou family is. I beg you, please go. Yun Bing saw Yimo was untouched and immediately began to worry. Mummy, why do you want Big Brother Mo to leave? Isn't it good for him to stay with us? Tingting saw that her mom wanted Yimo to leave and couldn't help but to ask. Yun Bing carried up Tingting and said, Tingting, why are you calling him Big Brother? You need to call him Uncle, okay? Tingting raised her lips and said, at Hong Kong, I saw many older people call him Brother Mo, so of course I will call him Mo Big Brother. What? Tingting, you went to Hong Kong? How did you go there? Yun Bing finally thought of asking how Tingting went to Hong Kong and forgot about Yimo's situation. Yimo recounted what happened in Hong Kong. You know Tingting? Yun Bing asked Yimo with curiosity. Yimo said, I saw her that day in your room. Yun Bing immediately remembered that Yimo stayed in her house for a few days. She seemed to have thought of something and blushed. Yun Bing's face was pale due to what happened before, and now, it was very obvious when it suddenly changed red. Mom, why is your face red? Tingting immediately noticed and asked. Yun Bing awkwardly said, Tingting, let's go, Mummy will buy you some snacks. Yun Bing moved Tingting's attention to snacks in one sentence and she unexpectedly didn't request Yimo to leave. Tingting wanted to go eat KFC so the 3 could only go eat some junk food, but Tingting was very happy. Are you going back to Ninghai today? Yun Bing suddenly asked Yimo. Although she wanted to be with Yimo, she didn't have any reason. Now that Tingting was by her side, she felt very happy. Even if she was killed due to the Zhou family's revenge, she didn't feel it was that bad. Of course, Yimo didn't know what Yun Bing was thinking, but it was nighttime, and he didn't know how long it would take to get back to Ninghai, so he said, not going back, then we'll go live at a hotel? Yun Bing immediately asked and felt anticipation. Yimo shook his head. I have a place to live in Beijing. It's where my sister Yiling and brother Yi Zifeng live at. But they never go there, so we'll go there today. What do you think, Mrs. Yun? Hearing Yimo's words, Yun Bing actually felt better and immediately said, okay, it would be best not going to hotel. I didn't expect you to have somewhere to live in Beijing, but can you stop calling me Mrs. Yun from now on? Just call me Yun Bing or Sister Bing, no problem, Sister Bing. Yimo was very grateful to Yun Bing risking her life to save him, and he never had the chance to repay her. Now that he could help her, he was very happy. Suddenly, Yun Bing seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yimo and said, your sister and brother? Are you the Yi families? Oh, sorry, I only heard about this from other people. Yimo smiled and said, don't worry, it's the truth, but my sister Yiling is very nice to me. So although I'm not of the Yi family in Beijing, Yi Ling is still my sister and Yi Zifeng is still my brother. Chapter 177, Is there going to be a spark?
Yi Mo arranged Yun Bing and Tingting into Yi Ling's room while he slept in Yi Zifeng's room. Tingting had been very tired going from Hong Kong to Beijing.
She went to bed early after having a shower. However, Yun Bing stayed on the bed unable to sleep. She was thinking about what Yi Mo was doing, and how he knew that she was forcefully sent to the O family. Yi Mo, however, was looking through those materials in the room. He was still missing a few materials to make the flying sword, so he packed them away and took out the map Mo Kong drew him. If what Mo Kong said was true, then he must go to that place. Even if there wasn't space abyssal rock, those precious herbs would be very important to him. After cultivating for 2 hours, Yi Mo was prepared to sleep when his door was knocked. Yi Mo subconsciously scanned out with his spirit sense and saw Yun Bing wearing her pajamas standing at the door.
Her face was still a bit red. Sick?
Didn't really look like it. Yi Mo opened the door and was just about to talk when Yun Bing rushed into his arms. He felt a soft, pleasant scented body as his head buzzed. He just cultivated and his blood was gushing. At this time, Yun Bing rushed into his arms and so he was astonished. Yun Bing didn't think much, she was just really grateful to Yi Mo from the depth of her heart. If it wasn't for Yi Mo, she wouldn't even be able to see Tingting and would have probably died a few months ago. Yi Mo gave her a sense of security. She really liked that feeling. It made her peaceful and she really enjoyed it. When Yi Mo left, she always longed for that feeling. Sometimes, she thought she shouldn't. She was a few years older than Yi Mo, and Yi Mo was her student. How could she think like that? But today on the bed, she kept thinking about Yi Mo. She really couldn't fall asleep. She pumped courage for herself for a long time before finally having the guts to knock on Yi Mo's door. She really liked sleeping beside Yi Mo, that sense of comfort and serenity, she really liked it. Furthermore, in her heart, Yi Mo was impotent, so he couldn't do anything. Even if she slept by Yi Mo wouldn't do anything to her. When Yi Mo treated Ning Qingshui and saw her busty white chest, he was also a bit itchy at heart. He hugged Luo Susu and Lu Susu even kissed him when he was unconscious. Although it wasn't intentional, his heart still rippled after thinking about it. But no matter what, he had never felt such a hot sensation like now. Yun Bing was like a ball of fire, a soft ball that gradually surrounded him. He just finished cultivation and this soft heat latched onto him, making him unable to hold on. He never had sex, but it didn't mean he didn't know about it. His body immediately started to react. The moment Yun Bing hugged Yi Mo closely, she was so comfortable she almost moaned. After a long time, she could finally fall asleep in Yi Mo's arms. Even if the O family took revenge on them tomorrow. At least she had a great night, but Yun Bing immediately felt something was wrong. She felt a hot sturdy rod against her stomach. What was it? She subconsciously grabbed it. Ah! She immediately reacted. Before she was fully aware of what happened, she was so scared she ran out of the room and went into her own. She closed the door and breathed heavily. Yi Mo's body wasn't what she thought it was. He was very normal. After a long time, Yun Bing asked herself, why did she run? She went over there, meaning that she wouldn't mind it. Yun Bing understood that the reason she had the guts to knock on Yi Mo's door was because she knew Yi Mo couldn't do that. But the reality was the opposite. Not only could Yi Mo do that, he was also very sturdy and healthy. At least she grabbed it with her own hands and it was really, Yun Bing felt her face was hot and started to regret. She should have stayed. She suddenly really wanted it, but she had the courage to go to Yi Mo's room because she didn't think about it. Now that she thought about it and knew that Yi Mo could do it, she no longer had the courage to go over. She suddenly really hoped Yi Mo would come and call her over and she would immediately go. She felt her face was burning and heart pumping fast. For 28 years, she never had such thoughts and strong desires. After a long time, Yi Mo didn't call her and her heart gradually cooled. She suddenly felt ashamed for having such thought. She felt she was trying to entice Yi Mo. Yi Mo didn't expect Yun Bing to scream and run after finding out that he was normal and felt a little awkward. He understood why Yun Bing came. Although Yi Mo was aroused by Yun Bing just then, he was a cultivator. After a few spirit cleansing chants, he suppressed his fire. Yi Mo laid on the bed reminiscing Yun Bing. Her body was very soft and bouncy. He had seen her nude before but never like today with fire and desperation.
He remembered that Tian-hee.
She was also wearing pajamas and hugged him. He remembered he also reacted that day. Was it related to what he was cultivating?
How could he not deal with this little enticement?
Although Emo didn't know why Yin Bing came to find him at night, he knew that since she came, she wouldn't reject him too much. If he went now and shamelessly pursued her, perhaps she would agree. Emo shook his head. He felt that if something happened between him and Yun Bing now, it would be complete lust. Although he felt Yun Bing was a good person, he wasn't at the degree of falling in love with her. Love? Emo suddenly thought of Luoing and Lu Susu. The two seemed to move about in front of his eyes and they overlapped each other. This feeling was very strange. He even wanted to grab Luo Susu's hand and ask if she was Luoing, but Luo Susu was in her 20s and she didn't seem to be in the same situation as him. How could she be Luoing? In the morning, Emo found that Yun Bing had already made breakfast.
Yun Bing was still a bit embarrassed to look at Emo. She didn't even dare to meet eyes with Emo.
However, Emo didn't care. He ate breakfast and played with Tingting for a while before saying, "Sister Bing, I'm going out to do something and going back to Luotsang in the afternoon."
"Are you still going back to Ninghai? You live at Luotsang now?"
Yun Bing suddenly remembered she hadn't asked where Emo lived at now, although she knew that the O family probably feared Emo a little, but Emo lived at Luotsang and she lived at Ninghai.
The O family couldn't deal with Emo.
But they could do something to her and Tingting. "I'm living at Luotsang now, but..." Emo saw the worry in Yun Bing's eyes and thought for a while before saying, "Don't worry about the O family, I will remove this threat for you." Emo's phone couldn't be reached again. Just when Han Zixin was worried, he received news that Emo came to Beijing and caused some trouble at the O family. Han Zixin's eyes brightened up. He was just thinking about how to make Emo submit himself, but now Emo went to start trouble with the O family.
This Emo was a restless one. "Brother Han, are you thinking of some nasty idea again, making me do free labor?"
Just when Han Zixin was thinking about how to make Emo do things for him willingly, Emo's voice suddenly appeared by his ear, scaring Han Zixin that he almost jumped. His place was heavily guarded. How did the guards not notice him when Emo came? "How did you come in?"
Han Zixin looked at Emo in surprise and asked. Emo smiled and said, "It's not important how I came in. What's important is what you want with me. Otherwise, I'm going back."
"I'm really busy lately, I don't have time to chat with you." Han Zixin laughed and put aside how Emo came in. He thought if Emo didn't have some power, he wouldn't need him in the first place. "Of course I need your help, you must not decline.
It said very clearly on our agreement last time." Han Zixin quickly said.
He was afraid Emo would say he had no time. Emo smiled and said, "Indeed, I especially took out the agreement and looked. It said very clearly, I will do something for flying snow once every 2 years, and this first time was after I chose real materials.
Now, I haven't chosen anything yet, how can you make me help you?"
"This is said clearly on the paper, do you want me to show you?" Hearing Emo's words, Han Zixin rubbed his head helplessly. He thought that he didn't need Emo for normal things and flying snow could deal with the problems 99% of the time, so he asked for Emo to help once in 2 years. He didn't expect the trouble to come quick, so he had to beg Emo to help.
That's correct, but I really need your help this time."
Although Zhang Ju is not bad, he is still missing something. Han Zixin knew he had no right to ask for Emo to help this time, but he really couldn't find anyone better than Emo. Emo sneered but didn't talk. Although his cultivation was progressing slow now, but he didn't want to waste time on this. He would do as he said, and it wasn't yet time to fulfill his promise yet. "I can help you deal with the O family."
"And, the O family is prepared to make a move on you."
Han Zixin suddenly said. Emo said plainly, "They are not a threat. The reason I didn't do anything yesterday was because Tingting was there.
So I don't need you to mind this thing. Don't do something rash."
Han Zixin quickly said. Chapter 178, O Family's Dependence. Emo knocked the table before slowly saying, "Perhaps I won't just be doing that." Then he stood up. He was now stage 3 chi gathering. If the O family dared to make a move, then he was prepared to exterminate them and then go exterminate the Song family before finding the hidden sections. Although he knew he probably won't get far with his current power in the hidden sects, he believed he could at least stay alive. "Wait, what's your condition?"
"I'll see if I can do it." Seeing that Emo was going to leave, Han Zixin finally couldn't sit down anymore. He believed that if Emo were to go, it would be much harder to find him again. Emo smiled, thinking he fell for it. He turned around and looked at Han Zaishin. The girl behind you last time was your granddaughter, Han Zaishin thought. Does he have an interest in her? He felt joyful but pretended to be angry and said, don't think about my granddaughter. She's not ordinary, normal people can't even begin to think about her. Although you are not bad, but I think, sigh, it's still a bit hard. Han Zaishin knew that it was hard to find a person in the mortal world to marry her, but he really admired Yemo's abilities. If he really did like his granddaughter, then he wouldn't mind helping him, Yemo said once again. Elder Han, you're thinking too much. Your granddaughter is so excellent, how can I dare to think about her? Plus, I already have someone I like, don't worry about it, Elder Han. Then what do you mean? Han Zaishin asked annoyedly. Yemo said, if I guessed right, your daughter is from the hidden sex, right? My first condition is simple, that is, after I've done what you want, your granddaughter will lead me into the hidden sections. As long as I go in, she doesn't need to do anything else, keep dreaming. Han Yen with an ice-cold face walked in. She was hiding behind the door while listening to Yemo's request. She quickly stepped out, fearing that her grandpa would agree. Yemo smiled and didn't say anything. He knew where Han Yen was hiding. If he could enter the hidden sex with Han Yen's help, it would save him a lot of time. Even someone as rich as Mo Kong spent 16 years knowing the way and how to get Indiana. As such, this made Gmo worry about getting in the hidden sections. Han Zaishin waved his head. Don't mention this isn't something that only Yen Air could decide. If she brought you in, she wouldn't be able to get away with it herself. What's your second condition? Yemo shook his head and said, since we can't even agree on the first, there's no use talking about the second. Han Zaishin's mouth spasmed, thinking that this guy really stood firm. He turned and said to Han Yen, bring that or and show him. Hearing about or, Yemo's ear moved and immediately focused his attention. Han Yen walked over helplessly and took out a wooden box. She opened it and there was a pale green Oregon. It seemed like jade, but Gmo could tell it wasn't jade. Gmo took the stone and scanned it with his spirit sense. Green silver sand, you know this stone? This is a stone, why do you call it sand? Han Yen subconsciously asked. Gmo put down the stone and said, this stone is useless for you, you can give it to me and count it as my first condition. If Gmo had this ore, then he would only be missing 2 materials to make his flying sword. Han Yen sneered. Good things are useless to me. You really overestimate yourself. Tell me, why is this big rock called sand? Gmo explained, of course it's called sand, did you think sand had to be very small? I've seen green silver sand much bigger than this, at least 10 times bigger. Han Yen had a look of disbelief. This guy really knew how to bluff. If Grandpa didn't value him so much, she would teach him a lesson. Although he was not bad, but he should probably be a far cry from her. But Grandpa had to say she couldn't do this alone and needed Gmo's help. Han Zaishin laughed and said, okay, this is yours, let's hear your second condition. Gmo spoke, the second condition is of course to kick the O family out of the Beijing upper class. If you can't even do this, then I'd rather not have your green silver sand. It was impossible not to take the green silver sand. Gmo wanted to see how powerful Han Zaishin was. If it wasn't enough, then he would do it himself. The O family was scarier than the Song family. Gmo could tell from O Jinlong's arrogant expression. The Song family didn't dare to touch his family before something happened to him, but the O family dared to do so. Yiling and Yi Zifeng were still at Beijing. Han Zaishin thought for a while before saying, family is nothing to worry about. However, they have one in the politics and one in martial arts. Oh Tanya, don't worry about him. Although he has a pretty high position. But he has done too much illegal things. The reason we haven't brought him down is because of the other person in the O family. He's called O Tanhu. He is a madman. He came from the hidden sex and isn't the least bit reasonable. Even we can't do anything about him. After he murders, he will escape to the hidden sex and come back after a while. We don't know why he can come and go out of the hidden sections. That time in Beijing, never mind, let's not talk about this, I presume he might even be stronger than you. Not even Yen Air is a match for him, so before something happens to O Tanhu, I wouldn't touch the O family, but I can help you resolve the issue, Gmo sneered and said. No need, I'll deal with it myself, I'm genuinely trying to warn you, although you're not bad, but I feel you're not as strong as O Tanhu.
Once you completely pissed them off and Otanhu was involved, then that would be a certain death situation, Han Zaishin worriedly said. Yemo didn't reply. Han Zaishin and said to himself, I need to go back to Luotsang once. Didn't you say you agreed to help me once?
Why are you going back to Luotsang now?
I haven't told you what I need help with, Han Zaishin quickly said. Yemo thought that if he went back to Luotsang and this Otanhu did things without thinking consequences, then it would be really bad. Although he was like that too sometimes. He still had his sense. He did everything with a purpose. However, he heard this Otanhu was a madman. After he did those crazy things, there would be no use even if he killed him. Thinking about this, Yemo said, You should know where I used to live in Ninghai, right? This I know. Han Zaishin's old face blushed. He had done his research on Yemo. He even knew that Yemo was the masqueraded Shering at Ninghai. Yemo also knew that Han Zaishin would definitely investigate him, but he didn't mind it. He said, Send someone to come get some grass with me and help me plant it in my flower pot at where I live in Ninghai. Oh, and tell Su Wei that I planted it and ask her to help me look after it for a few days. Of course, Han Zaishin agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll be going first. Prepare to deal with the O family. Don't make me do it. If I do it, it won't be in the way you want. I will deal with Otanhu. After I'm done with the O family, then you tell me what I need to do. Yemo turned and left, of course, not forgetting about the green silver sand. Seeing Yemo was still adamant on taking on the O family and even Otanhu after his persuasion, Han Zaishin wanted to say something but eventually didn't. Grandpa, do you want me to help him? Han Yen knew Otanhu wasn't someone easy to deal with. Han Zaishin shook his head and said, If he really could finish Otanhu, then I'll take this opportunity to remove the O family. But if he isn't a match for Otanhu, and still goes to fight him ignoring my persuasion, then there's no benefit in him participating in this. It could only mean that I picked the wrong person. A person so impulsive cannot take this mission of mine. But Grandpa, I feel that GMO is a very impulsive person, Han Yen said. Han Zaishin shook his head. Not necessarily, although Yemo is impulsive, he doesn't seem to be that impulsive. Plus, this time, the O family has decided to make a move on Yemo, but I just haven't told him yet. I wanted to use this mission to draw him away from Beijing to escape Otanhu, but he insists on fighting, so we'll see how strong he really is. Grandpa. What if he really could kill Otanhu? Han Yan suddenly felt that GMO wasn't that simple. From how she didn't realize he got in the door today, she realized that she couldn't completely read him. If Otanhu really is no match for GMO, then things would be good. Some things really need to be managed. Hidden sects, they are a hidden calamity, although they don't come out to fight for power, but the occasional one or two who comes out can immediately upset the balance. Han Zaishin sighed. After a long while, Han Zaishin stood up again and said, No matter if Yemo can succeed, we must prepare. Yen Air, I'm going out. Once Yemo comes back again, it would mean that he has finished Otanhu. Then you can tell him the thing. If he didn't, then never mind. Chapter 179, The Killing Blow That Was Not Used. Yemo returned home, but Jun Bing wasn't there. After he gave the grass to the person Han Zaishin sent, he was prepared to call Yun Bing when the door opened by itself. At the door stood a sturdy man in his 30s. His hair was long and his forehead was broad. If it wasn't for that triangular-shaped eyes, he would look quite majestic. But that triangular eyes ruined the overall image and made him seem violent. You got balls, how dare you go on a rampage at my family? Although the man's voice was low, it had this sharpness in its tone that made people feel uncomfortable. Yemo stopped what he was doing and looked at the man before calmly saying, You are Otanhu? Not bad, the O family acted quite fast. Indeed, I'm Otanhu. Young man, you have balls, but if you think the O family is a sissy like the Song family, then you just wait and die. 21 years ago, there was a big family that was no lesser than the current 5 big families. Do you know how they disappeared? Indeed, you got it, my Shishong, one, and I killed them in one night, regardless of old and young. It seems it's your Yi family this time. Don't worry, I will make it clean. At most, I'll just hide for another few years. Otanhu seemed to be smiling, but his cold tone didn't have the slightest feeling of a smile. Yemo's eyes frowned, thinking this person was so sinister. Even he didn't plan on killing the entire Song family. At most, he would the main members and kick them out of Beijing. No matter what, Yemo was not planning to let this man go. He was too cruel, and that Shi Xiong he mentioned was also very evil. Once in conflict with these type of people, one must kill them immediately or there would be unfathomable consequences. You just got here? Yemo suddenly thought of Yun Bing. She wasn't here, could she be taken away by the O family? O Tanhu sneered. You don't have much of a future, we martial artists can have woman any time and place we want, but you're still thinking about her even now. Yemo didn't expect O Tanhu to know what he was thinking with just one sentence. This guy was no impulsive man like Han Zixin described. He was obviously a cunning person, Yemo sighed. If O Tanhu was really impulsive, he would have been long dead. It seemed that Han Zixin was also tricked by O Tanhu's facade. Where do you want to fight? Lead the way. Whether or not Yin Bing was taken away by the O family people, he needed to finish O Tanhu now. You're bold. Then, O Tanhu didn't even look at Yemo and went downstairs. Yemo closed the door and followed O Tanhu onto his car without asking a question. He could tell that O Tanhu was strong, but he was still a little weaker than Daoist Xian. He could kill Daoist Xian, so why would he worry about an O Tanhu? But this man was at most in his teens 21 years ago, and he could still kill old and young. It could be seen how cruel he was. It was such a waste that he didn't live in the cultivation realm. O Tanhu seemed to know that Yemo would follow him. He got in a Range Rover and drove to the rural areas. He knew that Yemo must be decent, but it would cause too much attention in the city. That wouldn't benefit him killing the Yi family later. Yemo scanned O Tanhu with his spirit sense. It appears that he came bare-handed, but his real weapon was a short sword that was packed at his chest. Plus, O Tanhu was tall and big, thus that small sword was covered by his clothes. O Tanhu didn't drive very far as soon as they left the city. He stopped by an abandoned sewer station. Perhaps to him, it would only be a few minutes before he killed Yemo. O Tanhu got off the car and looked at Yemo with a sneer. No need to say any last words, your Yi family will end today. But don't worry about Yun Bing, although I haven't taken her away, but I really want to know what a woman who you can't forget tastes like. Yemo suddenly closed his eyes as though O Tanhu was just Eric FCK, you want to die. O Tanhu was very angry and suddenly punched towards Yemo's chest. Before his fist arrived, the wind arrived. Yemo saw O Tanhu's anger but shook his head. He didn't think O Tanhu would be angered so easily, no matter what O Tanhu was like. He underestimated Yemo. He thought he could easily take out Yemo and didn't need waste time talking to him, but he was also someone who could be easily taken out in Yemo's eyes. Yemo struck out his fist without hesitation, and it collided with O Tanhu's fist. O Tanhu sneered. This punk dared to clash fists with him. His fist was originally going to be a hollow attack, and he was going to cut Yemo in half when he dodged. He didn't like to waste time. Although he could still kill Yemo without using the sword, he would never go for a harder way if there was an easier way. Now that Yemo dared to clash fists with him, he turned his hollow attack into a real attack and smashed with full force towards Yemo's chest. He was confident he would shatter Yemo's arms and crush Yemo's chest. The instant their fists clashed, O Tanhu knew it wasn't good. The inner chi Yemo had on his fists were much purer than the inner chi he had. Yemo was an inner chi master. The moment O Tanhu realized this, his back immediately sweated. He underestimated Yemo too much. He shouldn't have used all his power in that fist and should have left some power. If he saved some power, he could still change his attack or even take out his sword and kill Yemo, but now, that was impossible. Their fists have clashed. O Tanhu just felt as though his fists hit steel, but this was not over. After the steel shattered his bones, it reached out and grabbed his fist. O Tanhu was regretting it so much. If he didn't change his move and kept his punch a hollow attack and then sneak attacked Yemo with his sword, he was 90% sure it would hit Yemo. Even if he didn't sneak attack, as long as he didn't underestimate Yemo, he still felt that Yemo was no match for him, but there was only one chance and he wasted it, even destroying his left hand in the process. He didn't expect Yemo's inner chi to be so pure. Was this even still inner chi? He had never heard of someone who was able to cultivate their inner chi to be so pure and thick. Perhaps this wasn't inner chi, but his thought stopped there. Before he had the time to retreat, he heard another crack, like a branch that had been snapped. There was massive pain in O Tanhu's heart sank. He knew his hand was snapped, but this wasn't what made him terrified the most. The most terrifying thing was that he couldn't even see his left hand.
Yemo just pulled off his hand, one missed move and this was the result. Otanhu looked at his blood-dripping wrist as the veins on his head bulged. There was madness and ferocity in his eyes as he smashed his right fist towards Yemo without thinking of the consequences. Yemo sneered, this guy still wanted to use the move he wasn't able to use before. Did he not know there was a sword hidden on his chest? Yemo was sure Otanhu had a way to pull out the sword instantly and stab it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much faith in it. Yemo still didn't dodge and struck his fist out. Otanhu cruelly smiled. Yemo broke his wrist, so he wanted to slice Yemo into a million pieces, but soon, he felt something was wrong as a frosty wind swept towards his right fist. What was this? Otanhu's eyes were good, but he just felt a frosty wind and didn't see any projectiles. Was his sensors wrong? Otanhu's eyes narrowed. Even if it was a projectile, he would still attack and kill Yemo with the sword, but the next moment, Otanhu's heart was scared less. He found that his wrist hand fell to the ground for no reason, still in a fist shape. Projectile? Was that frosty wind really a projectile and such a powerful one? Otanhu screamed inside. He didn't think he would lose so completely and simply. You. Before he could ask who the hell Yemo was, he was kicked in the chest. Spew. Otanhu spat out mouthfuls of blood and laid paralyzed on the ground, and his organs were completely shattered with this kick. He only had one thought, such thick inner chi, how did he cultivate this? I'm not reconciled to this. Otanhu spat out more blood and yelled hysterically. Yemo walked forward, pulled out a sword from Otanhu's clothes and sneered. You're not reconciled to this, is it because you didn't get to use your sword, you? Otanhu completely froze. How did Yemo know the sword was his killing blow? Chapter 180, Attack. My sure Shion will exact revenge for me. These were Otanhu's last words. Otanhu was very decisive, and Yemo wasn't able to ask anything useful from him. He was not only cruel to others but cruel to himself as well. However, Yemo found two words, broken fists, from the hilt of that sword. The work was not bad, same quality as that whip Yemo got. When Yemo went back home, Yinbing and Tingting had come back. After asking, he knew that Yinbing went out to help Tingting buy clothes. Now that he had pulled out the tooth of the O family, Yemo estimated that there was not much danger for Yinbing, so he went for Han Zaixin. He would leave the remaining things for Han Zaixin to deal with. If he couldn't even do such a simple thing, it would mean that he was not genuine. For someone who wasn't genuine, Yemo would rather not have the green silver sand than cooperating with them. Yemo wouldn't be like Otanhu and go out killing everyone, but if Han Zaixin didn't make an attack, then he would kill at least all the heads of the family. Why did you come back so fast? Weren't you going to look for Otanhu? Han Zaixin wasn't at home but Han Yan was. She seemed to be immune to Yemo popping in and out of nowhere. Yemo dropped the sword and sighed. There's no longer such a person. What? You killed Otanhu this quick? Han Yan picked up that sword in disbelief and checked it carefully before saying. Indeed, this is his sword. It has the mark of the broken fist hall. Broken fist hall? Yemo repeated. He still remembered that Otanhu said his sure Shion would avenge him, so he need to be wary. Since his sure Shion could kill an entire big family with him, it meant that this sure Shion was also a cruel character. Han Yan seemed to realize she said something she shouldn't have and quickly said again, wait, I'll call my grandpa. Miyan Lake was the most beautiful lake in Beijing. Not only was it beautiful, but it also crossed a sixth of Beijing, so it was also called a sixth lake. Miyan Lake not only had an army stationed there from the Beijing military district, but all the upper class and leaders of Beijing were living around here. Thus, Miyan Lake was also called the wealthy lake by normal citizens. At this moment, in the most heavily guarded building sat 6 old men, even the youngest among them was older than 50. Zaixin, you're saying that GMO really has enough capability to finish Otanhu? This isn't a joke. If that ferocious tiger is pissed off, the Yi family would also be in danger. The person speaking was in his 60s, middle build and seemed slightly slim, but his spirit was high. Han Zaixin said, Director, don't worry, if Yemo really is no match for Otanhu, I have made preparations. I won't let what happened 20 years ago happen again. Yes, we'll get rid of that tiger even if it costs something. Even without Yemo, we would still do this. This Otanhu was getting more and more out of control. The old man nodded and said hardly. No one else spoke. They knew it would cost them heavily to kill someone like Otanhu. There was an ancient martial arts cultivator who was weaker than Otanhu, but in order to capture him, the country lost an entire special forces before finally killing him.
One special forces squad, how much would it cost for a country to train them? It could be imagined that in order to capture Otanhu, the losses wouldn't be a simple number.
Because behind Otanhu, there was a hidden sect. If they angered this sect, then the country's losses would be inestimable.
This was why all hierarchy felt threatened by the hidden sects, because they had the capability. Good thing was they usually didn't intervene in national affairs and even send some people to help with things. This Otanhu was also very cunning. After he did that thing 20 years ago, he went and hid in the hidden sects for 10 years before coming out. Each time, he didn't come out for long, as though reminding others that the O family still had him. If Emo could kill Otanhu, it would be the best for the country because the person who killed him was Emo. Eventually, the hidden sects would go look for Yemo's trouble, not someone else. Although some hidden sects people work for the country, the hidden sects also had a rule in which the people from hidden sects must not fight each other for outside world reasons. If they did, perhaps the hidden sects would have been long gone. Only someone like Emo, who didn't know anything, dared to kill Otamu. The old man, who was about the same age as Han Zixin, said, "I heard Emo finished off Nanchang's Qianlong too. If he really has so much power, then perhaps he really can." Before Han Zixin spoke, a guard rushed in with a phone and said, "Elder Han, an urgent call. All the people here in this meeting were the hierarchy of China." Even if the guard didn't say it was urgent, they knew it would be urgent. Han Zixin picked up the phone and it only took a few sentences before hanging up in joy. "What is it, old Han?" the most impetuous old man asked. Han Zixin said with joy and surprise, "I just received news that Gmo killed Otanhu and is now talking with Han Yin." "The news is from my granddaughter, it will be reliable." "What? That evil tiger of the O family has been killed?" Zixin, Shiping, immediately carry out number 2 plan. Subjugate Otanye and Ozhan. The old man stood up in excitement and said, not only did this man stand up in excitement, but so did everyone else. It was 2 different concepts, Emo killing Otanhu and the country killing Otanhu. Without Otanhu, the O family was not a concern. Han Yin put the phone down and looked at Emo, thinking that the old man was always wiser. She didn't see anything extraordinary about Emo, but her grandpa could. Thinking for a while, she said to Emo, "Since you can kill Otanhu, it means you are capable to carry out this mission. I will tell the plan to you and we can discuss what to do." Emo waved his hand and said, "Don't tell me, I don't want to know now. You can contact me after I see what happens to the O family. I'm going first." Emo walked out without hesitation and there was nothing Han Yin could do. When Emo came back, Yun Bing and Tingting sat nervously in the house. Perhaps Yun Bing noticed something was wrong. Seeing Yun Bing's helpless manner, Emo felt helpless. Seeing Emo come back, Yun Bing stood up in joy. It could be seen that she was really happy. "Let's go, I'll take you guys to get something to eat." Emo estimated that even if Han Zixin agreed to bring down the O family, it wouldn't be this quick. Tingting, who was waiting desperately, heard Emo's words and immediately ran over. To her, eating was the most important thing. She heard from Emo that the O family was dealt with and she didn't need to worry about the O family anymore and could stay with her mom all the time. Yun Bing obviously seemed delighted. Although she didn't know how Emo did it, she trusted in Emo, because from running into conflict with the O family yesterday till now, nothing had happened to her. It meant that the O family was cautious of Emo. Yun Bing was thinking through whom Emo reached accordance with that the O family had to let her go. She never would have thought Emo was completely destroying the O family from its roots. Emo feared eating KFC the most, but luckily, Tingting didn't insist on eating KFC again. She wanted to eat Western cuisine. Although Emo didn't like it either, Tingting wanted to go, so he would deal with it. Seeing Emo and Tingting walking in front, Yun Bing suddenly lost herself in thought, thinking that if only things could stay like this forever. She only felt safe when she was with Emo. She suddenly remembered that day at Ninghai University when Emo was being very aggressive towards her. "If you dare to touch me again, I will make the Ning Lake the place where you take a bath." That was what he said to her. She wanted to fight him with her life at the time, but now, she followed behind him looking at him and Tingting. She sighed. She knew that after this, Emo was going to be on his own path, but she needed to take Tingting back to Ninghai. The only difference was that she had Tingting, and there was no threat of the O family. She suddenly had a strange thought. What would happen if she didn't run away last night? Thinking about this, her heart burned. Perhaps it could be possible tonight. Yun Bing was shocked by her own thoughts. What was happening to her? Yun Bing subconsciously looked at Emo. She was thinking why Ningqing Shua would reject someone so excellent. Yun Bing subconsciously looked around and saw another person.
It was Feng Rong. Feng Rong was in a rush and quickly walked inside a bar with his head low. Yun Bing suddenly really wanted to ask Feng Rong about what happened those years ago and followed him into the bar. Of course, Yimo knew when Yun Bing suddenly left. He saw that Yun Bing didn't even tell him and went into the bar with Feng Rong and guessed that there must be something going on. Yimo also wanted to bring Tingting in with him when a voice interrupted him. Chapter 181, Nye Shuang, Punk, I haven't been able to find you. But I finally met you here today. Bad luck. The person speaking seemed to be very angry as though he had caught a long-time enemy. Yimo recognized who it was. It was Cheng Sun from Hua University. It seemed that he resented him quite a bit, and probably thought of him as a love enemy. Brother Sun, who is this punk? A youth from behind Cheng Sun walked up. His hair was dyed yellow and had a girl that was younger than 20 in his arms. Cheng Sun didn't turn around and casually said, "This is the guy that tricked away Yangqing. Didn't think I would meet him here. Qi Bing, call up a few people. I'm going to beat him until his dad doesn't even recognize him." But Brother Sun, what about Yangqing? The yellow-haired youth casually asked. Cheng Sun subconsciously looked at the bar ahead and said, "Next time then, since I have one chance, I'll have another. But since we met him today, we can't let him escape." Yimo sneered and couldn't even be bothered paying attention to Cheng Sun. He carried Tingting and walked towards the bar. "You want to die?" Cheng Sun saw Yimo acting so arrogant, ignoring him and just walking away, causing him to immediately get triggered. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Yimo, wanting to subjugate him. Although he couldn't fight on the streets, he couldn't let Yimo get away. "Cheng Sun, what are you doing?" As soon as Joy Yangqing and another girl walked to the door of the bar, she saw Cheng Sun grab towards Yimo. The moment she saw Yimo, she felt really happy to be able to see him again. That day after Yimo left, she had called him countless times but wasn't able to reach him. She even thought Yimo was lying, but her cousin Zhua Huatang indeed recovered. Just as soon as Cheng Sun heard Zhua Yangqing's words, he felt this huge power kick into his chest. He was kicked flying a few meters away, crashing into a bin. Qi Bing also looked at Yimo in shock, even forgetting to help Cheng Sun up. He didn't expect Yimo to be so strong. He clearly knew that even if he called up people, what could they do to him? "Hurry up and piss off. Do you want me to kick you again?" Yimo yelled at the yellow-haired guy. Qi Bing reacted and quickly ran to Cheng Sun. As he left, he added, "You dare attack Cheng Sun, you're goner." At this moment, Zhua Yangqing had rushed in front of Yimo. She also saw Yimo's kick and yelled out in shock. Yimo noticed the girl beside Zhua Yangqing. She was as good-looking as Zhua Yangqing. The delicate expression in her eyes made her seem more attractive than Zhua Yangqing. Her eyes were big and seemed very innocent. At least, nothing unlikable could be seen from the surface. People couldn't help to like her just looking at her innocent and delicate look. Zhua Yangqing had reacted. She didn't expect Yimo to be so strong. It seemed he was not only a master of medicine, but also in martial arts. This made Zhua Yangqing excited as she charged up, grabbing Yimo and saying, "Dr. Yi, I didn't think you were so strong. Cheng Sun is a member of our school's martial arts association." But soon, she found that Yimo's attention was on the girl who came with her. She pouted and said, "Hey uncle, don't look at her with eyes like wolves please. She is the prettiest girl in our school, don't even think about it. Don't forget you're a big uncle." Zhua Yangqing immediately changed Yimo's title from doctor to uncle. She was rather unsatisfied. She came up to greet Yimo, but he treated her like air. Hearing Zhua Yangqing's words, the girl called Xuanxuan walked up and shyly said, "Hello senior student, I'm Yangqing's classmate, Nye Xuanxuan." Yimo suddenly felt a little cold. He couldn't tell why he felt that way. His spirit sense noticed that when Nye Xuanxuan looked at his kick, there was a ray of astute. She wasn't as shy as she acted at all. There was this sense from her that made him feel cold. Yimo's sense were right because he had spirit sense. This Nye Xuanxuan wasn't simple, even a bit eerie. "You're Nye Xuanxuan? Do you live in Beijing?" Yimo's questions made Zhua Yangqing more unhappy. It seemed that Yimo was really taking an interest into Nye Xuanxuan. He had never asked who she was the first time he saw her. Nye Xuanxuan lowered her head in worry. Although she was sure Yimo couldn't see, she didn't know Yimo had spirit sense, and her expression was caught completely by Yimo. Zhua Yangqing spoke at this moment. "Uncle Yimo, stop asking. Xuanxuan is living at her auntie's house and she doesn't really like to talk. If you want to ask something, just ask me." But don't chase Shuang. As for why, don't ask. Shuang is a person with misfortune. And, she's scared of talking to guys, Yemo nodded. Although he didn't know Nie Shuang, but he knew she was completely wrong. His spirit sense found a rather strong sense of the other sex. This woman was not only not a shy girl, but instead a very lustful girl. He didn't know why Zhuo Yangqing would stay with a girl like that. But Yemo knew it wasn't something he could manage. As long as it didn't harm her, he wouldn't care, but at this moment, Shuang secretly studied Yemo and her eyes happened to be caught by Yemo. Her face blushed more. Of course, Zhuo Yanqing also saw Nie Shuang's glance and felt annoyed. These two were mutually attracted and ignored her as though she was air. Was she that ugly? Yemo had decided to ask his sister about her. If his sister knew about her, she would tell his sister to stay away from her. This woman wasn't easy to mess with. He wanted to remind Zhuo Yangqing, but he resisted the urge after seeing Zhuo Yangqing's face. He casually said, "I have some business at the bar." "You guys have fun. Wait, we also want to go to the bar." "It's rare that Shuang want to come out for a drink, so I'll be going with her," Zhuo Yangqing immediately said. Then, she looked at Tingting in Yemo's arms and asked, "Brother Yi, this girl is so cute, who is she?" Yemo wanted to cry and laugh. In the short brief moment, Zhuo Yangqing called him with three different things. He remembered what Shi Bing said. Shi Bing and Qing Sun obviously knew Zhuo Yangqing was coming to this bar. How did they know? Thinking about this, Yemo casually asked, "Qinger, your uncle is my friend and you're still studying at school. It's not a good thing coming to the bar, especially this far from your school." "Pfft, uncle, brother Yi, how much older are you than me? Stop talking to me like that. Shuang wanted to come out for a drink today, not me. She said she liked here, so we came," Zhuo Yangqing nonchalantly said. Then, she immediately said, "The recipe you gave us last time, my aunt has prepared it. Can you go back with me today?" Nie Shuang pulled Zhuo Yangqing's clothes, wanting her to stop talking. However, Zhuo Yangqing still said, "What are you scared of? We're all adults, just coming out for a drink." Yemo looked again at Nie Shuang thinking that it was indeed because of her. It seemed that Zhuo Yangqing was being sold and still counted money for her. This girl was too dumb. And this Nie Shuang was too insidious. Thinking about this, Yemo said, "In that case, let's go drink together, on me." The reason he wanted to help Zhuo Yangqing was due to Zhuo Aigua. Zhuo Aigua was a good person, and he seemed to look after Zhuo Yangqing quite a lot. But Yangqing, sorry, I think brother Yi is right, so I won't go. Nie Shuang spoke and secretly looked at Yemo. Her eyes were blossoming more red, rendering the sense of an innocent girl. "Shuang, you're so pretty, no wonder Uncle Yi is interested in you." Even Zhuo Yangqing could see Nie Shuang's beauty. "Yangqing, don't talk like that, I'm going back. You must have some business with brother Yi." "I won't disturb you guys, I'll be going first." Suddenly, Nie Shuang looked at Yemo again before suddenly taking out a small pink paper from her pocket and giving it to Yemo. "Brother Yi, this is my number." Her voice was very soft. She didn't even say goodbye to Zhuo Yangqing and ran off. Her face still seemed flushed with embarrassment. Yemo looked at the paper and shook his head, thinking that if it was a normal person, perhaps he would call her at night. However, she found the wrong person. Zhuo Yangqing said in a strange tone, "Shuang, this girl is being anthomaniac today. I've never seen her give her phone number to someone else without being asked." Yemo sneered. Never seen it? If she never did, would she make her phone number into such an exquisite card and put it in her pockets? It was obvious it was prepared. Chapter 182, Warning, Brother Yi, don't tell me you're in love with Shuang? Zhuo Yangqing asked after seeing Shuang was long gone. Yemo frowned but didn't talk. He was thinking who Nie Shuang was and what was her purpose in Hua Uni. If her sister wasn't there, it wouldn't matter so much, but she was. It was very dangerous to have someone like that in Hua Uni. What? If you like her, then you do. It's not like I'm going to tell everyone. Perhaps I can even help you. Why aren't you answering me? Seriously, Zhuo Yangqing said bitterly. Yemo sneered. If I really was to love one of you two, I would rather love you than to love that Nie Shuang. Really? Brother Yi, you really love me? This is fabulous, although I don't love you too much, but I can tell my third uncle that you love me. You don't know how much my third uncle admires you. Once he knows you love me, I wonder how he's going to suck up to me.
Zhuo Yangqing was suddenly happy and held Yimo's hand, talking non-stop. Yimo twisted his hand and grabbed Zhuo Yangqing's wrist instead, shooting his qi inside her body. There was indeed a frosty qi. It was obviously by Nia Shuangshuang. That woman was bisexual, Zhuo Yangqing screamed after having her wrist grabbed by Yimo. She could hold Yimo's hand, but Yimo couldn't hold hers. She wanted to escape from it and quickly said, "Uncle Yi, don't tell me you're serious. Even if you like me, it can't be that fast. I never said I liked you, hurry up and let me go." "Shut up, you really think high of yourself," Yimo reproached. He felt speechless. He used his spirit chi to dispel the frigid chi before releasing her hand. Zhuo Yangqing was still struggling before and was immediately scared to a halt by Yimo's yell. She just realized she was quite afraid of Yimo. She finally felt relieved after Yimo let go of her hand and didn't do anything. But she immediately said surprisingly, how come I feel a lot more comfortable? Brother Yi. Grab me more, then. Zhuo Yangqing reached her out wrist. Yimo rolled his eyes and said, "Take back your cat claws, I'm not interested, stop thinking that you're too perfect, you." Zhuo Yangqing felt wronged. He wanted it before, but now, he didn't want it when she gave it to her. However, it was indeed true, she was a lot more comfortable after being grabbed by him. Yimo looked at Tingting in his arms. She had fallen asleep on his shoulder. He then turned to Zhuo Yangqing and said, "Go back, I have some business at the bar. But one thing I need to remind you. You can take it as a warning." "What thing?" "Uncle Yi, just say it," Zhuo Yangqing immediately said, "don't change the way you call me around. It annoys me. But that isn't the main thing. The main thing is, don't get close with Nia Shuangshuang, it's bad for you. Whether or not you listen is up to you." Then, Yimo turned and left. Zhuo Yangqing was dazed for a long time before frowning. Why did he remind her not to get close with Nia Shuangshuang? Shuangshuang was not an arrogant person, in fact, she was the prettiest girl in the uni and was also empathetic. She couldn't understand why. She wanted to stop Yimo and ask, but she didn't need to. Yimo was already stopped, 2 cops had stopped Yimo's way. Zhuo Yangqing looked at Cheng Sun, who was not far and knew it was his fault. "Take out your identity, you were fighting in the streets. We need you to come with us to the police department." The taller police stopped Yimo and said, of course, Yimo also saw Cheng Sun. He sneered and knew they were in the same group, or perhaps even Cheng Sun's lackey. If it was when he was studying at Ninghai, he would have no choice but to go with them. But now, he just sneered. "Piss off." Just when Zhuo Yangqing wanted to help Yimo say something, she heard Yimo tell the police to piss off. She was worried. Why didn't this guy know to change? He didn't know how to stay calm at all. "Even if I can get you out later, there's no avoiding going in the retention center." Zhuo Yangqing sighed and took out her phone, preparing to call her third uncle. As soon as Yimo said piss off, the faces of the 2 policemen changed. The shorter one pointed in Tingting and Zhuo Yangqing and said, "We suspect you in child trafficking. Now, we're taking you to the police department for investigation. If you have any questions, you can appeal later." Zhuo Yangqing heard the words of the 2 police and immediately charged up, yelling, "You're bullshitting, where do you see I'm underage? I'm telling you now, I'm trafficking young pretty boys, apprehend me too." Then, Zhuo Yangqing raised her not small chests and shafted Yimo's arms, obviously meaning, "What are you going to do?" Forgetting completely, she just thought to tell Yimo to stay calm. Cheng Sun from afar was furious. Not only was he hit, but he also saw the person he liked shaft Yimo's arm. Yimo wasn't surprised Zhuo Yangqing did that. It wasn't the first time she did. The 2 cops were shocked by Zhuo Yangqing's words, but the taller police reacted and immediately said, "It could be sex trade, take them both back." Zhuo Yangqing's face changed and was taking out her phone to call. However, Yimo raised his arm and stopped her. He just took out a small blue book and opened it in front of the taller police and said, "I'll count to 3, if you don't piss off, then prepare to eat prison food." The 2 policemen immediately saw the red stamp, Special Ops Force Flying Snowhead Instructor, China Special Forces Bureau. They were so scared that they sweated immediately. Perhaps they didn't dare to start trouble with the sweeping lady of the Special Forces, much less the head instructor of flying snow. Other people didn't know how strong this position was, but the cops knew all too well. And that stamp had an obvious weak glow to it, meaning it's authentic. This couldn't be fake now.
Before Yemo even counted one, the two policemen already quickly said multiple apologies and ran. They didn't even dare to go to Ching Sun. Brother Yi, what did you show them? Why is it so effective? Can you get me one too? Zhuo Yangqing knew she was being dumb as soon as she finished asking. That was obviously an identity document. What document could make the cops scared? Must be powerful military ones. Yemo's mouth spasmed and said, "You can ask your third uncle." Zhuo Yangqing knew that Yemo was playing a joke on her and unhappily said, "Why did you tell me to stay away from Nie Shuangshuang just then?" Yemo sneered. Even if Nie Shuangshuang wanted to drink, was there not one nearby the school? Why did she have to come to this one? Since she did, why did Cheng Sun know? Why did he also appear here? This is too coincidental, isn't it, you're saying? Zhuo Yangqing immediately understood.
Nie Shuangshuan listened to Cheng Sun to trick her over.
Was she actually just putting on an act? I'll ask Cheng Sun.
When Zhuo Yangqing turned around, Cheng Sun was nowhere to be seen. I didn't think she was this sort of person, I'd judged her wrong. This Cheng Sun isn't a good thing either, Zhuo Yangqing said hatefully. Yemo didn't tell her the eeriness about Nie Shuangshuang.
That was no good for her.
However, he still had to remind her and said, "Don't come in contact with her, it's no good for you." So what if I come in contact with her? I want revenge.
Plus, aren't you planning on getting close to her? Otherwise, why did you take her name card? This little fox demon.
It was obvious Zhuo Yangqing wouldn't be able to let it go without getting back at Nie Shuangshuang.
Moreover, this Nie Shuangshuang also became a fox demon.
She forgot that not long ago, she said Nie Shuangshuang was pitiful in front of Yemo. Yemo sneered and said, "Do you feel she's usually very timid and innocent? Would an innocent, shy person always have these name cards with flirty smells?" Then, Yemo took out that pink name card before continuing, "It's up to you whether you believe it. You can also think of it as me bullshitting." Zhuo Yangqing wasn't a stupid girl. Although she couldn't completely analyze things sometimes, it didn't mean she knew nothing. From the series of things that happened today and then reflecting back to what usually happens, Zhuo Yangqing immediately understood that what Yemo said might possibly be true. She suddenly thought of Yemo grabbing her wrist and releasing it, then the change in her body.
Was this related to Nie Shuangshuang?
Just when Zhuo Yangqing wanted to Yemo about it, Yemo's face suddenly changed as he rushed into the bar.
Chapter 183, I want to hit the Yi family.
Yemo saw that Yun Bing suddenly rushed towards the man she followed like crazy and was about to throw a bottle on him. But immediately, she was suppressed by the two people beside her and was dragged inside the bar. Yemo went in and kicked those two men away without hesitation and pulled Yun Bing over. Yun Bing with messy hair saw that the person pulling her was Yemo and couldn't help to run into his arms and weep. Zhuo Yangqing came in and saw Yun Bing and then looked at Yemo. She felt this was complicated and just stood behind Yemo saying nothing. Feng Rong stood up and looked coldly at Yemo. There was a youth beside him who sat still and didn't even look at Yemo as though Yemo was someone about to die. The two men struggled a long time before getting up and was about to attack again when the youth sitting still waved his hand. "We're civilized people, better to let the police deal with these maggots. Tell the police to not let this bastard come out again." Without the youth's reminder, the people from the bar had called the police. They could tell that although Yemo was by himself, he still had the advantage. The four people together on Feng Rong's side was no match for him. Yun Bing had calmed down now and got up from Yemo's arms while sobbing. Zhuo Yangqing passed some tissue to Yun Bing. "What's the matter?" Yemo asked casually. Yun Bing pointed at Feng Rong and hatefully said, "This animal, years ago, plotted against me, and now, he want to help someone harm me for the second time." Yemo frowned. Although Yun Bing didn't say exactly what he did, he still understood that this Feng Rong was her original boyfriend. Not only did he not protect her, but he sold her instead. Yemo looked at Yun Bing unhappily, thinking that it was lucky that the second time didn't succeed. If it did, it was still her fault. As though seeing Yemo's unhappy eyes, Yun Bing lowered her head, thinking even if she didn't hear this today, she wouldn't be harmed by him a second time. She wasn't an idiot. She was fully disappointed with Feng Rong, much less when she couldn't stop thinking about GMO now. What thing could make him unable to be reached for 8 years in America? Why did he happen to leave as soon as it happened to her? The police car sounded and the two nearby policemen had came. From the speed they came, it could be seen that the reporter's status was a low. "Take this person away, he committed a heavy crime." I will call and provide evidence later. The way that the youth ordered made people feel as though the two police were his servants. The two policemen raised their head and saw Emo. They froze, thinking not good. The person they feared seeing the most was this person. Why did these people have to mess with him? Why aren't you moving? The youth saw the two policemen just stood still and said unhappily. Yun Bing handed Ting Ting to Yun Bing and walked up in front of the youth. He grabbed his neck and held him up and gave him a few slaps on the face before kicking him. Besides the two men earlier, the youth's mouth was full of blood and he spat out a few teeth. He was paralyzed on the ground, wanting to talk but unable to. Feng Rong looked at Emo in terror. He didn't expect Emo to be this ferocious, daring to attack him like that in front of police. What made him unable to understand was why did the police come and just watch him get hit but not do anything. However, Emo didn't teach Feng Rong a lesson and just patted on his shoulder a few times. Remember to not go anywhere tomorrow. Better to eat more today. Piss off. Feng Rong didn't know that he was death sentenced by Emo since his heart meridian had been sealed by ladder. He thought Emo let him go due to Yun Bing. Thinking about the man on the ground, he yelled cockily, "You dare to attack Yi Lian." Hearing Feng Rong's words, Emo was surprised. He looked at the youth on the ground and asked, "You're from the Yi family, that's right, you scared?" Feng Rong sneered immediately, but before he finished, he found his face was spitting out the same amount of blood and teeth as Yi Ling. He now understood that if Emo wanted to beat him up, he would. Emo originally wanted him to have a calmer life before death. But this Feng Rong pissed him off. Yi Lian saw Emo walk over and wiped the blood from his face using an unclear tone. "Bastard, you dare to attack me." However, Emo stood on his face once again and said, "I want to hit the Yi family people." "You tell me if I dare to hit you? Last time, I went up and smashed the Yi family big gate, I didn't see you. You are probably only a small insect of the Yi family." Yi Lian looked at Emo in terror. He finally understood that this youth was that ancestor of the Yi family, Emo. He didn't dare to be cocky anymore. Even the leader Yi Beirong didn't dare to say anything when Emo smashed his way in, much less him from a branch lineage. He could only shake and hate himself for not recognizing this was Emo. When he saw Emo raise his foot again after breaking the legs of his two lackeys, he was so scared he quickly said, "Brother Yi, this isn't my fault." "Feng Rong, that animal, said Yun Bing was by herself and told me to make a move. I listened him and that's why I planned to." Arg. Before Yi Lian finished, Emo still stepped down. Emo turned to the two policemen and said, "Did you hear their verdict?" "Yes, we heard it." The two policemen bowed. "Oh, in that case, take these scums away. You don't need to notify me. Contributing to social stability is what I should be doing," Emo blandly said. Hearing these words, Zhuo Yangqing couldn't help bursting into laughter. Emo acted as though he didn't hear it as he turned to the two policemen and said, "I suspect this bar is problematic, notify your leader, they must investigate this. Hand the result to Flying Eagle Li Hu and tell him to notify me. If you can't find anything, then don't blame me then. Same if you use a few small fries as scapegoats." Emo wouldn't believe this bar wasn't problematic when Nie Shuangshuang chose to drink here. "Sorry, I caused trouble for you again," Yun Bing said apologetically. Emo waved his hand and said, "It's not a problem if I'm here. If I'm not, then that would be a problem, so." Although Emo didn't finish his words, Yun Bing understood what he meant. She should not be so impulsive in the future. Feng Rong destroyed her life and that made her unable to control herself. However, this was just once. There wouldn't be anything that would make her so emotional again. To her, her past was dead, and there was no point in remembering it. "Let's go eat." Emo saw Yun Bing was unhappy and said casually. Although Zhuo Yangqing didn't know what was going on, she could understand part of the situation and quickly said, "Brother Yi, you and this sister can come to my house to eat," and it seemed she didn't forget about checking up on her grandpa. Emo agreed. Seeing this, Zhuo Yangqing quickly called her third uncle and her small aunt. Immediately, everyone in the Zhuo family started moving. The Zhuo family had been so hopeful of Emo's coming. Zhuo Yushan's coral poison was too easy for Emo now. In less than half an hour it was all gone. The Zhuo family was very polite to Yun Bing due to Emo, even more than Emo. From Zhuo Yushan's perspective, Emo was an excellent stock. If Yun Bing was his woman, it would be more effective to treat her nice. Just when Emo was prepared to leave, the news reported the matter between O Tanya and O Chen. Emo nodded, thinking this elder Han was really fast. It had only been a day and they were done. These old people probably had the intention already and used him as the leading bird, but despite knowing he was used by them, he would still kill O Tanhu. The O family is done.
Zhuo Yushan looked at the TV inside. He continued, the O family was too cocky.
They've harmed a lot of people in recent years, much less what happened 20 years ago. Jin Bing looked at Yemo in shock.
She didn't expect Yemo meant this when he said the O family wouldn't look for trouble with her.
Just how much power did he have? Yemo smiled to Yun Bing and nodded. Yun Bing immediately felt warm at heart. Even if he wasn't her man, it was still her luck to be able to know someone as magical as him. Thinking that she wouldn't have to live a life of terror, she suddenly felt optimistic. Chapter 184, Luoying, Wuliang Mountain was called Manglu Mountain before. It had an area of a few thousand acres. The Qing dynasty poet Di Jiazheng wrote a poem here. Everyone knew that Di Jiazheng was a famous poet during the times of Dao Guang Emperor.
People rarely knew that he also had a brother Dai Jiawei. Around 1816, they met someone from Jin Song of the hidden sects here and were taken in due to their talent. Dai Jiazhen wanted to be a scholar and rejected to stay, but Dai Jiawei stayed. They were scared that if they left at the same time, the hidden sect people would kill their family. After Dai Jiazheng came out, he participated in the national test. He was 24 that year and was sent to Hunan province as the governor, but still had no news of Dai Jiawei. He missed his brother and so he came to Wuliang Mountain and wrote the poem. His poem meant that inside the Wuliang Mountain, the area was actually very large and high up in the clouds. Its vastness was so great that one couldn't see it with bare eyes. Now, Wuliang Mountain was a national environmental protection site. It had countless unknown scenery as well as countless unknown places. At this moment, at a place where normal people couldn't reach in the Wuliang Mountains, there was a large area of houses. The place looked ancient. Outside these houses, there was a curved path reaching to the bottom of the mountain. Looking from the bottom, these houses were like an immortal realm hidden in the clouds. In front of the houses was a big tower with an enormous character of serenity. This was the hidden sect Serenity. There was a distant room, and in it, Luo Susu sat there dazed while thinking about something. She had returned to the hidden sects for a month of 2. Originally, she thought it would only take a few days to forget that man, but it had been 2 months now, and she still couldn't calm down to cultivate her serene heart manual. Once she closed her eyes, Yemo would appear in front of her. Those scenes that she couldn't hide away showed up again and again. He almost died due to thirst but still gave the water bag to her. He knew it was the desert and how important water was for people. What sort of magical man was he? Even though he was almost eaten by those insects, he still didn't want to leave her behind. Instead, he carried her and continued running. What sort of an emotional man was he? He searched around for water everywhere to save her while his lips were cracked dry. Then, he cut open his own wrist to feed her blood until he went unconscious. However, that was the first time she met him, and as for her, she just gave him some water at most, and the pool he gave her. That was the best birthday present she got in her entire life. This present was given to her in the desert. Who could give such a present in the desert? What sort of a person was he? Luo Susu thought about Jimo's lips. That moment when she kissed him, his lips were very cold but warm at the same time. Now that she thought about, she felt lost in the thought, I will forget about him, I must. Luo Susu cultivated her serene heart manual, but before she could even complete a circle, she spat out another mouthful of blood. This was already the 6th time it happened. Susu, our sex cultivation forbids joy, worry, anger, emotions, hurt. The words of her master echoed in her ears. But she still went against it all. If her master was still here, she could ask her, but she wasn't. She didn't know if he was doing well. Did he finish his things? Luo Susu's thoughts went to Emo again. What was happening to her? Why did she always think about him? It seemed that in her memory, she and Emo knew each other a long time ago. However, no matter how she searched her memory, there were only those in the desert. Perhaps she knew him from her past life. Luo Susu's door suddenly opened and a nun-looking woman walked in. This nun was called Jing Shi, her master's Shirdi. Although she was in her 40s, she looked like a young woman who hasn't even reached her 30s. Not only was her skin smooth, her eyes and brows were clearly defined. Her lips had this sexy rootiness to it. Looking meticulously, she was an oddly beautiful woman. The most noticeable feature about her was her sharp nose.
If her eyes and hair wasn't black, she would look Western. Sure Shu, 1. Luo Susu stood up and called. The nun looked at Luo Susu and frowned. Susu, you are no longer suited to cultivating its serenity. You just went to the mortal world once, and you were enticed by it, losing your Tao heart. But you are from the hidden sect, and you must not be let into the mortal world again. Sure Shu. Luo Susu said worriedly. She knew this Sure Shu didn't like her, she didn't know why, but it should be related to her master. There must be some punishment the way her Sure Shu was talking. The nun shook her head and said, Susu, even if you can't cultivate our way, you don't have to go back to the normal world. Before Luo Susu could feel relieved, the nun continued, the young master of Dian Sung is only 30 years of age, but he is tertiary stage of yellow level. His future is boundless. Plus, Dian Sung's martial arts are good for you. Our sects have always had good relations, and we're not far from each other. If you marry into Dian Sung, no. Luo Susu's face went pale. No matter what, she wouldn't marry someone. As for why, she had this rejection in her heart. This nun's face sunk and was about to talk once again when another voice said, Jingxi sure may, if Susu doesn't want it, then don't force her. Although we have fallen, we're not at the stage to rely on marriage to survive. Yes, sure Jia. However, Jingxi obviously didn't seem very respectful to her. Luo Susu went up and greeted. Luo Susu greets sect leader, MHM. The nun nodded and said after a while, Susu, you do have a big problem after coming back. Your heart can no longer calm down like before. Then, the nun started to think what to do with Luo Susu. Leader Sherbo, I wish to ask for one more thing. Because I went out this time and some things occurred, if I can't completely resolve these things, it may be very hard for me to calm my heart to cultivate again. So I plead leader to allow me to go out again. Luo Susu had this sudden urge to see Emo again. She wanted to ask if Emo had seen her before and had some memory of her before. No, Jingxi interrupted. Jingxian Shijie, Susu yearns for the mortal world. If we let her back in, perhaps something would happen, and it would be our sect that is embarrassed. Luo Susu was shaking with anger due to these words but didn't dare to object. However, Jingxian nodded and said, then what do you think should happen? Jingxi didn't even look at Luo Susu and just said, in my opinion, it was already against the rules that Luo Susu went out last time. After she came back, she couldn't cultivate. I think we should send her to the cold room for 3 years. Luo Susu was shaken. Cold room for 3 years. That was like a death sentence. With her only yellow level intermediate stage power, it was death if she went in there. Her master died 3 months after being closed in the cold room for 2 years. Her master was also sent to that cold room due to this Sure Shu. Now, she didn't expect she would be walking the same path due to her. Jing Xian glanced at Jingxi and sighed. Susu, you might as well go to Dian Song. Luo Susu shook her head and said, Leader Sherbo, I will go to the cold room. Humph, unworthy thing. Jingxi didn't even say goodbye to Jing Xian and just left. Sigh. Jing Xian looked at Luo Susu and left. Although she knew that Jingxi wanted to take revenge on Luo Susu's master, but she couldn't say anything. Leader Sherbo, I want to change my name. Luo Susu suddenly called to the leaving Jing Xian. Jing Xian turned around and looked at Luo Susu with guilt. Susu, tell me, I will change it for you in the sect. I can do that at least. She also knew that if Luo Susu went to the cold room, there would be no coming back. However, she didn't dare to stop Jingxi's decision. She just felt guilty to Luo Susu's master and her. Luo Susu wasn't dumb. Jing Xian was the leader but was succumbed to Jingxi. If there wasn't something that Jingxi had a grasp of, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Sherbo, I want to change my name to Luoing. I found that I often call myself Luoing in my dreams, Luo Susu said. She was worried for her Sherbo. Jing Xian looked once at Luo Susu and nodded. She took out a jade necklace from her sleeves and gave it to Luo Susu and said, Susu, from now on, you are Luoing. This necklace was sent over by a friend from the Luotsong Magical Artifact Social. This is a real magical artifact, it's yours now. Good luck, I'm going. 1. TL note, Sure Shu, referring to anyone in the same sect who is in the same generation as your master but younger than him. Sure Bo same as Sure Shu but referring to older than your master. Chapter 185, Mission. At night, after Yemo sent Yun Bing and Tingting back, he went straight to Han Zaixin. However, Yun Bing twisted and turned unable to fall asleep. She knew that as soon as the day was bright, she and Tingting would go back to Ninghai. She would no longer have the chance to be with Yemo anymore. Perhaps tonight was the last night she would stay together with Emo. The more she thought, the more she regretted running away from Emo's room. However, she felt too hard to summon the courage to go again. She knew if she didn't take the initiative, Emo wouldn't come for her. Sometimes, she felt she was a bad woman, but she knew that in the depth of her heart. What she was thinking wasn't completely to repay Emo. It was because she really wanted to be together with Emo even if it was just for one night. She was afraid Emo would think she was trying to use him. But she knew that she really didn't think that way. Yun Bing had made up her mind. After Emo comes back to sleep, she would go to his room again. Although it was a bit shameless, she would still do it for Emo. At around 10 p.m., Emo still hadn't come back, but Yun Bing was almost about to fall asleep. Finally, the door sounded. The sleepy Yun Bing immediately sat up in nervousness, but she heard the knocking sound from her own room. Her heart was raised. Was Emo coming over to her? How could this be? Tingting was still sleeping. Thinking about this, Yun Bing wanted to get off the bed and look, but at this moment, the lights were turned on. Yun Bing was dumbfounded. The person who came in wasn't Emo but a girl. She still had a bag in her hands, so she realized it was probably Yiling. Yiling knew Emo was at Beijing and no longer had the mood to play in America. She came back by herself first but didn't expect to see Yun Bing when she opened her room and froze. "You are Yiling?" Yun Bing said. Yiling nodded and asked, "You are?" "I'm Yun Bing, Emo's English teacher," Yun Bing quickly explained but felt relieved and disappointed at the same time. She didn't have the courage to go to Emo's room anymore. Now that Yiling was back, she couldn't even if she wanted to. "You are Mrs. Yun Bing. I've heard my brother talk about you," Yiling said in surprise. Emo said Yun Bing saved his life before, but now it seemed there was some relationship between them. She immediately saw Tingting and was shocked. Emo didn't tell her Yun Bing had a child and she was so old already. In that case, she was obviously not suitable with her brother. Seeing Yiling look at Tingting, Yun Bing quickly explained what happened from Hong Kong till now. "My brother went out?" Yiling thought Emo was asleep, as though knowing Emo would come at night, Han Zixin had prepared tea and snacks. But even so, when Emo actually came, Han Zixin felt relieved. He didn't have any way if Emo didn't come because his phone was always off. Emo saw that other than Elder Han and Han Yan, there was also another man in his 50s. Han Zixin was very polite to Emo. Seeing him come in, he quickly stood up. "Emo, this is the military laboratories Li Xiang." "Oldly, this is Emo I told you about." Han Zixin just introduced the two but didn't say Li Xiang's position. Li Xiang also nodded to Emo. In his eyes, although Emo was strong, he was still young. For someone in high status like them, they only needed to be nice and Emo would be extremely grateful, and it seemed pretty easy to use Emo this time. Thus, he didn't understand why Han Zixin took Emo so seriously. In his impression, Emo was a simple-minded but strong youth. Emo didn't care seeing that Li Xiang seemed to be a little rude. He couldn't even be bothered to nod. To him, there was no point in getting close with such a person. Their pursuits were different. It was just a deal between him and Han Zixin. Seeing that Emo couldn't even be bothered to nod, Li Xiang couldn't keep it together. However, he was in a high status for a long time and had some control. Han Zixin frowned thinking this oldly was good but just underestimated people. Seeing that Han Zixin wanted to ease up the tension, he waved his hand and sat down. "Elder Han, don't waste time, since this is a deal, just tell me what to do. I prefer to be straightforward." Han Zixin had some understanding of Emo's personality and nodded. "In that case, I'll be straightforward. We researched the model you gave Li Hu carefully last time. It's an extremely valuable military secret. We originally thought it was just worth tens of millions, but by the looks of it now, that's only a minor fraction of it." Emo immediately knew the mission was related to this, but he already gave the thing to Han Zixin. "Why did they bring it up?" Han Zixin continued. "The conclusion we got is that this model is only a part of it. It's only the outer energy core part. The nucleus of the thing isn't there. Now that we know how important this data is, we can't have such precious thing in the hands of others. Although we don't know who invented this data, but it could be said to be a military milestone." Then, Han Zixin looked at Emo. "I think you should know, we want you to get back the remaining part. Regardless if our country can really create it, it's much better to have this in our hands than in others. You want me to find you this?" Emo frowned when Dong gave this to him.
Where would he find it? Han Zaishin nodded seriously. Indeed, I think only you can find this. One reason is that you gave it to us, so you should know something about where it came from. The second is that normal people's power wouldn't be able to retrieve such a precious data, so I want you to go with Han Yan and find the remaining data, Li Xiang added timely. It's every citizen's responsibility to serve the country, so this is not only a mission but an honor. Emo looked coldly at Li Xiang. Shut up, stop playing your games. Li Xiang's face immediately changed. He didn't understand Emo, so he took out those big ideas he used to educate young people with. Of course, Han Zaishin knew Yemo's personality. Even if Emo knew his position, he would still be nothing in the eyes of Emo. Emo was someone who wouldn't get up early without benefit. It was useless to educate him with those big ideals. If he owed the country, then he would repay the debt himself. Emo hated empty words. He quickly stopped Li Xiang, who was going to throw a tantrum. Oldly, Emo is like that, don't be like that. Han Yan sat by the side saying nothing. It was completely irrelevant to her, but she looked coldly at Li Xiang. It seemed she also despised him. Han Zaishin's payment of 1 block of green silver sand should be enough. In Emo's heart, that was worth countless times more than that military model. However, only he knew the worth of the green silver sand. As such, Emo knew Han Zaishin's reward was enough, but Han Zaishin didn't. Seeing Emo not talk, Han Zaishin was afraid Emo would regret and quickly said, "The next batch of material is coming in 3 months, then I'll let you pick 10 more. Emo waved his hand and said, I agree to this. I'll try, regardless of whether I succeed or not. I won't return the green silver sand. Emo was not interested at all in picking 10 more. If he could pick out 5 or 6 things, he would already be happy. There wouldn't be that much good materials for him to pick anyway. Okay, you and Yenair can start tomorrow. Han Zaishin stood up in joy. Then he turned to Han Yan and said, Yenair, no matter what, safety first, okay? However, Emo said, no need, I'll go by myself. It's cumbersome to have an extra person. Humph, Emo, I admit you're strong. But if you think you can beat me for sure, you're wrong. Otherwise, let's fight first. Han Yan was discomforted by Emo's words. Chapter 186, Date with Nia Xuanxuang. No need to fight, I'll let you come with me. Looking at the way Han Yan jumped into fighting stance, he knew he underestimated her body technique at least. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be cumbersome with that movement technique and might even give him some help. Of course, another plan was that since she was from the hidden sex, perhaps he could try to get something out of her mouth. That was the most important. Han Yan intentionally showed some ability and saw that Emo indeed seemed to be impressed as he allowed her to go. She raised her head high in self-satisfaction. Ever since Emo killed Otanhu, she felt she was no match for him, but even though she felt she was no match for him, she felt she lost to no one in movement technique, even Emo. Buy the ticket to Xian Mountain and wait for me at the airport tomorrow morning. Emo dropped these words and left quickly. He needed to find Wendong before he could find the thing. Only Wendong knew where it came from. Plus, he wanted to go to Flowing Snake. He needed to buy some things that could prevent Nia Xuanxuang to not attack his relatives. He's a conceited person, Han Yan suddenly said. Humph, I think he's an arrogant freak, not respecting his elders. Li Xiang sneered. Han Zaishin waved his hand and said, Oldly, you need to change your temper. Do you know why the Song family didn't dare to touch him? Your Li family is also a big family of Beijing, so you would know after you ask Marshal Li. Sometimes, you can't just be doing academics. Li Xiang looked at Han Zaishin in shock. He thought Han Zaishin would be on his side, but Han Zaishin was helping Emo. Marshal Li was his big brother and also the most authoritative person in the Li family. He didn't expect Han Zaishin to tell him to ask his big brother. Did his big brother look at Emo differently? Why would someone so young and abandoned by the Yi family be worth noting? Emo bought a lot of daily products. Although he was stage 3 Qi gathering, he was still fearful of his experience in the desert. He didn't believe he was completely safe just because he was stage 3. There might be earth level or even sky level masters. Even if he was surrounded by those bugs in the desert, he would die. After he bought enough things, he called Nia Xuanxuang. Nia Xuanxuang's shy voice sounded. It was very sweet and made people feel comfortable and even render this impulsive feeling. When Emo came to Hua University, Nia Xuanxuang stood at the door looking very nervous. She wore a plain green dress and her hair was wet. A few strands came down her soft-skinned face, making her seem more nimble and innocent.
Accompanied with her high soaring chest, almost all the students at the door would secretly look at her. Just when Emo walked in front of her, he smelt this faint aroma. It seemed to be natural coming from the body. Seeing Emo come over, Nia Xuanxuang rubbed her sleeves nervously and seemed to say something, but Emo knew she said nothing. Seeing Emo just stand in front of her and not say anything for a long time, Nia Xuanxuang raised her head and used those innocent-looking eyes and said, "Brother Yi, you wanted me." Then, she lowered her head and held onto the edge of her skirt tightly. Emo sighed, this woman could go get a golden Oscars at Hollywood. He thought she would be perfect to lure those black bulky men, so why stay at a place like Hua University? Moreover, she seemed to know how to utilize men's weakness. Even though Emo knew there was something wrong with her, he still couldn't prevent himself from having strange thoughts towards her. As though not hearing Emo's reply, she secretly looked at Emo while blushing and looked down. Emo said, "Indeed, I wanted to look for you. Do you have time, tomorrow's the weekend?" Nia Xuanxuang just said half a sentence. Emo sneered, she was acting innocent too much. Tomorrow is the weekend, so that meant she could go out with him for the entire night. What sort of girl would say that to someone she only met for the second time? She didn't say the second half of the sentence. But any man could imagine it. It seemed to be more enticing left unsaid. "Let's go. You wanted to drink with Joy Yangqing yesterday but wasn't able to. How about I take you out for a drink?" Emo said straightforwardly. He felt that frosty feeling on Nia Xuanxuang was weaker today. He didn't want to know when Nia Xuanxuang was, but Yiling still had to stay a month or two at Hua University. He didn't want her to be in danger, so he had to know when Nia Xuanxuang was, and what that bleak feeling from her was. If she was a threat to Yiling, he didn't mind doing something good for society. Nia Xuanxuang looked at Emo in shock due to his straightforwardness but didn't reject. She hesitantly agreed as though it was hard for her to reject. Drunk Eye Bar is close to the uni, but they didn't sit at the bar and chose a distant corner on Saturday. "What do you want to drink?" Emo asked casually. If possible, he didn't want to get on bad terms with her. Although he wasn't afraid of her, he didn't want enemies everywhere. So what if Nia Xuanxuang was messing around with other people every day? The reason he asked her out today was to tell her to back off from his sister. Nia Xuanxuang didn't say what she wanted to drink but instead asked, "Brother Yi, did you ask me out to drink? I feel as though you don't like me very much, but why did you ask me out, under the dim light?" She seemed more bold and could at least look at Emo when she talked. "Since you can tell I don't like you very much, why did you come out with me?" Emo asked with derision. She didn't seem to notice it and said feebly, "Because the first time I saw you, I feel this intimacy from you, so you like me?" Then, Emo told the waiter to serve to beer. He wasn't here to drink today. Nia Xuanxuang suddenly raised her head and said, "Yes, Brother Yi, although it's not to the degree of liking you, but I have a great impression of you. It's the first time I had this feeling coming here. So today, when you said you wanted to drink, I came with you without hesitation. But why are you talking to me with this tone? I don't even know what your name is," Emo sneered. "Good impression. If you're still a virgin, perhaps I would have some good impression to you. Now, don't talk about good impression in front of me." Originally, Emo wanted to have a talk with her, but seeing how she kept this act up, he suddenly felt very annoyed. "You." Nia Xuanxuang suddenly stood up. Her pretty face was shaking under the light. She pointed her hand at Emo and wanted to say something, but she put it back down. After a while, she continued, "You called me out just to say this to me? Do you have no manners around girls?" "I saw you wrong." Then, Nia Xuanxuang turned to leave as though she was really angered by Emo's words. However, Emo sat without moving. He knew that if this woman wanted men's yang essence, she wouldn't let him go because he cultivated pure yang qi. This was probably the good impression in her eyes. However, Emo saw Nia Xuanxuang walk to the door and still had no intentions of turning back. He frowned but didn't believe he saw her wrong. He still felt the sense of the opposite sex from her yesterday. Plus, this woman had this eerie cold feeling. Emo knew she wasn't a normal person. "Such a hot chick, come in and have a drink with me." Two men who just walked into the bar saw Nia Xuanxuang. One of their eyes brightened up immediately and he grabbed towards her. Nia Xuanxuang screamed but couldn't break free. "Let's go to a private room, it's much better than outside." Then, the grabbed Nia Xuanxuang walked inside. Many people saw it, and even the bar people, but no one said a thing. They continued to do what they were doing. Nia Xuanxuang looked helplessly towards Emo.
It was obvious she wanted Yemo to help her. She saw how strong Yemo was yesterday. If he did something, even if he couldn't beat these two, she could break free. Yemo, however, was still sipping the beer that was just brought to him as though he didn't see it at all. However, Yemo's spirit sense scanned that the eyes Nie Shuangchuang showed had disappointment, deep disappointment rather than loss in hope. Soon, Nie Shuangchuang was dragged into a private room by those two scum. The door was then slammed shut. Chapter 187, I'm still a virgin, you're also coming to have fun at the bar, what are you scared of? I'll make you very comfortable later. There's plenty of money, don't worry. I'm not someone who just leaves after eating. The man released Nie Shuangchuang's hands after closing the door. Where did you see me being scared? Nie Shuangchuang's face was suddenly very bleak. The two men froze when they saw Nie Shuangchuang at the door. Her face seemed so helpless. With her innocent look, they felt they needed to comfort her first after pulling her in. However, this girl changed her face too quick. The helplessness and innocence turned to bleakness now. The two men felt a frosty feeling from their bones. If this wasn't at a bar and the room lights were still on, they would have thought they met a fox demon deep in the mountains. Who are you? The other man yelled. The girl still had the same face, but it caused them to feel cold and scared. Nie Shuangchuang sneered. Who am I? Didn't you drag me in? Now that you dragged me in, why aren't you doing anything but asking who I am? Nie Shuangchuang's cold tone made the two men shiver. Suddenly, they lost all their lust. They had no lust for such a beautiful Nie Shuangchuang. They just wanted to get out quick. They couldn't understand how a woman changed so much. We're joking, let's go, Xiao Xiong, let's get out, the man who grabbed Nie Shuangchuang suddenly said. He didn't want to face Nie Shuangchuang, he felt his skin was tingling. Go out? Why go out? You pulled me in, don't you want to do something? Nie Shuangchuang suddenly said without any tone. Don't want to. The man called Xiao Xiong felt the frigidness in the room and wanted to pull the door open. They didn't want to face Nie Shuangchuang. Nie Shuangchuang sneered. Do you think you can still go? What are you saying? The man who held the handle of the door just asked that and felt this long needle pierce the top of his head. The other man just saw a silver light flashed and his pal was on the ground. He wanted to scream, but that silver light also pierced his head. You. The man could only say this word before also falling to the ground. Nie Shuangchuang dumped these two on the couch. From her easy attitude, it seemed as though these people weren't 70 kilograms but a few kgs. Nie Shuangchuang looked at the two she killed and was lost for a moment. However, her eyes became cold again. She suddenly pulled the zip on her skirt as though she was taking it off. Clap, clap, clap. Nie Shuangchuang turned around and saw Yemo clapping behind her. She didn't even know when Yemo came in. Fascinating. I saw these people fall asleep not long after they came in. I see you taking off your clothes too. Do you want to sleep a while too? Yemo didn't sound displeased at all. Nie Shuangchuang's eyes seemed anxious as she quickly pulled the zip on her skirt back and stared at Yemo a while before asking, when did you come in? Yemo sneered. This isn't what you should ask, it has nothing to do with you. I just didn't want to see an ugly scene so I came in earlier. Nie Shuangchuang bit her lips until it almost bled. Her eyes seemed red, but she still didn't say anything. What you want to do has nothing to do with me, but I'm afraid after you're done, I will lose my appetite to talk with you. So, I want to say my words first. As for what you do after I leave, it has nothing to do with me, Yemo said coldly. Nie Shuangchuang raised her head and looked at Yemo saying word by word. Do you believe that I can kill you right now with a raise of my hand? Yemo suddenly sat down and pulled out a beer bottle from his storage ring, opened it and drank a mouth before saying, I don't believe it. Nie Shuangchuang seemed to have forgotten what she just said and just stared at Yemo. He wore very little, just a shirt and long pants. Where did he get this bottle from? If it was in his pocket, it would be bulging. I'm waiting for you to kill me. If you're gonna do it, then hurry up, my patience is limited. Yemo just saw Nie Shuangchuang kill with needles, but he didn't know where she hid the needles. If she attacked, he would take her needles and have a look. He wasn't so perverted to scan her entire body with his spirit sense. But I don't want to kill you, I really don't. Then, the bleak look on her face retreated. She paused for a moment before continuing, you knew I could deal with them, so you didn't help me, right? Yemo shook his head. Even if I didn't know if you could deal with them, I wouldn't do anything.
Who knows if you wanted it anyways because you're this sort of person. Nia Xuanchuang suddenly started to shake as her face grew pale again.
Her hands even moved a few times but eventually stopped. Speak, what do you want?
Nia Xuanchuang's tone was no longer sweet but low and bleak. Yi Mo said coldly, I know your origin isn't ordinary, and I don't know what you're doing at Hua University.
However, there's one thing I need to persuade you. You can think of it as a warning.
Yiling is my sister, you better not touch half a strand of her hair.
Otherwise, no matter who you are, I won't let you go. Yiling is your sister?
Nia Xuanchuang studied GMO again and seemed to be shocked. Nia Xuanchuang was just shocked for a short time and recovered quickly. She said, I've been at Hua Uni for a few years, who did you see me touch? Regardless of whether or not you're Yiling's brother, I wouldn't touch her, Yi Mo said plainly. Not necessarily, you and Zhuo Yangqing are such good friends, but you could harm her much less other people.
So, I don't really believe your words. When did I harm Zhuo Yangqing? You're wrong.
Indeed, you saw me kill these people today, but don't think everything you see is reality.
I don't want to explain to you. I can make an oath, but not because I'm scared of you, but because.
Nia Xuanchuang's eyes went red again. Yi Mo looked coldly at her. If she didn't make a deadly oath, then she could expect not to walk out of this room today. I, Nia Xuanchuang, swear that if I have any bad intentions towards Yiling, I would be struck by lightning and never have the chance to enter reincarnation. Nia Xuanchuang spoke and even shed tears. Yi Mo wouldn't care about her tears, but he was quite satisfied with her oath. No matter who Nia Xuanchuang was, this oath was quite serious. It was believable when a cultivator made such oath. Seeing Nia Xuanchuang make the oath, Yi Mo stood up. He didn't care about what Nia Xuanchuang did with the two dead people. However, Nia Xuanchuang walked to the door first and turned and said, whether you believe it or not, I can kill you easily, but I didn't. And, I want to tell you, I'm still a virgin. Then, Nia Xuanchuang turned and left. After walking out a long way, Yi Mo's voice sounded at her ear, whether you believe it or not, the moment you attacked, you would have died. As for whether or not you're a virgin, it has nothing to do with me. Nia Xuanchuang suddenly turned around. She found that she was outside of the bar, but GMO was nowhere to be seen. She was astonished. Was that sound just an illusion? GMO looked at the two dead men and walked out. He didn't deal with the body. It didn't concern him if he was investigated for it. When GMO came back, he found out that Ji Ling had returned and was talking with Yun Bing. It seemed they had been chatting for a long time. Brother, you're finally back. Why did you come back at 2? Yiling was obviously unhappy he came back so late. Mo smiled and said, you came from so far, aren't you going to sleep? I'm leaving Beijing tomorrow. You're going tomorrow? Are you going back to Luotsang? Yun Bing was worried. No, I'm doing some business. Mo couldn't say what he was doing. Brother, can you turn your phone on? I can never reach your phone. Yiling still wanted to catch up with Mo, but he was leaving tomorrow. Mo didn't care about his phone and instead said to Yiling seriously, Yiling, don't get close to Nia Xuanchuang from your school, do you understand? Why? Brother, she's the prettiest in the school and likes to keep a low profile. We rarely talk, do you know her? Yiling asked in surprise. Mo felt relieved and said, I don't know her, but trust my words. After you graduate, if I'm still not done, you can go Luotsang. Brother, after Zifeng comes back, you should talk to him. In fact, I don't agree to him staying at the Yi family, but he said it was very hard for Grandpa too. He wanted to help Grandpa, and he said the main reason Grandpa got him back was due to you. Although Yiling didn't want to stay at Beijing, she was worried about Yi Zifeng staying here himself. Although her big and fourth uncle was sent away from Beijing, who knew if the other members of the Yi family would do something to Yi Zifeng? Yi Mo nodded. Yi Zifeng saw things more clearly than Yiling, but it was impossible for him to try to persuade Yi Zifeng. Everyone had their own life. Seeing Yi Mo look down and not talk, Yiling suddenly thought of one thing and quickly said, Brother, Zifeng told me to give this to you. He said it was related to your mom. Chapter 188, Escape. When Yi Mo came to the airport, Han Yen was already there waiting for him. By the looks of it, she had been there for a while. Han Yen carried a bag. She looked at Yi Mo in shock, who only carried a small bag, thinking that this bag wasn't even enough for some clothes, much less equipment. The news she got was that the place they were going was quite far. She didn't know that if Yi Mo wasn't trying to hide his ring, he wouldn't even bother carrying a bag. Yi Mo boarded in no time and sat with Han Yen.
Although Han Yen didn't use any makeup, she had this faint aroma on her that was quite pleasant. Although she wasn't extremely pretty, her temperament was quite good. Seeing EMO didn't even talk to her after getting on the plane but just played with a jade bracelet, she was a little annoyed and asked, "My news is to go to Huzhong province. Why are you going to Xian Mountain? I need to do some private business," EMO said, and then sunk into silence again. Seeing EMO not interested in talking to her, Han Yen frowned but stopped talking. EMO was thinking about what Yiling said to him last night. "The bracelet was left from Dad, saying your mom left it for you." The bracelet was very old. EMO studied it with his spirit sense and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. It was just a normal bracelet. Sighing, he put the bracelet on his hand. Yun Bing, who was planning on going back to Ninghai, decided to go back a week later due to Yiling. Although he didn't know why she was staying for an extra few days, he felt she treated him a little different. "Do you know the organization North Sand?" Seeing EMO finally stop playing with the bracelet, Han Yen asked quietly. EMO dazed and replied, "I only heard about it." "Why?" Seeing EMO finally listen to her, Han Yen breathed and said, "You should know that Feng Tian you saved from the desert last time, right? She's from North Sand. And she said the data came from the North Sand. As for how it came out, she didn't say, but it's definitely related to North Sand." EMO was not surprised she was from North Sand, otherwise, she wouldn't know Wendong. He was looking for Wendong now, but if he could find Feng Tian, then she should know a little about North Sand. Thinking about this, EMO again, "Do you know where Feng Tian is now?" Han Yen shook her head and said, "I don't know. This was the info she gave Li Hu last time, but my grandpa didn't expect the data to be so precious at the time, so they didn't take it this seriously. And it said that North Sand is the biggest independent organization in the world. Members are from all over the world, and they have first-grade scientists and military equipment. Their purpose is to establish a democratic country more powerful than America. However, up until now, their means are very despicable." EMO knew Wendong was from North Sand, but he didn't know what sort of organization this was. Han Yen sneered and said, "Dreams are good, but the members are too mixed up. Before the country was set up, many people wanted to get rich through the data. The data you got was sent out from someone inside, so North Sand was such a big organization to the degree of creating a country." Although EMO wasn't familiar with politics, he knew that it wasn't so easy. The resource-abundant places were already owned. "Do you know the exact situation of North Sand?" EMO thought that since this came from North Sand, it would help if he got to know the organization more. Han Yen shook her head. "I never care about these things. Grandpa only told me after I came out. Which hidden sect are you from? How do you enter the hidden sect?" EMO took a sudden turn and changed the topic. However, this time, Han Yen just shut her eyes and didn't say anything. EMO didn't continue asking her. It seemed it was quite hard knowing about the hidden sects from her. After leaving the airport, EMO called a taxi to the Xiangshan Valley. Han Yen didn't know why EMO went there, but before she came out, her grandpa told her that EMO wasn't a simple person and he acquired the data in the first place, so do as he says. So when EMO arranged the route, although Han Yen was curious why EMO didn't start with North Sand, she didn't ask him about it. The taxi stopped at the mountain waste and EMO told the taxi to leave before taking Han Yen to a street with food and hotel. Although he didn't go up with Wendong last time, it wasn't far from the parking lot. EMO also seemed to see Wendong walk into this hotel last time from a distance. He didn't know which one Wendong went to, but this was the only clue he had. If he couldn't find Wendong here, then he had no better idea. Perhaps they could only look for Feng Tian, but according to Han Yen, it was quite hard to find her now. "Why did you come here?" Han Yen knew that North Sand definitely wouldn't have a base at Xiangshan Valley. "I have a friend who knows some things. She gave the data to me, so I came here for a look." Han Yen originally thought EMO must knew that a certain friend lived here, but after following EMO and asking a few places, she knew that GMO didn't know at all. She was quite speechless. Although it wasn't a popular tourist place, there were at least tens or even 100 hotels here. How long was this going to take? Luckily, Han Yan's worry didn't turn into reality. When EMO entered a hotel with only an old couple and asked about Wendong, the owner didn't show confusion and studied EMO carefully. EMO knew he came to the right place. "You're looking for Dong Dong?" The male owner was an old man in his 60s. His voice was slow, but he obviously knew Wendong. EMO quickly said, "Yes, uncle, I'm Sister Dawn's friend, EMO." In order to show that he was close to Wendong, he even called her sister. EMO also felt speechless thinking about it. you are Yemo?
Oh, wait. The old man suddenly went in the room and took out a letter to Yemo. Last time, Dong Dong asked someone to bring this to you if you came in 3 months. If you didn't come, she told me to burn it. Yemo took the letter in surprise, thinking if it wasn't due to Han Zixin's business, he definitely wouldn't come. Even if he came, how could Wen Dong know he could find this place and even leave this letter for him? Yemo opened the letter and was dazed once again.
There was just one word, run. What did this mean?
Han Yan also saw this and looked at Yemo with curiosity. The owner couple saw Yemo look at the letter in shock but walked into the backyard. This big run word was written from clear to unclear.
The last bit seemed to disappear. Yemo frowned and suddenly understood.
Wen Dong meant for him to run away as far as possible and even hide his name. Not good. Something happened to Wen Dong. That was Yemo's first thought. Something must have happened to Wen Dong due to that data, and those people were interrogating her where it went. Only Wen Dong knew she gave it to him. She didn't tell about him but instead told him to leave. It could be seen that although they met each other occasionally, she was a very trustworthy person. Han Yan saw Yemo's face change and wanted to ask what was going on. Suddenly, Yemo's face was bleak as he looked at the door of the inn. I knew you would come, as expected, huh? Wen Dong wouldn't say no matter what, but is that any use? A cocky voice sounded. Han Yan suddenly found Yemo had charged out. When Yemo came back, he carried a lady with him. This lady had shriveled hair and messy clothes. There was wounds all over her body and her face was pale. The moment he snatched Wen Dong from the car at the door of the inn, he knew she wasn't going to make it. Her heart was shattered and she didn't have a breath anymore. He could treat her heart with his chi, but her life force was dissipated. Yemo couldn't save her unless there was a spiritual herb that could recover her life force. Although Yemo had some pills on him, it was a far cry from a spirit herb that recovered life force. Yemo inserted his chi into Wen Dong, wanting to wake her up, but there was nothing after a while. Chapter 189, Between Life and Death. As though scared by Yemo's ghostly figure, everyone took out their guns on the car. The leading person was a strangely beautiful young married woman, Wen Dong.
Yemo suddenly felt guilty.
Although Wen Dong's death was not due to him, she was tortured like this probably because she didn't want to reveal where the data was. Wen Dong slowly opened her eyes with the forceful treatment of Yemo's strong chi. When she saw Yemo, she was surprised and quickly said in a voice that even Yemo could barely hear, Yemo, sorry, I involved you in this. North Sand is looking for the model, quickly go. I didn't say, it was just these few words that used up all of her power and life force. Her head fell in Yemo's arms as she slowly closed her eyes. Yemo suddenly felt a fit of emptiness. Wen Dong didn't die due to him, but he couldn't bear the sadness. Funny how he still wanted to find Wen Dong to get the rest of the data but didn't consider the complications for Wen Dong at all, although Wen Dong was a woman. She was straightforward, generous, and very tenacious. Although she didn't tell Yemo what she did with the money, he knew that she definitely didn't use it herself. Yemo raised his head and looked coldly at the four men pointing guns at him before looking down at Wen Dong and saying, Sister Dong, don't worry, just go. I swear that in my life, I will pull North Sand from its roots and burn that data in front of your grave, Yemo, you. Han Yan heard Yemo's words and was shocked. Regardless of whether he eradicated North Sand, the country needed that data. If Yemo casually burnt it in front of someone's grave, what would her grandpa say? Yemo's eyes were slightly red as he glanced coldly at Han Yan. Shut up, Han Yan was about to rage being told off by Yemo for no reason, but she looked at the guns pointed at them and resisted the urge. Yemo turned, looked at the four men pointing guns at them, and coldly said, You are the bastards of North Sand. Indeed we are from North Sand. You are the person who took our data? It was the young lady who talked. Her eyes were cold, but it gave off a mature young woman sense. You hit Sister Dong? Yemo's tone was frosty. That's right, I sent the order, but don't worry, perhaps you may enjoy that treatment very soon. The young woman's tone was colder than Yemo. Then, she continued, if you give it over, perhaps you may enjoy a very beautiful service instead. We North Sand is established on the ideal on an equal environment. If you still have some morality in you, hand it over. Yemo didn't even bother replying this time. He just waved his hand in midair a few times, and a few frosty winds swept over. The two men and that woman's wrists were sliced off. The eerie thing was that not much blood spilled out, but still, a man managed to do this and the wind blade that sliced on the car instead created a metallic screeching sound. The Range Rover had a deep mark appearing on its door. Everyone was shocked at that moment.
What was this? He sliced people's wrist off in mid-air?
No one saw anything, blood didn't even spill out. Han Yan's brain also froze. She tried to overestimate Yimo's capabilities, but now she knew that Yimo was far powerful than she thought.
She even forgot about Yimo yelling at her.
With Yimo's power, if he fought with her and he suddenly used that, she didn't even dare to think. The man who dodged the wind blade quickly recovered from his terror. It could be seen he was the strongest of the four. In just less than a second, he pulled the trigger on Yimo. The moment he did, he finally felt relieved. This person was too strong. If he didn't react fast, perhaps he would be like his three other partners. The instant the gun sounded, he felt a figure dash across in front of him, and after which, the hand holding the gun felt cold. He subconsciously looked at his hands and they were all sliced off. Still, not much blood came out. Then, Yimo's words came out. I want to slice off your hands. You think you can run? He turned around and saw Yimo carrying Wendong and stared at him coldly from not far. Everyone who had their hands cut off all looked at Yimo as though they were dumb.
How was someone so horrifyingly strong? What did he just use? Get on the car.
Yimo looked coldly at the North Sand members and said. A short but fierce man suddenly yelled in anger. Why should I listen to you? I'm not going on the car. What can you do?
I won't frown at all if you're going to kill me. Yimo didn't even look at the man and just threw a fireball.
The short man yelled for a brief moment and made no noise. He was consumed by the fireball and kept rolling on the ground.
His mouth shape showed he was yelling, but there was no noise.
There was terror and begging for mercy in his eyes, but Yimo's eyes were cold and had no intention of letting him go. Han Yen saw that Yimo actually shot out a fireball and suddenly shivered. She had tried to overestimate him again and again, but didn't expect to have underestimated him for the second time.
He could send out fireballs casually?
This was something in the legends. No wonder he killed Otanhu.
With his power, even a few Otanhu would be no match for him.
Han Yen suddenly thought of Yimo's words that he was going to burn the data. She thought those were just angry words before, but now, she had realized those were very real. The remaining three looked at Yimo in terror. They got in the back seats of the car without Yimo saying anything else. Then, Yimo sealed their movement before coldly saying, What you did to Sister Dong, I will make you pay slowly. Han Yen hesitated a long time before saying, Yimo, if you can give me that data, perhaps I can save her.
What? You can save Wendong? Do you know her situation? Although I can recover her damaged meridians and internal injuries, but her life force is dissipated, do you know what it is?
Perhaps you just thought the heart stopped beating.
Yimo didn't believe that there was anyone else who could recover life force other than him.
Han Yen shook her head and said, I don't know what is life force, but my master said 1,000-year lotus seed heart can save someone who died not long ago. This time, Yimo looked at Han Yen in surprise. After a little while, he said, You actually know about 1,000-year lotus seed heart.
It seems you understand quite a lot. Didn't your master teach you that it can only save someone who died within 1 incense time?
If you can find one in half an incense time, then I owe you one. Han Yen shook her head and said, No need for that long, I can take it out now. Then she took out a jade bottle and gave it to Yimo. Yimo looked at it. It was indeed 1,000-year lotus seed heart. There was actually such a thing on Earth. Yimo almost forgot about saving Wendong, but he quickly came to his senses and carried Wendong into a room in the hotel.
He told Han Yen to keep watch over those North Sand people.
However, that old couple was actually not inside. If the seed heart arrived in his hands earlier, he could make an entire bottle of medical pills with it. But now, he can only turn it into a serum and save Wendong. It was just him who could do it though. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to save Wendong even if they had the 1,000-year lotus seed heart. Yimo had a lot of recovery pills inside his ring. With the seed heart now, Wendong's heart soon started to beat again slowly. An hour later, Yimo recovered some of Wendong's damaged meridians and internal injuries. Her breathing had stabilized, and Yimo knew she was fine before finally releasing a gasp of relief. You really saved her? Han Yen obviously didn't know how precious the lotus seed heart was. She knew it was precious but only heard of it. In the depths of the mountains, she found it unintentionally. Her master complimented her for having good fortune, but even her master didn't know how to use it and just heard it could be used to save people.
However, Yemo actually used this to reanimate Wendong. Yemo nodded and said, "Yes, Sister Dong is fine now. I will definitely do what I promised to do. But I still want to ask you a question. Where did you get this from?" After asking, Yemo grew anxious. 1,000-year lotus seed heart usually appeared as 36 together. Since Han Yen could get one, where was the other 35? This thing was not only able to reanimate the dead but had huge uses for cultivation. If there was news of it, he would dump everything aside and search for that first. Chapter 190, Inquiry. Han Yen looked at Yemo and seemed to know what Yemo was thinking, but she still said, "A few years ago, my master took me to gather herbs and I found it around there. I was at a cliff, and there were two birds fighting. The seed came out from one of the bird's beak. Later, I felt it smelt good, and so I took it and showed it to my master. My master told me it was the 1,000-year lotus seed heart, but master said although it was precious, people rarely knew how to use it. I didn't expect you to know how." Yemo looked at Han Yan's expression and knew she wouldn't say where it was. However, Yemo wouldn't give up now. He thought and asked, "Can you draw out the environment where you found the seed?" She hesitated a bit but still took out a pen and paper and drew the surrounding. She drew a cliff. The top was very broad, and there were some chrysanthemum at the cliff's side. Yemo took the drawing and observed it. He immediately knew this map was about the same as what Mo Kong gave him. It should be the same place. Mo Kong said that the place had precious herbs, and it seemed to be true. Yemo took the map and was excited. If he found this place, wouldn't he be able to find a lot of precious herbs immediately? Perhaps he could use that to break through to stage 4. Yemo knew that without outside world factor, he would never be able to reach stage 4 just by cultivating himself. There were 9 stages in chi gathering. If he reached stage 4, that would be intermediate stage chi gathering. If he could make his flying sword, he would be able to fly on it. Yemo was excited just thinking about it. What sort of notion was flying on sword in a place like Earth? Yemo? Can I ask you a question? Han Yen hesitated for a long time but still couldn't resist her curiosity. Yemo nodded. Ask. Although Han Yen didn't say where, she obviously didn't draw random things. And, he guessed it was the same place Mo Kong drew, but he didn't know where exactly it was. However, it was rare to see chrysanthemum growing in a cliff. What projectile was that you used to slice off their arms? And what was that fireball? Han Yen thought if she had this projectile, her battle power would increase by many folds. Yemo smiled and said, "If I say once you cultivate inner chi to a certain degree, you can form those fireball and invisible projectile, would you believe me?" Han Yen made the look that I'd be an idiot to believe you. Then, she said, "It's okay if you don't want to say, I've seen too many masters, but none could condense their chi into a fireball." Yemo didn't fuss with this question and gave Wendong to Han Yen. "Let's leave here now, after I ask some questions, then decide what to do." An hour later, Yemo drove the car to a distant place and pulled the 3 out. Other than the beautiful woman who still seemed calm, the other 2 men were already horrified. This woman seemed to be the head. He casually beat the 2 men unconscious and looked at the woman and said, "You know I will ask one by one. If you say any lies, you should have seen what I can do." The lady bit her lips and said after a while, "If you let me go, I can agree to any request you have, much less a few questions." Then, there were some rudiness on her face. Yemo sighed. This woman was an acting genius. He just cut off one of her hands, but now she was sexually luring him. "You don't have the right to argue with me. If you don't want to say, then don't. I will ask someone else." Yemo didn't have the slightest good impression to this woman. He was prepared to kill her as soon as he was done. Hearing Yemo's words, this woman unexpectedly didn't make more request and just said, "You should know we're from North Sand, and so is Wendong." Her pal stole important data from North Sand and ran. "We're just responsible to bring her back. How did you know to ambush us at Xiangshan Valley?" Yemo couldn't understand this. Without Han Zixin, he wouldn't even go there. How would people from North Sand know? The young lady didn't hesitate to say, "North Sand has 6 major bases across the globe. We're from the Asian base. It was an order from the base for us to wait at Xiangshan Valley. I heard it was because we got a new advisor." It should be his idea, new advisor? How did he know? Yemo asked curiously. The lady said once again, "He's called Dongfangshi. When we found that Wendong was related to that inn in Xiangshan Valley, he told us to not startle anyone. We just needed to hide outside the inn." He said that no matter if the person who got the data knew Wendong well or not, they would come back for more after a while. Then, we could capture the person, Dongfangshi? Yi Mo repeated. He felt this name was very familiar. Seeing Yi Mo talk about Dongfangshi, the lady quickly said, it said that many things were planned by him ever since he came to the Asian base. Then, the lady secretly looked at Yi Mo, seeing that he was in deep thought, seemingly interested in this Dongfangshi. She said, I've seen this Dongfangshi once before. He is lustful, but it said that his main purpose coming here was for North San to help him get revenge. His enemy is Yi Mo, speaking till now. Yi Mo had understood who this Dongfangshi was. He was the original advisor of Nan Chang. If he didn't attack to their base, or if Ning Qingxue was taken away, Dongfangshi's plans would have succeeded, Yi Mo sneered. He didn't go find him, but he wanted revenge. However, this guy was indeed big trouble. Life wasn't safe one day with him. He was different from those big families. Those big families had concerns, but he didn't. Yi Mo casually knocked the lady out and asked the other two. The news were about the same. Don't kill these three. I just called my grandpa. My grandpa said to bring them back to Beijing. Just when Yi Mo wanted to kill the three, Han Yen spoke. Okay, but there's one thing I need to talk to you about. As for your data, I will find it. You don't need to come with me now. You just need to bring these three back, and please take care of Wendong. When she is well, she will leave herself. Yi Mo wanted to find the 1,000-year lotus seed heart place and then go North Sand. To him, that was much more important. Nothing was more important than his cultivation. If it was before they met North Sand, Han Yen would jeer, but now, she understood that Yi Mo was right, that she was cumbersome following him. Yi Mo's power far exceeded hers. Even with her pride, her movement technique might be far inferior than Yi Mo's. She didn't even see how Yi Mo got Wendong from the car an hour earlier. As for how Yi Mo knew 4 North Sand people came, she didn't understand either. Seeing Han Yan's silence, Yi Mo said again, don't worry, I will return your 1,000 lotus seed heart. After hesitating for a while, Han Yan finally agreed to Yi Mo's words but requested that Yi Mo called them as soon as he had news of the data. Chapter 191, Relax. Luo Song. Ning Qingxue didn't expect to get Su Jingwen's call. Her first reaction was that was Su Jingwen going to ask her for those 3 beads. She didn't know why, but she was very scared that Su Jingwen would ask her about these 3 beads. If she really wanted them, she could only give it back. Qingxue, are you with Yi Mo right now? I want to talk to him for a bit. Su Jingwen's voice sounded careful, as though scared that Ning Qingxue would misunderstand something. Ning Qingxue felt relieved, thinking that Su Jingwen probably didn't know her relationship with Yi Mo, but she didn't want to explain and just said, I'm not with Yi Mo. Su Jingwen didn't know, felt strange, but quickly said, isn't Yi Mo at Luotsong too? Did you not see him? Yi Mo is at Luotsong? Ning Qingxue repeated, but thought, when did Yi Mo come to Luotsong? Brother Yi is at Luotsong? That's impossible. This time, it was Qi Wanqing speaking. She just walked into the room and heard what Ning Qingxue said. What Su Jingwen said later, Ning Qingxue didn't know. She hung up the call in disappointment. She also thought that Yi Mo couldn't possibly come to Luotsong, and Su Jingwen probably misunderstood their relationship and thought she was with Yi Mo. That was probably why she thought Yi Mo was at Luotsong. However, what did Su Jingwen want Yi Mo for? Ning Qingxue thought about last time at Su Jingwen's birthday and how Yi Mo danced with her. She suddenly felt annoyed but looked at Qi Wanqing after a good while. Wanqing, I think I should go back. Qi Wanqing nodded and said, Mage, my dad wants me to go study at England. I can't even go back to the military. I have to go. Qingxue, take care. Ning Qingxue nodded and said after half a beat, Wanqing, can you tell me, do you like Yi Mo? Qi Wanqing blushed but eventually shook her head. I don't know, but I really like being together with him. I feel very comfortable with him, safe and happy. But I don't know if this is like. But if I do, then I should be jealous when I see him with other women. But last time when I saw him with your aunt, I felt they should be together and didn't feel jealousy at all. Then, Qi Wanqing's face recovered after a good while. She turned and looked at Ning Qingux and said, Qingxue, do you think this is like? My dad also felt my thoughts are strange, and that's why he told me to go England. I originally didn't really want to go, but my mother also agreed this time. I don't know. Ning Qingxue shook her head subconsciously. She didn't even know how she felt about Yi Mo herself, so how could she judge Qi Wanqing's feelings? Qi Wanqing looked down. After a while, she said, my grandma once told me that if you like someone, you need to grab him, don't go regretting at the end. However, grandma doesn't know that not all people you like can be grasped. So, this time, my parents want to send me away, although I don't want to go, but after thinking about it, perhaps what they said is right. I'm leaving in 2 days, I came here to tell you about it. Yeah, I should go back too. Ning Qingxue suddenly felt very fatigued. She would rather be a strong woman at Ning Family Medicine than be so tired. You must grasp what you like, but can you? Ji Wanqing suddenly raised her head and asked, Qingxue, do you like EMO? Ning Qingxue's eyes were lost. After a while, she replied, I didn't know before, but now, I think I probably like him. I don't know when it happened, but Wanqing, I want to go on a holiday and relax. Perhaps when I came back. I would be staying at Ninghai or go back to U State and continue my previous job. If you come back from England, come look for me, Qingxue, take care, I will be back at most 2 years. When I come back, I will definitely look for you. Perhaps at that time, you would have found your new life goal again and even have a family. Ji Wanqing understood Ning Qingxue's mentality the most. If EMO was just a dependence or gratitude for her, then Ning Qingxue might have really fallen into a single-sided love. Ning Qingxue shook her head and didn't argue with Ji Wanqing's word. Even if she couldn't be with EMO, she still had her other life. As for starting a family, she never thought about it. Su Jiangwen put down the phone. She didn't expect EMO to not be with Ning Qingxue. In that case, should she still go to Luochsan? Jingwen, what are you thinking about? Su Jingwen's mother walked in. She saw her daughter sitting dumbfounded at the table, and so she asked immediately, nothing, just. She was about to tell her mother the master who sold the charms could be at Luochsan, however, her mother interrupted her, Jingwen, Wei Zheng is back. He just called me, he would be at Ninghai soon. Really, Wei Zheng cousin has already graduated? Su Jingwen's face was full of joy and surprise. Wei Zheng was Xie Wei Zheng. He grew up together with Su Jingwen. From young to maturity, Xia Weizheng was a true genius. Not only was he outstandingly smart, he covered for Su Jingwen everywhere. However, he went to America to study, causing their contact to grow less. The last time they met was 2 years ago when Su Jingwen went to America for her mother's condition. The first reaction she got when hearing that Xie Weizheng came back was joy. Look at how happy you are, Weizheng won't be leaving again this time. He's prepared to develop his career at Ninghai, you need to help him then. Su Jingwen's mom obviously knew that her daughter had a very good impression of Xie Weizheng. By the way, Mom, I forgot to tell you. That master who sold me the charms seemed to have appeared in Luochsan. I might know him. Although Su Jingwen was sure EMO was that master, but she wasn't 100% sure before she got to see him. Really? Jingwen, if that master is at Luochsan, you must invite him over. Su Jingwen's mother was also filled with surprise and joy, but he might just be passing by Luochsan, sigh. Su Jingwen thought about Yimo's voice and smile and caressed the 2 course beads on her bracelet, seemingly lost in thought. 3 days later, Ning Qingxue went back to U State. She just stayed there for 2 days and then went with a tourist group to relax. With Li Mumei's observation, Lan Yu knew what her daughter was thinking and could only sigh. When she came back, perhaps she would go back to her old life. Originally, she thought without the harassment of the Song family, Ning Qingxue would soon return to her former self. However, Lan Yu was disappointed, she still seemed to be depressed. Perhaps it was good for her to go relax. This time, she went to a proper tourist organization. Although she wanted to relax by herself, she knew the world was far from as safe as it looked ever since she went to Flowing Snake. God State Tourism was the biggest and most appropriate tourism company in U State, and it was quite famous throughout the country. What was different to other tourism companies was that this tourism company decided pretty much all the locations and designed the route. One specialty was adventure. This company had a lot of wealth and had safety guarantee. This was because they had their own helicopter. The only thing was that it was too expensive. However, this price was irrelevant for rich people. Since they had a lot of safety assurance, it was normal their prices were a bit high. Although Ning Qingxue wanted to go to Tibet, but this company had no plans recently to go to Tibet. Their plan was to go to Shinnongjia. Due to their power and large crew, although their prices were many times more expensive than others, many people still chose this company. There were 22 people altogether going to Shinongjia this time. Most of them were the elite of the job market. And some were entrepreneur bosses. However, there were only 7 females, including Ning Qingxue. The tour guide was a girl called Shui Lin. She was in her 20s and looked very lively. She was articulate when telling about the stories and had a vibrant display of body language. After they went to the top of Shinongjia, they didn't go to Shinnong sacrificial ground. Instead, they went to a forest to seek the footprints of savages. This was one of the set journeys. Although it was said to find savages in the forests, the tourists knew that it was just a saying to attract tourists. The most enticing was the 3-night stay in the forest untouched by human activity and watch the morning mist in the forest. Even with safety measures, there were too much unpredictable things in this prehistoric forest. The tourist company couldn't take them too deep and just stayed on the outside. Perhaps Ning Qingxue was too pretty, so many young men offered to carry her bag when they were climbing hills in order to start a conversation. However, Ning Qingxue's was not too hot nor cold. She only occasionally spoke to the 2 girls beside her. Most of the time, she didn't really talk and just carried her bag and walked. It was as though she didn't come for a holiday but to walk. After some time, everyone knew her personality and didn't bother her. Chapter 192, Strong Enemy. Yemo searched for large amounts of information online and, after comparing them, locked 2 locations. One was the Yindu Valley, and another was Shinongjia. Yemo found out that the chrysanthemum at Shinongjia was more expensive and precious. The place it grew was very hard to reach for normal people even if they had a helicopter. It seemed the place Han Yen drew was at Shinongjia. Eventually, Yemo decided on going to Shinongjia to find the chrysanthemum. Perhaps in this place, he would be able to reach the place Emokong and Han Yen was talking about. Of course, Yemo wouldn't go with a tourist group. He knew the flowers were at a cliff, so as soon as he entered Shinongjia, he went to the No People district. The place was broad but there were countless dangers there too. However, it wasn't hard for Yemo. It was only 2,600 meters above sea level. The 3rd day after Yemo entered the Shinongjia, he found the chrysanthemum at a cliff. However, the place was not so similar to where Emokong drew. Although they were both cliffs, there were no flat ground and the top wasn't too broad either. Just when Yemo was prepared to go down and try a different peak, he heard voices from the middle of the cliff. Yemo scanned his spirit sense down but couldn't find if there were people near. Were there really savages? Yemo did a close study of the geology of Shinongjia before he came. Other than some no-man lands and dangerous districts, most of the Shinongjia had been excavated by the country and has become a tourist hotspot. Just when Yemo wanted to go down, the voice sounded again. It's not here, looks like it's at Chiatua Peak. Let's go there then, the faster we get it, the better. Another voice sounded. It was sharper than the previous one. Yemo heard it clear. 2 people actually climbed down the cliff. Yemo finally found a rope at a corner. He was too bothered with checking if this was the place Emokong said that he didn't even notice there was a rope there. The 2 people could climb down such a steep cliff. Even with ropes, it meant that they were pretty good. Yemo just managed to hide himself when the 2 agile men climbed up the cliff quickly. Both of them wore gray clothes. The man who first came up was in his 40s and tied up his hair. He looked like an actor from ancient drama. The man who followed was about the same but had short hair. There was a scar stretching from his ear to his mouth that looked very scary. Chiatua Peak? Yemo thought, were these 2 looking for the same thing as him? He saw the 2 pack things up and took a quick break before rushing down the cliff. Yemo followed too. He was very curious as to what they were trying to find. Yemo didn't know where Chiatua Peak was, so he needed the 2 to lead the way. After following them for a while, he knew these 2 were indeed not bad, at least about the same as Otanhu. Were they from the hidden sects? The long-haired man suddenly stopped and looked back and around before turning to the other man and saying, "Cha-san, I feel that there's someone staring at us. Do you have this feeling too?" The man frowned and said after a while, "You're thinking too much, no one else know about it other than us. Plus, it's this place, it's normal to have that feeling." The long-haired man nodded. "Mei-chan, I probably sensed wrong. We should hurry, I don't feel safe until we get that thing. Plus, it was too hard for us to get out this time." The 2 quickly continued forward. However, Yemo took note. He just got near to them a little and was almost found out by this long-haired man. This guy really had something. After another hour or so,
the two finally came to another valley. At the bottom, they quickly climbed up a cliff.
Emo followed without hesitation.
Once they reached the top, Emo immediately knew this was the place he wanted to find.
So it was actually called Cho Tua Peak.
Looking at how familiar they were with it, it wasn't the first time they came. The top was a big flat area.
From afar, one could still smell the chrysanthemum.
However, Emo's spirit sense immediately noticed that there was already a man in his 30s at the top. His skin was white and had short hair. However, he seemed very ethereal standing at the top. He carried a long sword behind his back. No wonder I felt I was followed. It was you, Bienpa. The long-haired man sneered. The man called Bienpa didn't expect someone to come so quick and sneered.
It seems your luck is bad. You found out about this news too and was met by me.
Then, the man called Bienpa shook his head.
Emo frowned. He really didn't feel worried about this long-haired man in Cha-san, but this Bienpa gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through.
He even noticed Bienpa look towards his side. If that was real, then this Bienpa was too scary, even if he didn't know if they were looking for the same thing as him. Bienpa, our power is about the same. Although you can beat any of us alone, but with us two together, you won't be able to win. How about we work together and split it into 3, 1 each? This time, it was Cha-san who talked. 1 each, humph.
You overestimate yourself. Take my fist first.
Then, Bienpa stepped forward and launched a fist. Cha-san hummed and returned with a fist. He will make Bienpa know that he was not a coward. Clash. Cha-san actually took many steps back and was stopped by the long-haired man. There was blood in the corner of his mouth. Just one fist and he was injured. You broke through.
Cha-san looked at Bienpa, who didn't move at all.
He didn't expect Bienpa to break through to the next state. In the entire hidden sex, the amount of people who was able to break through to Earth level could be counted. Bienpa was so young, but he already reached Earth level. What was this? Brother Bien, we admit defeat. The thing is yours.
Let's go, Cha-san.
The long-haired man saluted with his fist and was about to drag Cha-san down the cliff. Bienpa sneered and pulled out the long sword from behind his back and caressed it.
Then, he said, you know there's red leaf pumpkin fruit here. Do you think you can still go? What do you want?
The long-haired man released Cha-san and pulled out a small axe from behind him. Cha-san, on the other hand, knew that if they didn't defeat Bienpa today, they would probably lose their lives here. He also grabbed the short dagger at his waist. What do I want? Of course it's your petty lives. Then, Bienpa seemed to fly as his sword sliced towards the two. A gust of blade light spilled encompassing the two. Even Emo, who was meters out, felt a frosty feeling.
Such an overlord-like sword technique.
Cha-san yelled and focused all his energy into the dagger and swept towards that sword veil. His force seemed to be even a little stronger than Bienpa. However, Emo's spirit sense noticed that his leg was shaking. Emo sighed. Even if he wasn't scared at all, Bienpa's sword wasn't something he could stop, much less when he was already afraid before the fight. Plus the wound he received before, his situation was dire. Emo could tell from the momentum of the sword that he was no match for Bienpa now. The long-haired man suddenly threw his short axe and turned to run, completely disregarding Cha-san's situation. Emo sighed. If the two worked together, perhaps they could fight a few rounds with this Bienpa. However, this long-haired guy ran, meaning that their defeat was inevitable. Cha-san, who was already afraid, saw that the long-haired man run, felt more worried. His dagger that had some momentum slumbered. Bienpa sneered. His blade light moved down a little and this white ray pierced Cha-san's waist without hesitation. This wasn't it. The blade light turned back and hit the long-haired man's axe. Clank. The long-haired man's axe actually flew back and pierced into the long-haired man's back as though it had eyes. The long-haired man gave a howl and fell to the ground while the handle of the axe on his back wobbled. At this moment, Cha-san split into 2 parts and died. Then, Bienpa raised his sword and looked.
There didn't seem to be a drop of blood on it.
He nodded satisfactorily and looked towards where Emo was hiding and blandly said, "Do I have to invite you out?" Chapter 193, Life on the Line. Emo knew he was caught, so there was no point in hiding. He stood up from behind the stone. Although Bienpa knew there was a person behind there, he was still surprised when Emo came out. He didn't expect Emo to be so young. He looked just in his 20s. "Where are you from?"
Bienpa studied Emo and asked.
If the long-haired man didn't say he was following him, he really might not be able to find Emo. That long-haired guy was a pig brain. "How do you follow from the front?" the reason he could kill those two so quickly was because he used their fear towards Earth-level masters. If they really fought with their lives, it wouldn't be so easy for him, and he might not even be able to kill them in the end. However, this youth couldn't even be found by those two, so he should be quite strong. Moreover, Yemo was so young that he was shocked. Yemo compared Bienpo's sword technique to the one who used sword at the Yi family mansion. He found that Bienpo's sword technique was on another level. He didn't want to fight someone like him, even if he had to, he didn't want to now. However, he knew that Bienpo said that there was a red leaf pumpkin fruit here. With Bienpo's cruelty, how could he let him go? Would you believe it if I said I came to Shinongjia for a holiday? Yemo scanned the surrounding with his spirit sense. It was very hard to escape here. Other than one way down the mountain, there were cliffs everywhere. Bienpo smiled, but his face was expressionless. I believe you, but that is useless for you. Watch my sword. As he spoke, his sword turned into a gust of white and rolled towards Yemo. Even with spirit sense, he couldn't notice that the sword had sliced towards him. Yemo's face drastically changed. He had to twist his body quickly to barely avoid this sword. The blade sliced where Yemo was standing before and created a deep mark. If this slice connected, Yemo would have been cut in half already. Yemo stood far at the other side of the cliff staring at Bienpo while his spirit sense was focused on his wrist. He didn't expect someone like Bienpo to use sneak attacks on him. Even so, Yemo wasn't annoyed. In his view, no matter what means one used in a fight, one would win as long as they killed the opponent. Not bad, you dodged that attack. Bienpo was surprised but soon calmed down. After one sentence, his sword swept towards Yemo again. Yemo had focused his attention on Bienpo's movement. Seeing that he attacked again, he knew he was at a disadvantage without a weapon, especially when Bienpo was stronger than him. Even if they had the same power, it would be very hard to defeat Bienpo without a weapon. His only thought was to find an opportunity to dash down the cliff and run. This time, Bienpo sliced 7 times, which connected into one slice, sealing all of Yemo's retreat path. Yemo casually took out Xian Daoist's whip. He was sure that if he didn't have spirit sense, a few of him would have died already. Even with spirit sense, many segments of the whip broke after this round of attack. The remnant of the whip was not much longer than Bienpo's sword. Xian Daoist's whip was a not bad attacking artifact, but it was like grass under Bienpo's hacks. If he didn't have this whip, perhaps Yemo would have lost an arm already. From the start till now, Yemo was suppressed. His clothes had been torn apart by the sword chi, and there were 7 or 8 slashes on his ripped body. It looked very scary. However, Yemo knew that this was only the first round of attacks. Bienpo was too scary. Was there such a difference in one level? If he was still stage 2 now, he would have been long dead. Even now, if Yemo didn't think of a way, death awaited him. Bienpo's second round of attacks still weren't able to kill Yemo. He stopped his attack as his eyes grew cold. He stared at Yemo for a while before asking, "Just who are you? How can you survive under my 7 consecutive strikes? And where did you get your whip from? Speak." Yemo sneered. Although Bienpo was much stronger than him, he still found something. When Xian Daoist's whip was broken, he found Bienpo's weakness. Bienpo must have just reached Earth level. Although his 7 strikes were strong, there was a gap between each attack. This gap gave Yemo a sliver of chance. Without this sliver, even if Yemo had the whip, he would have been killed. Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, then fight. Yemo calmed his chi and quickly thought of how he could use his wind blade to get in a surprise attack and then run. Okay, I'll see how long you can last. Bienpo sneered. His long sword changed again, carrying this white light as he charged towards Yemo. Ning Qingxue, what are you looking at? It was night time. The tour guide saw that at a far-off place. Ning Qingxue kept looking at a big rock. Look at this. Ning Qingxue pointed at that huge rock and said worriedly, there are 2 people fighting. What's that? Was there illusions at Shinongjia? Not right, stop, Cui Lin said. She saw 2 shadows fighting, but they had just split. They're fighting again. Cui Lin saw the 2 fight. She had been a tour guide for a few years, but she had never encountered this sort of thing. Cui Lin turned and looked at Ning Qingxue. She found that Ning Qingxue seemed to have more attention on one of the figures. She seemed to be quite excited. Cui Lin didn't care but said to herself, if it was at Wuliang Mountain, I would have thought it was a goddess practicing sword. This is too fascinating. I'll get everyone to come and see, then. Shui Lin quickly went to call people. Ning Qingxue, however, stared dumbly at the figure on the rock. Her heart was beating rapidly as though it was going to jump out of her chest. She could feel one of them was Yimo, the moves and shape. It was exactly the same as the person of her dreams. Was she thinking too much? If Ning Qingxue didn't also see it, she would have thought she was dreaming, or was it because she yearned for Yimo too much that she had the illusion? Ning Qingxue suddenly thought. Were there actually two people fighting and the sun reflected it here? The two figures on the big rock gradually thinned out until it moved to the side and disappeared. Ning Qingxue's heart continued beating rapidly and quickly took out the telescope on her chest and looked at the two figures. She felt that one of them was definitely Yimo. She was actually so sure it was him. Yimo's figure had appeared in her brain countless times, so she knew she wouldn't see wrong. Ning Qingxue didn't spend much time until she was shocked as though she was struck by lightning. On a distant peak, they're two obfuscated figure fighting. It's real, it's actually real. Yimo, is that really you? Why are you here? Ning Qingxue was screaming in her heart. She hoped that she could just teleport to that cliff and help Yimo even if it was throwing a stone at his opponent. However, she knew that cliff was too far from here. Even though the sun was good today, once the mist came up, she wouldn't be able to see there. Ning Qingxue held the telescope but she could only watch from there. She had no way of helping, although Yimo had found a way to avoid the blade light. After the third round, there were more slashes on his body. Other than a few whips, Yimo couldn't even make a threatening attack. Yimo's whip had just turned into a handle. There were blood trickling down his chest to his waist that slowly dampened his pants. Yimo's face was getting pale. He knew that if this continued, the next round of blades would be his end. However, this Bien pose was not only scarily strong in his attacks, but his defenses were rather strong too. After 3 rounds of attacks, Yimo couldn't even find a place to attack. Yimo knew he only had one chance. If he wasted it, then he would be dead. Bienpa also breathed heavily. His clothes were also ripped by Yimo's whip. A few whip marks could even be seen clearly. You're a rather strong opponent, but even so, this day next year will be your remembrance day. Bienpa didn't mind the light wounds on him at all and attacked again. Yimo suddenly threw the hilt of the whip to Bienpa and jumped as though he was jumping off a cliff. You're asking to die. Bienpa saw that Yimo dared to make a forced escape and sneered. His long sword turned into a white ray that struck towards Yimo, not even bothering with the hilt Yimo threw at him. Chapter 194, Shocking Battle. Bienpa saw that Yimo couldn't dodge and was about to be cut in half by the sword, but just as the sword was about to hit. However, Yimo suddenly dropped down as though he didn't charge straight but was free falling. Such amazing control, being able to do this in mid-air, even Bienpa was amazed. But even so, he didn't go easy at all. His sword turned 90 degrees without a trace and cut down towards Yimo again. Yimo had to admire Bienpa for his sword technique. He held back some power on each sword so he could change moves at any time. I'll let you guys die together. Bienpa saw that the place Yimo landed was where the long-haired man lay. He sneered as his sword attacked fast. At that moment, Bienpa froze. He found that Yimo disappeared. His sword stopped and Yimo used this opportunity to escape. He used this technique for Daoist Xian, but he wasn't sure whether it would work against Bienpa. When Bienpa noticed he disappeared, he froze for that little bit of time, but that time was enough for him to escape. Invisibility artifact? Bienpa immediately found Yimo's location and attacked him again, despite using invisibility to escape this certain death sword. The blade light still slashed a deep wound in his back. Before Bienpa attacked him again, Yimo threw the short axe in his hand out. Small trick. Bienpa sneered. The moment he saw Yimo charge towards that long-haired man, he guessed that Yimo might use that axe. As he expected, Yimo's axe flew over towards his shoulder. Bienpa sneered. This young man wanted to cut his right arm off. This guy had completely overestimated himself. This axe still had a howl to it. Obviously, Yimo wasn't very good at projectiles, but soon, Bienpa noticed something weird. The frosty wind with the axe was a bit shocking. He couldn't understand how did a simple axe carry such frosty wind. But in that moment, the axe already came to his right shoulder. He didn't even think and turned his sword to deflect the axe. He wanted to do what he did to the long-haired man. However, what he couldn't understand was that before the axe reached his right shoulder, it suddenly turned and attacked his left shoulder, but its momentum was a lot weaker. Idiot. Bienpa sneered once again.
Ordinary masters at projectiles knew how to make them turn midway. It was with the way one used inner chi. To him, Yemo obviously was not familiar with it because when the axe turned, it became so much slower. Even if the speed didn't slow down, it would be impossible for him to be hit, much less when it was slowed. Bienpa wanted to use his left hand to grab the axe, but he felt something was wrong. His right arm was cut broken by some unknown projectile, and that wasn't it. This unseen frosty wind didn't stop and sliced towards his waist. Not good. Bienpa immediately retreated and, at the same time, threw out the axe while picking up his broken pace. There wasn't any stopping between these movements. That's how fast he reacted. Yemo didn't have time to sigh that he didn't cut Bienpa's waist since the axe was flying over. The same time he dodged the axe, Yemo knew that as long as he didn't kill Bienpa, he wasn't out of danger. Even without a hand, it would still be very easy for Bienpa to kill him. He calculated everything and even used the axe to cover his wind blade, but wasn't able to cut Bienpa's waist off. From this, it could be seen how strong the other party was. Luckily, he aimed for the arm first, otherwise, Bienpa could have easily seen through if he aimed towards his waist right at the start. When Bienpa retreated to the cliffside, so did Yemo. He was very angry having his arm cut off in a strange way by an insect. He grabbed his long sword with his left hand and didn't talk. His sword spun around and was going to encompass Yemo again. Yemo kept his spirit sense on the sword. Soon, he felt relieved, although Bienpa's left-hand sword technique was very good. It was far from his right hand, it was the same sword light, but Yemo clearly captured where the sword was. Yemo didn't even think and grabbed towards the back of the single-bladed sword. At the same time, he focused his chi wanting to control the sword. Even though his left hand wasn't as good as his right hand, if Yemo let Bienpa use his sword technique, he would still die. Bienpa didn't expect Yemo to be able to grab the back of the sword. He sneered and was about to gather energy to pull back the sword and cut Yemo from the waist, but at this time, a huge power came from the sword's back. Yemo actually jumped out of the cliff and pulled him out too. Bienpa wouldn't let go of his sword at all and twisted the sword. There was a huge power and Yemo immediately let go. You want me to fall off the cliff with you? Keep dreaming. I won't even let my sword go with you. Bienpa twisted in mid-air and before his breath of energy finished, he dashed towards the cliff again in mid-air. Yemo sneered. Although he was falling, he raised his hands at the same time. Multiple wind blades sliced towards the space between Bienpa and the edge of the cliff. As soon as Bienpa reached the edge, he felt multiple frosty winds coming at him. He remembered how strong it was and didn't think before turning around and raising his sword to block it. Not good. As soon as Bienpa dodged those frosty winds, he realized he wasn't on the cliff but outside it. His inner chi was exhausted after dodging the projectile, so it would be too hard for it to bring him back to the cliff. Bienpa started to fall rapidly. Even so, he wanted to use his sword and stop on the side of the cliff. However, Yemo wouldn't let him have it his way. Although he was falling too, he had wind controlling technique and was in a much better situation than Bienpa. He kept attacking Bienpa until he didn't have enough inner chi to climb up the wall. Then, Yemo threw a few fireballs at him. Although it didn't reach him, Bienpa's face changed drastically. If it was on the ground, those few fireballs wouldn't be more threatening than a few bricks. However, he had nowhere to exert force and could only see the fireball come at him. I didn't think I would die here, Bienpa yelled furiously. He threw his long sword out, boom. All the fireballs landed on Bienpa's body. Bienpa howled and his entire body disappeared in the fireball. The slowly falling body immediately fell down like a cannonball, disappearing from Yemo's eyes. Although he fell, his sword still flew towards Yemo. Yemo's chi was almost used up, so he could only barely avoid to get his vitals hit. The sword still passed through his back. Yemo, who was already bloodied, immediately started to bleed like a fountain. If he didn't dodge this at the last minute, he would have probably been killed already, but even so, Yemo felt dizzy. Luckily, this sword dragged him to the edge of the cliff. In the fuzziness of consciousness, Yemo didn't even think and just grabbed onto what he could rip. The vines couldn't seem to bear Yemo's weight and just slowed him before he continued falling. Yemo bit his tongue and reached for things to grab on the cliff. He would grab anything he could, but these only slowed his speed and didn't stop him from falling. Ning Qingxue saw that the two figures fell down the cliff and was shocked. She could no longer hold the telescope as it fell down and wobbled on her neck. Here, quick, I saw it here. With Chui Lin's voice, more than 10 members of the tourist group came. Where? Where are the people fighting? One young man asked immediately.
Chui Lin looked at the huge rock in shock.
After a while, she said in shock, Ning Qingxue and I both saw it. There were two figures fighting on this rock. Why did it disappear so quick? By the way, Ning Qingxue, you were always here. When did it disappear? I think your eyes flashed. Do you think this is the home of a goddess at Wuliang Mountain? One of them immediately joked. Although Chui Lin was a tour guide, she was very competitive and quickly said, I really saw it. If you don't believe me, ask Ning Qingxue. Chapter 195, Trouble at the Tourist Group. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she took a while to react and pointed at a distant peak and said, I seem to have saw people there. I want to go have a look. It seemed to be due to Ning Qingxue not wanting to talk much, but no one doubted her words. After a while, a man in his 40s said, Don't think about it. It may seem not far to you, but it's a long journey to walk there. Plus, this is a no man's land. We're just in the outskirts. The no man's land of Shinnongjia is very dangerous, so it's best if you don't go in. What danger is there? I will go have a look. A youth in his 20s heard Ning Qingxue's words and wanted to show off. He ran a few steps forward, turned back and said, It's only some time. Shinnongjia is no longer the same as before. They say there are savages, but which one of you saw? Arg, this youth was originally just joking, but when he wanted to turn, he felt the bottom of his foot was empty as he fell down. Luckily, he reacted fast and grabbed the rim of the hole that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, a few people reacted and came to help pull him up. This youth looked at the pitch-black hole. He was scared, sweating. Half a beat later, he said still shakily, If I fell down, I would have lost my life for sure. Not good. Retreat. There are more places cracking open nearby. Another man found that the ground was cracking at where people were standing. The people were frightened and retreated. Just when people retreated to the edge, the holes that cracked open rumbled and suddenly, a much larger black hole appeared in front of them. There was a murmuring sound from the hole, making people's bones chill. It was pitch black looking inside, and nothing could be seen. It was as though the mouth of a giant. What is this? A woman in her 30s looked at this hole. She was speaking with a shaky tone. It should be the sky pitch of Shinnongjia. It's said that there are lots of these in the no man's land. There are also mist regions. These places are where you can't come out from. I didn't think we would encounter it. Retreat quickly. The middle-aged man from before spoke again. Hearing his words, everyone retreated. Ning Qingxue also followed everyone to the side of a tent in fear. Finally, people gasped sighs of relief when they went back to the campsite. I actually encountered the sky ditch. This is too coincidental. What was that murmuring sound? People asked as soon as they went back to the tents. It's not a coincidence. There are many of these at Shinnongjia. There's pretty much no living if you fall in one of those. And those murmuring sound, I suspect it's due to wind circulating inside, the middle-aged man said seriously. The youth who almost fell and finally caught his breath now that everyone was talking. He said, Almost lost my life there. No wonder there are so many people who have gone missing at Shinnongjia. We're just at the outskirts. If we go in, 80% chance we'll lose our lives. PFTT, didn't you just say there was no danger but just time-consuming? Someone retaliated immediately. This youth lost his face and said, It seems I just know too little. At this moment, Chui Lin also came over with a bad face.
The tourism company just notified us to get out and cancel the plan at the no man's land. Surprisingly, no one objected. Everyone was scared by this experience and felt adventure was not such a simple thing. The 20 or so people packed their bags and heard an even sharper howl from the ditches. This definitely wasn't made by the wind. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, the middle-aged man said, Leave quick, that sound seemed to be coming over here.
There are too many unknown dangers in Shinnongjia.
Let's go out first. No one objected and ran outside quickly, although it was dark, but people ran quite fast. They didn't take much time to get out. When everyone came out of the no man's land, they gradually calmed down. Count the people, we should go to the nearest tourist spot, the middle-aged man said. Although Chui Lin was the tour guide, she seemed a bit nervous and started to count people. 21, we're missing one. Chui Lin's voice was shaky.
Obviously.
She knew what one person missing meant. The middle-aged man immediately said, Let me count, 1, 2.
We're indeed missing one. Everyone looked around to check who didn't come out.
Call the police, we can't go back in, it's too dangerous. Zheng Chang didn't come out.
People immediately realized who was left behind, the young guy who stepped into the ditch. The middle-aged man immediately found out who Zhang Qing was. How come it had to be him who didn't make it? Was it because of the sky ditch? Someone had asked the question no one dared to ask. The people immediately sunk into silence. No one brought up to go back and look for Zhang Chang. This thing seemed eerie. I think Zhang Chang might be scared and lost his way running outside. The middle-aged man said something even if he didn't really believe it. This many people didn't get lost, but he did. Chui Lin worriedly said, "What do we do now? Do we go back and look for him?" No one replied. Everyone was scared of the sky ditch. No one had the guts to go back in to find someone, wait for the rescue team. No one wanted to go risk their lives for a stranger. Even the middle-aged man went quiet. After all, what just happened was too terrifying. Ning Qingxue followed them quietly to the nearest tourist spot. When everyone went in the hotel, the rescue team had went in. There were two tourist groups that followed the rescue team. Ning Qingxue finally understood the dangers of Shinnongjia. She even wanted to look under that cliff, but now, it seemed that before she got there, she would have lost her life. This wasn't something that could be done with courage. Sometimes, power was needed, and she didn't have that power now. She could no longer calm down not being able to see if that person was Yimo. She came out to relax and hid Yimo's figure from her mind in the depths of her heart, but now, she felt her mood was even messier. Yimo's figure kept swinging around in front of her eyes. The moment he fell from the cliff became clearer and clearer. Did she think too much and thought of someone else as him? Otherwise, why did he go to that place? Ning Qingxue thought of Yimo's small medical case. Perhaps he was gathering herbs there. Chui Lin was still quite anxious. It was the first time someone has gone missing when she was a tour guide. Chui Lin, I want to ask you something. Your company has a helicopter. Can it be rented to save others? Ning Qingxue, however, came to Chui Lin and asked about this. Chui Lin shook her head and said, the company rarely mobilized the helicopter. Renting it is impossible. It isn't a simple thing. They needed to verify there is a target and then apply for a permit. Otherwise, the helicopter can't be mobilized easily. Ning Qingxue had understood. To be honest, the helicopter was just a way of making people feel safe. It was useless when something really happened. With this occurrence, no one had the mood to play. The tour group went back to State the next day, but Ning Qingxue didn't go back with them. She went back to Ninghai. She knew it was a dream to go back to that cliff with her own ability. Plus, she wasn't even sure if that person was GMO. Perhaps she thought about GMO so much that even a figure was recognized as GMO by her. Even if she really went and that person was GMO, he wouldn't be alive falling from such a high cliff. Although she really wanted to ask for a helicopter, but she couldn't even say what person she was saving. If only Qi Wanqing was here, her father would be able to help. The main purpose of going back to Ninghai was to confirm if the person she saw was Yimo. Although she wasn't sure if Yimo would come to Ninghai, she still wanted to go look at Yimo's school. It was because this was the time to get the graduation certificate, so perhaps Yimo would come back for it. Plus, she wanted to ask Su Jingwen about some things. Ning Qingxue went back to Ninghai and saw that flower in the pot was growing very well. She felt relieved. It seemed Su Wei looked after this grass quite well. But soon, she noticed something different. She saw that there were many small buds next to the grass. Who grew that? No, they were the same breed as the grass she grew. It just didn't look like it was growing very well. The moment she saw them, her mood was excited again. Did GMO come back? Ning Qingxue felt her breaths were desperate. Chapter 196, Bottom of the Cliff. Ning Qingxue suddenly charged into the room. The room on the east side still had its door closed. Ning Qingxue had calmed down now. She felt she was getting crazy. How could GMO come back? When that beat saved her life, she even felt she was getting further and further away from him as though they weren't in the same world. Ning Qingxue carefully opened the room. There were some dust there. She sighed and started to clean up. She would ask about the grass buds when Su Wei came back. Ning Qingxue packed her things up. Su Wei hadn't come back yet. She was in an annoyed mood and wanted to walk outside. She subconsciously walked to the street where Yimo was selling fake medicine. Although the streets were still busy and the sky wasn't dark, the businessmen had started to gather. Ning Qingxue bought another golden cake and stood where Yimo had his stall. She sat down as though feeling Yimo's mood when he sat here. He must have been thinking if only there was a customer.
Come have a look, recipe passed down from ancestor, cures all illness, headache fever, external internal injury, short-sightedness. There's only what you can't imagine, nothing I can't cure. Yemo's voice was still there, but where was he? Ning Qingxue bit down on the golden cake. It was still the from same store made by the same person. But today, the golden cake felt bitter. Was it missing something? Ning Qingxue stood up. She prepared to go see Su Jingwen tomorrow and then go to Ninghai University. At this moment, her phone rang. It was Su Jingwen. Qingxue, did you come back to Ninghai? Su Jingwen's tone was very crisp. She seemed to be in a good mood lately. Did Mumei tell you? I was preparing to come see you for something tomorrow, Ning Qingxue said subconsciously. She just got back to Ninghai today. Only Li Mumei knew. Now that Su Jingwen also knew, Li Mumei probably told her. Su Jingwen immediately replied, yeah, where are you? I'll go to your place, I have some things too. Ning Qingxue didn't wait long at a cafe before Su Jingwen arrived. Qingxue, why do you look so emaciated? What happened? Su Jingwen thought about the questions she was going to ask. In her memory, Ning Qingxue cared a lot about her appearance, but now, her bleakness could be easily seen. Just what happened to her? Ning Qingxue shook her head and said after a while, nothing, I just want to ask you one thing. You once told me that you bought the charms from a master, do you know how to use it? Su Jingwen looked at Ning Qingxue in surprise, but she still answered, yes, I've used quite a few. But now, I know who the person who sold them to me is it Yemo? Ning Qingxue suddenly stood up. Su Jingwen looked at Ning Qingxue in shock. It's him. But Qingxue, how did you know? So it's true, Ning Qingxue murmured before sitting down again. Her eyes drifted off. By the way, you're with Yemo, he would teach you, Su Jingwen said saltily, but soon, she changed into a lighter tone. Is Yemo really not her Luotsang? Ning Qingxue shook her head but didn't speak as though she was thinking about something. At this moment, a tall youth walked into the cafe. Su Jingwen quickly stood up and waved her hand. Weizhen cousin, this way. The youth walked over and immediately saw Ning Qingxue who was frowning. He felt his brain was blasted. He thought of Lin Daiyu. There was actually such woman in the world. He had always thought Jingwen was extremely pretty. But when he saw Ning Qingxue, he understood that there was someone prettier than Su Jingwen. The girl's pretty brows lightly frowned, and a few messy strands of hair made her seem more innocent. There wasn't even the slightest mark of makeup as she kept her natural face on. However, her face seemed emaciated, and her clothing were very casual. Who was this girl? Yemo woke up slowly and felt his body was full of pain. He immediately wanted to struggle to stand up. Crack, not good. It seemed he wasn't on the ground yet. As expected, he started to fall again. Luckily, the branch he landed on was already near the ground. Splat, Yemo fell to the ground. The ground was covered in thick leaves and mud, so it wasn't very hard. Yemo finally didn't get injured again, but immediately, the pain all over his body woke him up. He was indeed injured heavily. He subconsciously wanted to get some medical pills from his ring, but as soon as he moved his spirit sense, his head was cracking with pain. He almost fainted again. Yemo quickly stopped. What was this? He couldn't use his spirit sense. Was he too heavily wounded? Yemo looked at the wounds on his body. Bleeding had stopped, but there was a fit of dizziness that made him want to drink water. Yemo sat down wanting to treat himself with qi. His dantian felt the same as his spirit sense. As soon as he used it, there was immense pain. What was this? Yemo looked at his body. Although there was a lot of bleeding, most wounds had healed itself. It seemed to be related to the herbs he usually consumed. At this moment, not only could he not use his spirit sense, but he also couldn't use qi to treat himself. If he continued like this, he would die at the bottom of this cliff. The two wounds that didn't heal were the long slash on his back and the one on his waist. It could be said that this sword saved him too. Although he was more heavily injured due to this sword, if Bianpa didn't throw it out, he might have fallen into a puddle of meat. It was due to this sword that brought him near the edge of the cliff. He could keep grabbing on things and that saved his life. Luckily, this was the Shinongjia. If it was somewhere else, the cliff wall would be barren and he would still die. Yemo looked at the long sword not far away and grabbed it over. He used it to support himself to stand as he studied the bottom of this cliff. It was gray everywhere and he couldn't see much far. He thought and decided to find a safe place to treat his wounds first. If his power recovered, then he could still go up this place. Yemo didn't think he would come to this situation just for some herbs. He was almost killed by that Bienpa. Other than getting his sword, he realized the power of a real Earth-level master. However, other than that, he got nothing and had a body full of wounds. Ancient martial arts could be this strong at the Earth level. Yemo was sure that even if he was stage 4 chi gathering, he couldn't say for sure if he could beat this Bienpa, if this wasn't the cliff where he fell, and if he didn't use all sorts of calculations to drag Bienpa down the cliff with him, then he would also be dead. No wonder these people didn't want to go to the mortal world. They could cultivate ancient martial arts to this state, and that was only elementary stage of Earth level. If he was a tertiary stage Earth level, or even a heaven level master, how scary would that be? Just when Yemo stood up and didn't even move, he felt danger. There was a crunching sound behind him. Yemo didn't even turn back and sliced behind him. PSH, a snake the size of a beer bottle had its head sliced off by Yemo. The blood shot high into the air from its neck, such a sharp sword. Yemo looked at the long sword. There wasn't any bloodstains on it. It was indeed a good sword. He turned around and looked at the snake and his face turned serious. The snake was already 3 meters long. Even if it didn't have poison, he would die if the snake went around him. Yemo endured the stench and drank some snake blood. He felt a little better. Then, he took the long sword and started to pave the way. This was a swamp. If he sunk in, he would still die. Yemo moved very slowly. He knew that a place that had no human signs for most of the time wasn't a good place. He just needed to look around at the white mist and knew that this place wasn't safe. There were some bones of animals scattered around. Yemo carefully avoided them. As expected, as soon as Yemo avoided it, a black shadow darted like lightning towards Yemo from amongst the bones. Before this black shadow reached in front of Yemo, that stench was already unbearable. Yemo sneered. Even if he couldn't use chi, he couldn't be bullied by animals like that. He swung his sword and the black shadow made a sharp howl. It left behind a furry tail and a few drops of blood. In the blink of an eye, it snuck back into the swamp. It had the tail of a cat. Yemo probed it with the sword but couldn't tell what attacked him. Chapter 197, which bracelet is more precious? Ning Qingxue noticed the youth's impolite stare and frowned. Su Jingwen noticed it and quickly said, Cousin Weizheng, this is my friend Ning Qingxue. Qingxue, this is my cousin I told you about. Weizheng, Ning Qingxue nodded. If she didn't still have more questions to ask, she wanted to leave. Hello, I'm Xia Weizheng, Jingwen's cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Weizheng also noticed his impoliteness. He immediately smiled and extended his hand to Ning Qingxue. He thought that Ning Qingxue probably wasn't from a rich family judging by her clothes. He was really happy to meet a girl as pretty as Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue frowned and just drank the coffee that was just handed to her. Xia Weizheng took his hand back awkwardly. He didn't expect this girl to be so rude. No matter what, since she was Su Jingwen's friend, she couldn't treat him like that. He kept his smile but it was quite forced. Su Jingwen quickly said, Cousin, what do you want to drink? I'll order for you. Anything. Jingwen, I have a ball with my classmate at night, do you want to go? Xia Weizheng came today to ask Su Jingwen to the ball. He then looked at Ning Qingxue. He thought it would be good if he could invite both of them. Su Jingwen knew Ning Qingxue's personality. She would treat her cousin the same even if he was HTE mayor's son, much less just a student from America. She also knew about Ning Qingxue's other things. She ignored Song Shaoan, the young master of one of the 5 big families, much less Xia Weizheng. She didn't even ask Ning Qingxue and said, I'm not going, I still have some business tonight. Jingwen, how can you not go? If you don't go, I won't even have a dance partner, that's too embarrassing. Jingwen, you must help your cousin, you need to go, Xia Weizheng quickly said. Su Jingwen shook her head again and said, Cousin, you know I don't like to dance. Plus, I've never danced with a guy, I think I'll pass. Plus, you're so handsome, would you be scared no one would dance with you? Jingwen, you used to always stick with me, but this time I come back, you just try to help me with my company. You even rejected my invitation to a ball. You really make me lose face. I feel you have changed a lot. Xia Weizheng sighed. Su Jingwen laughed. Cousin, you're thinking too much, I'm still the same me. I just don't really like that sort of place, plus, that was when I was young. I'm old now, so I can't be like before. I'm very happy you can come back to start your company. There were a few times that Ning Qingxue just wanted to ask, then she would get up and leave. However, she wasn't done today, and it wasn't too suitable for her to go now. She felt this Xia Weizhang was very annoying. Even if he wanted to talk to his cousin, couldn't he do it after she was done? He knew she was with her friend but still came. This guy was really impolite. Little did she know that she was also impolite in his eyes. Xia Weizhang no longer had a face full of smile when he first came in. He was rejected in handshake, and he was also rejected by his cousin. He was quite unhappy. Now that Su Jingwen said that, he stopped the topic, took out a red box, and handed it to Su Jingwen and said, "Jingwen, I ordered this for you, what's this?" Su Jingwen looked at the exquisite box and asked. Xia Weizhang's smile returned to his face. He looked at Su Jingwen and smiled. "You'll know once you open it." Su Jingwen was really confused and opened the box. There was an exquisite bracelet. The beads were very bright. And it could be easily seen that each bead was expensive. Bracelet? Su Jingwen repeated. Xia Weizhang smiled. "Yeah, I saw that the bracelet you had seemed quite shabby and there were only 2 coarse beads, so I made one just for you. You must have not gone shopping for a long time, were it and see." Su Jingwen smiled beautifully, closed the box and said, "Cousin Weizhang, thank you very much for giving such a beautiful bracelet. This is nothing, as long as you like it, try it on." Xia Weizhang saw Ning Qingxue take a look at the bracelet for a while and then stared at her. He smiled and knew that Ning Qingxue must have liked this bracelet too. He would get her one later as well. Su Jingwen's smile was a bit forced and could only say, "Cousin, I'm already wearing one." "I'll take yours and wear it perhaps later." "Jingwen, your bracelet looks really coarse and there are only 2 beads on it. It really doesn't match your hand. Just change one, I feel this new one can match you. Come, try it." Then, Xia Weizhang picked up the bracelet and passed it to Su Jingwen. Ning Qingxue saw that Su Jingwen's bracelet only had 2 beads as well. That meant she had something happen to her as well and used up 1 bead. She was a bit disappointed. If Su Jingwen really didn't want the other 2 beads, she would take it. Now, it seemed that Su Jingwen came to her due to the jade beads. "But cousin, I really like the current one, I don't want to switch now." Su Jingwen saw that it was too hard to reject his fervor, so she could only speak the truth. Xia Weizhang, who thought Su Jingwen was embarrassed to take it, finally understood. Su Jingwen really didn't want to switch. Thinking about this, his face got awkward. As though seeing this, Su Jingwen quickly said, "Cousin, let's not talk about this now, I'll call some desserts. I still haven't ate yet. By the way, Qingxue, what do you want?" Before Ning Qingxue said anything, Xia Weizhang continued, "Jingwen, tell me the truth, who gave you the bracelet? Is it very precious?" Su Jingwen glanced awkwardly at Ning Qingxue once. Although she felt her cousin shouldn't have asked that question here, but since he did, she could only answer, "Yes, a friend gave it to me." "Then is it much more precious than the one I gave?" Xia Weizhang started to feel this indescribable feeling of discomfort, but he still wanted to ask things clear. Su Jingwen hesitated and looked at Xia Weizhang's bracelet and said after a while, "Perhaps it's a bit more precious," but Su Jingwen didn't know how to explain it to Xia Weizhang. She said Yimo's bracelet was more precious and it really was said. However, Xia Weizhang misunderstood Su Jingwen's intentions. He thought that what Su Jingwen meant was that the person was much more important than him. Thinking about this, even though he was magnanimous, his face still grew bad. Su Jingwen immediately discerned the annoyance on her cousin's face and quickly said, "Cousin, don't think too much. I'm really just used to the bracelet in my hand, I don't want to change it for now." Xia Weizhang suddenly smiled. His face returned to normal as he suddenly said, "Cousin, the person who gave this to you is your boyfriend, right? When did you have a boyfriend? I didn't even know. Bring him next time and introduce us." Hearing Xia Weizhang's words, Su Jingwen quickly waved her hands. "Cousin, don't say random things, he's not my boyfriend, just a friend that we can get along." Then, Su Jingwen also subconsciously looked at Ning Qingxue. Although she knew their relationship wasn't good, she still didn't want Ning Qingxue to misunderstand. However, Xia Weizhang smiled plainly. "You said you don't like dancing and have never danced with a guy. Last time at your birthday, you seemed to have danced with a guy. Did he give you this bracelet? And, you say you don't like guys in your car, but can you be sure the person who gave you this bracelet hasn't rode in your car?" Su Jingwen's face didn't have the smile before. In her memory, Xia Weizhang was always the big brother who protected her. But now, he was investigating her. She couldn't let this go, and he was talking to her in such tone. For the first time, she felt the cousin she hadn't seen for so many years wasn't the same cousin.
Sorry, Jingwen, I was too emotional. But you would even reject a ball invitation. You're letting them laugh at me.
I came back to stay at Ninghai this time intentionally, so I think you should understand.
Xia Weizhang could no longer care about Ning Qingxue on the side.
Regardless of whether he was going for Ning Qingxue, he wasn't going to let Su Jingwen pass. Su Jingwen didn't expect Xia Weizhang to be this impulsive.
He didn't even consider Ning Qingxue on the side.
She felt uncomfortable. It didn't matter if he was talking about other people, but he was talking about GMO. Cousin, you're right. I'm still the same to you, and you're still my cousin in my heart. My mom and I are very happy you can stay in Ninghai.
But did you stay at Ninghai due to other reasons?
And, cousin, it's my freedom who I want to dance with and who I let on my car.
Cousin, you seem to have changed a lot. Su Jingwen sighed.
She felt this strange discomfort. However, Ning Qingxue stood up.
Jingwen, I'm going. I'll call you when I have time.
She really couldn't tolerate this Xia Weizhang anymore. Chapter 198, Re-entering Shenongjia. Wait.
Su Jingwen stopped Ning Qingxue and turned back to look at Xia Weizhang.
She said hardly, cousin, I have some business with Qingxue today. If there's something, we can talk about it tomorrow. Xia Weizhang's face changed but soon recovered a smile.
In that case, I won't disturb you.
See you. Xia Weizhang walked out of the cafe with a bad face, but after a while, he made a call. Auntie, yes, it's me Weizhang, Misham, I want to come over. Yes, there are some things that I can't explain clearly over the phone. Okay, I'm coming over immediately. Seeing Xia Weizhang's car leave, Su Jingwen suddenly realized her words might have been too heavy.
Was her cousin angry? By the way, Qingxue, you said you have something to ask me? Did you want to ask how to use the charm? Su Jingwen turned and asked Ning Qingxue. Yes, indeed.
Ning Qingxue saw Xia Weizhang had gone and sat down again. Su Jingwen said helplessly, actually, my cousin is a very nice person, he's just used to being a bit dominant.
Don't mind him.
Oh, let's not talk about this.
The charms are actually very easy to use. For Spirit Cleansing Charm and Fireball, you just need to throw it out and say Lin. As for the Body Protection Charm, just make a little pouch and keep it on you.
I don't know about the others though. Ning Qingxue didn't expect the charms were so easy to use. Other than a Fireball charm, she also had a Body Protection Charm and 2 Evil Protection Charms. Jingwen, the main things I wanted to ask you about are these.
I thought you needed some movements. I didn't expect it to be so easy.
If I knew, I would have just called you. Su Jingwen smiled. You and Yimo are both at Luotsong. Why don't you ask him to teach you?
Remember to ask him to give me some more next time you see him. How do you know Yimo's at Luotsong? And what did you want to ask me about? Ning Qingxue asked curiously.
She didn't really believe Yimo was at Luotsong. Su Jingwen must have gotten it wrong.
Su Jingwen nodded and took out the bracelet on her hand and said, this is a magical artifact. Yimo gave it to me, but I didn't know about it at the time.
It's called the 6 Beads of Fortune. It's the most precious gift I have received. Su Jingwen didn't finish, but Ning Qingxue knew what she meant. She also felt the bracelet on her hands and said after a while, thank you, Jingwen, the 3 beads you gave me saved me once, but I can't return it to you now.
I need to go out once.
If the beads are still there when I come back,
I will return them to you. Qingxue, is the place you're going dangerous?
Su Jingwen knew that Ning Qingxue understood the powers of the beads since one was missing on hers too. Ning Qingxue agreed and said after a while, I came back to confirm something and make preparations. The place I'm going in is indeed dangerous. Ning Qingxue didn't lie, she really came back to confirm and ask Su Jingwen about the way to use the charms. And, she needed to prepare some equipment for mountain climbing. At this moment, the scene in which Emo fell off the cliff kept replaying in her brain.
She couldn't calm down.
Regardless of whether it was him, she couldn't feel calm her entire life if she didn't go and see. As long as she confirmed that person wasn't Emo, she would feel better, but if Emo really fell off the cliff, she didn't know what to do. The moment she met Emo in the desert and he turned to leave, she knew that her heart was taken away by him. There was no other reason. Even though she tried to resist and hide, she couldn't forget about that figure. She once thought she would never truly love someone, but when reality came, she found that she just loved him, and there was no logic to it. Su Jingwen really wanted to ask Ning Qingxue where Emo was, but last time, she said he wasn't at Luo Tsang. If she asked now, it would seem as though she didn't believe her. Her plans of getting back the bracelet also failed. Since Ning Qingxue already said that, she couldn't embarrass herself to ask for it back. Qingxue, in that case, I still have 2 here, I'll give it to you. If you didn't use them when you come back, you can return it to me. Su Jingwen thought and still gave it to her. Since Ning Qingxue used one before, it meant she really met danger before. Ning Qingxue shook her head. No need, I'm already very sorry that I took 3 from you, I can't take more. Qingxue, if the place you're going is very dangerous, you should ask for help and I can help you too. Su Jingwen realized that Ning Qingxue really had something. Ning Qingxue shook her head. She thought about it many times. If that person was really Emo, she couldn't ask for the government. She knew Emo had some power and had strong conflict with the Song family due to her. If she asked other people to help her with Emo, the Song family would get news of this at the first moment. That was not good for Emo. Even if he was fine from falling off the cliff, the Song family would still make him not fine. I'm going. Jingwen, if I don't, never mind. Ning Qingxue didn't explain anything to Su Jingwen. Seeing Ning Qingxue walk out of the cafe in a lonely yet emaciated fashion, Su Jingwen lost herself in thought. What did she mean? She asked her the way to use the charm. Did she have them? If she didn't meet Emo, where did she get the charms from? Su Jingwen felt that something in Ning Qingxue's words were wrong, but she couldn't tell what exactly. Ning Qingxue returned to the house, but Su Wei hasn't returned yet. She sat on the stone board Emo once slept on. It felt cool. She seemed to see Emo walk over. She focused her mind and thought. He slept on this before, and it was really hard on him. He was really dumb. Her eyes then turned to that big tree. Emo also spent many nights there. No matter what, she should go find him. Su Wei just opened the door and saw Ning Qingxue lost in thought. She said with surprise and joy, Qingxue, when did you come back? Ning Qingxue saw Su Wei and quickly replied, I just came back at noon. Su Wei, thanks for helping me take care of the grass for so long. Do you know who planted the other grass? Su Wei smiled. It's nothing, it's something simple. Emo asked someone to plant them there and told me to look after it. Emo said he needed to go on a far journey. You both really love grass, huh? Ning Qingxue heard this and her face immediately went pale. She had come to the realization that the person who fell off the cliff must be Emo, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Are you okay, Qingxue? Su Wei just realized that Ning Qingxue was not only fatigued, but her spirit wasn't well either. Nothing, Ning Qingxue smiled and said, I still need to go out a while. Please take care of these grass for me. She paused before continuing, if I come back rather late and the grass germs are withered, I will tell my mom not to touch that flower pot. Let the pot stay there. I'm going to rest, I'm tired. Su Wei looked worriedly as Ning Qingxue walked into the room. She felt Ning Qingxue's words were strange. That flower pot had been there for many years. The house owner didn't move it, so why would her mother move it? Ning Qingxue rested for a night. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer felt lost. She spent half a day the second day and prepared all sorts of tools and things for outdoor survival. Then, she put the body protection charm and evil protection charm in a bag she made and hung it on her waist. Then, she rushed toward Shenyongjia quickly. There were quite a lot of people carrying a big bag like her. Ning Qingxue had been here before and was familiar with the way. She didn't choose other places and went to the place she went with the tour group. This was because she could only see the peak from there. When Ning Qingxue came to the no man's land region, she saw a big board hung outside. There were some tourists on the side. Ning Qingxue could tell the sign was just hung up. It wasn't there when she came. It said accidents occurred, so access was forbidden. She frowned. If she wasn't allowed in, what could she do? She looked at the middle-aged woman at her side, thought, and then asked. Chapter 199, Fright. Ning Qingxue quickly came to the place where they set up camp last time. It was an open space and it was in the middle of the day, but Ning Qingxue had a frosty feeling. She subconsciously shivered. The dead silence made her skin tingle. She remembered there used to be bird humming here when they camped here, but now, it was just dead silence. If it wasn't for EMO, she wouldn't come here a second time no matter what. She carefully walked over to the campsite. Not far ahead was the sky ditch, the large hole was still there, and there were no marks around. However, Ning Qingxue felt a sudden frosty feeling coming at her as though something was trying to grab her. Ning Qingxue was so scared that she didn't dare to move. She realized that it seemed to be blurry ahead. The evil repellent charm near her chest spread a warmness which dispersed quick. Ning Qingxue seemed to have heard a sharp scream. It was the same scream they heard that day. Then, she felt that approaching frosty feeling disappear, and so did the tingling of her skin. The misty environment also seemed to have cleared up. Is it really useful? Ning Qingxue subconsciously touched it. Although she didn't know what happened just then, she felt it was related to the charm at her chest. The sky ditch was still the same, but just without that frightening feeling. Ning Qingxue took a deep breath and continued forward, avoiding the hole. A shoe appeared in front of her, giving her quite a scare. She quickly avoided it. It was a military shoe. Was it from the rescue team? Ning Qingxue didn't dare to keep thinking. She had the feeling that something was constantly looking at her but afraid to close in. It should be due to the evil repellent charm. Thinking about this, Ning Qingxue didn't dare to linger around and quickly ran towards the cliff. After running out a few kilometers, Ning Qingxue just realized that her clothes were torn up. However, there was still that almost indiscernible feeling that she was being watched. She suddenly turned around and her skin tingled again. She looked nervously at a place. She felt that thing was there. That feeling was very strange, not logical at all. But after experiencing all this, she was no longer a non-believer. She held tightly the fireball charm, looked behind her, waved the charm and said, "I don't care what you are, but if you dare to come close, I will burn you with the fireball. I will get my husband to eradicate your soul later." Although Ning Qingxue shouted this out, it was just to boost her courage. She didn't know if her feelings were right. Perhaps she was just scaring herself, but this was all she could do. That frosty feeling seemed to have kept staring at Ning Qingxue for a while, but it also seemed to be scared of Ning Qingxue's words and slowly disappeared. Ning Qingxue felt it when that the frigidness disappeared and immediately turned and ran. Despite carrying a big bag and having obstacles everywhere, Ning Qingxue still ran out a few kms in one breath before dropping the bag and catching her breath desperately. What made her feel safe was that frosty feeling finally disappearing and there were birds humming again. She didn't know if she was scaring herself, but perhaps there really was those unexplainable things in the world. She rested for a while before taking out some cream and rubbing it on her skin. Her snowy white skin had marks everywhere. Ning Qingxue rested a while before looking around. This was a valley and a small stream ran by Ning Qingxue. It seemed very poetic, but Ning Qingxue didn't have that feeling at all. She was on high alert. If it wasn't because she could find EMO in front, perhaps she would have collapsed. She drank some water and packed her bag. Just when she wanted to stand up, a black shadow dashed over. The speed was so fast that Ning Qingxue couldn't even react. Stump! The black shadow bumped into a barrier that arose in front of Ning Qingxue and was thrown into the stream. However, it quickly crawled out and looked at Ning Qingxue with terror. It turned and ran. If there wasn't the splash of water at the stream, people would have thought it was a blur of the eye. Ning Qingxue realized now that the animal that ran away seemed like a feral monkey. She subconsciously looked at her bracelet. Another bead broke. She didn't even get into the depths and lost another ribad. She didn't know how long she could use the evil repellent charm for. She just used it once, but luckily, she had two. If it weren't for those, she might have died many times just then. Her back sweated and she didn't dare to stay. She ran quickly towards the cliff. She was feeling lucky. If she didn't ask about how to use the charms at Ninghai, she wouldn't even have made it here. After being ambushed twice, Emo was more careful. He knew there was danger everywhere and anything could happen. He wasn't afraid of attacks but instead afraid of bitten with venom. In that case, he would die since he had no medicine nor could he use his chi. A thorny bush blocked Emo's path. He looked around, but the visibility was too low, not to mention he still couldn't use his spirit sense now. As for what was inside the thorns, he didn't know.
However, he knew that if he didn't make a way, he could only retreat. If he couldn't find a safe place to recover, he would still die. He would die either way, so he didn't care and hacked towards the bush with his sword. He had to admit that Bienpo's sword was good indeed. The strong-looking thorns were like hay under his sword. He carefully hacked the thorns aside and made away. Guillermo didn't know how large this pact of thorns were, but he hacked for more than half an hour before seeing the other side. It was a cliff face. This cliff face seemed very wide. Guillermo thought that if he could make a hole on the cliff face and cover the entrance with thorns, then he only needed to find some food and could recover safely. With hope in sight, although he was extremely tired and dizzy, his sword didn't stop at all. When Guillermo finally hacked his way through, there was a buzzing sound. Guillermo looked and discovered there were tens of huge wasps charging at him. The wasps hid in the thorns. If they didn't move, they wouldn't be seen at all. Each one was the size of a fist. He didn't need to look to know that it was pretty much one life gone if he was stung. Plus, tens of them charged at him. Guillermo's sword turned into a veil of blade images. Although his sword technique wasn't as good as Bienpa, it wasn't hard for him to make a veil of sword images. It was just that his body was too weak now. After a while, none of this group of wasps ran away as they were all killed by Guillermo. Guillermo coughed and subconsciously looked around. There only seemed to be these wasps. He let out a gasp of relief and shook as he almost fell over. However, he used the sword to support him and stopped wobbling. A putrid stench came from behind him. Guillermo immediately knew it wasn't good. He was scared of being coiled by an anaconda the most, but it came. He only noticed it when the stench was behind him. Guillermo charged forward and swung his sword back. However, he had another fit of weakness. He couldn't even hold up the sword in his hand. The hack and slash before had used up his energy. It was just a brief moment and a cold stench, and he was already coiled. The snake didn't bite him but was trying to strangle him to death. Guillermo also felt himself suffocating. His head started to grow dizzy drastically, but he knew that if he fainted, he would die for sure. He bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully twisted the sword in his hand, using all of his might to lever it to the outside. Chapter 200. A night of running. There was more sound around Ning Qingxue. Although she was still by herself in the forest, Ning Qingxue wasn't as scared as before. It was as though the chiming of the birds were much cuter than the dead silence near the sky ditch. Due to the animal attack, Ning Qingxue only rested for a little while and took out the telescope to look at the distance. Although she was closer to the cliff, she couldn't see as clear as she could before since the mist covered everything. Ning Qingxue didn't dare to linger. She already wasted a day's time. If something happened to EMO, she wouldn't know what to do. In the forest, other than some open spaces, most places seemed dark and eerie. She was scared that if she lingered on, that terrifying thing would chase her. Luckily, the evil repellent charm would spread some warmness from time to time, making her not too afraid of the dark surrounding. Ning Qingxue didn't seem to feel fatigue trekking in this primal forest. She just kept walking, knowing the direction of the cliff and not caring about the rest. She was also thinking. She didn't know if it was due to EMO saving her last time or because she was tensed up mentally that her stamina seemed a lot better. Luckily, Ning Qingxue didn't encounter peaks that were too high. Although her luck was good, she still collapsed in fatigue after the second peak. When she looked at herself, her clothes were tattered. Her jeans were ripped, and her coat had holes everywhere. Now, Ning Qingxue knew that she'd prepared a lot of things for survival but not clothes. It was dark now. If it wasn't dark, she didn't feel much walking, but once it was, she started to worry. She subconsciously felt the evil repellent charm. One of the had disappeared for no reason. There was only one left. She immediately knew that she used one up without her even knowing. It seemed that there were a lot of strange things spying on her on the way. If it wasn't due to the charm, she might be in more danger. Thinking about this, Ning Qingxue didn't dare to stay. She ate some food and took out a mine light. She continued forward like this in the dark. In less than 2 hours, another black shadow darted onto her back. She was concentrated on walking that she didn't even know the body protection charm had repelled the black shadow away, and her bag was even torn by the thing. She didn't even notice her bag getting lighter and lighter. She only knew that she had to keep walking. She was afraid that once she stopped, she would feel scared about the deadly silence and darkness. When it was just dawn, Ning Qingxue flipped her messier. She didn't even believe she could walk for an entire night. Something supported her spirit. Perhaps it was fear, perhaps it was GMO. She took off her bag.
She even complimented herself for walking a whole night while carrying such a heavy bag. She didn't encounter any of those sky ditches. Although she still couldn't see the cliff in this place, she was sure it wasn't far. She also knew that although she walked for so long, she didn't actually travel far. Most of the time was wasted on small hills. She was prepared to eat something and took her bag off. That was when she had a big shock. Other than some ropes, there were just climbing equipment. There was a big hole in her bag. Most of the food, water, and medications had fallen out. There was just 2 bottles of water and a bag of biscuits left. She felt her pocket and realized her phone was gone too. After being dumbfounded for a while, she thought about her situation. She didn't dare to go back and look for them. She didn't even dare to look back. She knew would feel scared. She felt the charms on her chest, even the body protection charm was gone. She didn't even know when it disappeared. The remaining evil repellent charm was a lot more withered. She looked at the bag and knew that if it wasn't for the rope, the rest of the climbing tools would have fallen out. She quickly cut off a bit of the rope and tied up the bag. Although she was extremely tired, she didn't dare to stay there and rest. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the forest, she finally felt relieved. Those things that made her frightened disappeared. At least, there was no more of those strange howls at night. Ning Qingxue quickly walked to a high point. When she wanted to take a look through the telescope, she realized she had walked to the bottom of the mountain. At this moment, she wanted to cry. With her own hard work, she walked a whole night through this horrifying primal forest. She remembered clearly that this was where Yimo fell. She had thought about it countless times and wouldn't be wrong. She didn't want to go through the unknown things in the forest again. Breathing the morning fresh air, Ning Qingxue started to find ways to enter the bottom of the cliff. However, she looked for 2 hours and realized there was no entrance. The only way to the bottom of the cliff was to climb up the cliff and go down from there. Ning Qingxue returned to the bottom of the mountain. Luckily, it wasn't hard to climb from here as the place was slanted. She didn't know if Yimo came up from here. Ning Qingxue really couldn't understand why Yimo would go up from here and fight with someone. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. There were a few peaches at the mountain road. They were obviously immature, but she was hungry, so she picked some and ate it. It was bitter. She never had this, but in order to give her energy, she had to eat it. She ate another half pack of biscuits and finally felt recovered a little. Then, she continued. She knew she was supported by her spirit, and once she fell, there would be no way for her to get up again. At this moment, she was sure her body was much better than before. It was definitely related to Yimo's treatment that night. If it wasn't due to that, perhaps she wouldn't be able to make it here even with her determined spirit. Although this peak wasn't steep, it was still very hard for Ning Qingxue. She put all the tools on her waist and started to climb carefully. Yimo and the 2 martial artists could go up easily, but Ning Qingxue had to go up step by step. Starting from 7 in the morning, she climbed till 2 p.m. before reaching the peak. The scene almost made Ning Qingxue vomit. 2 people were dead, cut into 4 pieces. But soon, Ning Qingxue saw the place she stared at before with her telescope. She was sure that Yimo fell from here. She walked to the edge and looked down. There were layers of white mist. She couldn't see the bottom. She shivered. Would he still be alive falling from here? Her rope was 100 m at most. This cliff seemed to be about 1 kilometer tall. How could she get down? If she didn't get down, what was the point of coming here? Did she have the courage to return from where she came? Ning Qingxue just thought about this now. She never even thought about a way of getting back. Was she going back? If Yimo was no longer alive, what would be the point of her going back? Ning Qingxue shook her head and put aside these thoughts. She looked at the 2 dead person and no longer had the fear she had before. Ning Qingxue walked to a body and picked up a small sword. She found in joy that this body had a huge bag beside it. She opened it and it was full of rope. She quickly pulled it out and now realized that it was made from a fiber she had never seen before. It was very thin, but when she tested it, it was very sturdy. It was even sturdier than the rope she prepared. She looked at the big loop and realized perhaps it was 1 kilometer long. At the end, there was a metal hook. Ning Qingxue gasped a sigh of relief. Without this rope, she could only climb down from here carefully. but she didn't even need to climb to know that it would be death. This cliff was too steep. Even with the rocks and sticks sticking out, it would still be highly likely for her to die. Ning Qingxue carefully secured the rope on a rock and tested it before tying it to her waist. Then, she grabbed the tools and slided down the cliff slowly.